We can leave that. I'll edit that part. But welcome in, everybody. Can you guys hear me now? Please let me know if you can hear me, if you can hear Mykal. I think Mykal was fine. It was my mic, which again, like Mykal said, is so frustrating because we were just talking on Discord and everything was fine. But alas, you know what? Here we go. Here we go. That's a nice way of starting today's episode. As we know, the transfer
That's
window.
fitting for today's
That is
episode.
very
Yeah.
fitting. Fabrizio put in a 12.5-hour shift. I don't think we're going to have quite that much in our tanks today. But what an exciting episode. Episode number 7. Thanks for your patience as always as we work through the kinks here. But welcome in, guys. It is a new month. It is almost Champions League time. The transfer window is shut for now until January. And of course, I am OfficialH2 bringing you this weekly podcast here called Talk Footy to Me with my lovely co-host Mykal87. Mykal, please say hello to the people.
Hello. I've said hello, but
All right.
hello.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hola.
Yeah. Oh, that's what. All of a sudden, all my Spanish just went completely out my brain. I was like, "Hello" in Spanish is.
Hello.
For some reason, arrivederci came to my mind, and then my ADD brain went arrivederci.
Arrivederci. Yeah.
So, just a little insight into my brain, but welcome in, everybody. I appreciate everybody that's here. Again, the continued support and love that we're getting on this has been amazing, and that's one of the reasons we continue to do this. Obviously, we enjoy to do it, and H2 and I enjoy each other's companies, but you guys make this special for us, so thank you. Absolutely. And we have a lot to go over today, so I'm not going to be long-winded like I usually am. So
let's dig into the meat and potatoes. By the way, guys, if you are taking in this podcast through other means than Twitch, aka if you're watching on YouTube or listening on Spotify, Apple Music, any of the wonderful places you get your podcasts, Mykal and I both stream this live on Twitch every Thursday, so feel free to drop by and join the podcast conversations and chat as it happens. But like Mykal said, we have a ton of stuff to get into today, and I promise if you guys write stuff in chat, we are more likely than not talking about it, so just bear with us as we move through our agenda here today.
Not that we don't want to. We love your feedback and interactions. Exactly. And that's one of the reasons we want you in here.
Exactly.
But there is a lot to go over today. I mean, I can't think of anything that really was exciting that happened today.
No, it was
or over the last week, for that matter, for football. It was a really quiet week. I mean,
yeah. So we're gonna start. We're gonna start over in France actually, and you know, we've seen this across all 5 leagues. Mykal and I were talking about this. It's been a double match day week for.
We're starting in Italy.
Italy, sorry. Why would I say France? We're starting in Italy. There we go. I was on the wrong tab. We're starting in Italy, but the same thing applies exactly what I was saying, that it's been a double match day week for pretty much the entire, all of the leagues across Europe, the top 5 leagues. So what we're going to do, because today is, of course, September 1st, we're going to talk about the action that happened during the weekend or leading into the weekend of the 26th, 27th, and 28th, and then we'll talk about the matches that just happened in the last couple of days. I think the big thing to start with match day 3 in Serie A for me was Lazio had a great win over Inter Milan. 3-1 it was.
Yes. Yeah, very dominant win too. Like that one wasn't it wasn't like the one goal. Lautaro Martinez had a great goal, but the Lazio just ran away with that game. It was a really actually good performance.
And shout out to Luis Alberto. I think he scored a beautiful goal. Pedro continues to score goals. He's just such a fun player to have
ageless wonder.
Ageless wonder. And that's kind of Lazio in a nutshell. I mean, they have Ciro Immortale, as I like to call him. They have, Pedro. They have these guys who just continue to perform at a very high level. And like you said, this was not a fluke result for Lazio. Talk about it a bit, because I know that is a team that you watched, I think, a couple of weeks ago as well. So you've seen them more than once this season.
Yeah, I enjoy watching Lazio just because it's one of those clubs where when you go to Lazio, that's a club you stay at forever. Like, you don't see a lot of transfers out of Lazio unless they're just absolutely bad fits. And if they are people that are transferring out of Lazio, it's usually big time players like Luis Felipe. So I love that club. And they put their heart and soul in every game. Like, that's not a club that really doesn't perform day in and day out. Like, if they lose, they're gonna lose with everything that they have in the tank. And this was a home game for them, and this was a big home game for them. But Inter just I don't know what's going on with Inter right now. They are in third, but this was their only loss, and it's to a Lazio team who right now on the table are down in, was it 6th, 7th? So like, it's a good win, really good win for Lazio. A lot of effort and a lot of passion in this game. And then Inter really just kind of fell flat-footed. I don't know if they were taking Lazio for granted or what, but they did not look like the Inter team that you would expect to be challenging for a title at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm. Do you think Maurizio Sarri is doing a decent enough job at Lazio? Like, do you think he is the guy to kind of
It's hard to really know.
Hmm.
I mean, he like the table's set for him, right? Like he
Yeah.
has every piece that he wanted.
Yeah.
Um, he was able to get Lukaku again. You know what else does he really want? They didn't lose any of their big pieces, I would argue. So they fought to keep Skriniar when he was being touted by a couple other people. So what like the world's
Yeah.
his oyster right now.
Yeah.
He has the team that he wants.
Hmm.
So who
Speaking,
knows?
yeah,
I
yeah.
it's hard to know when it's only 4 match days in.
Exactly. Yeah, and then the next match day, then match day 4 was kind of a reversal there. Inter beating Cremonese 3-1. Fairly routine victory. David Okereke, by the way, a nice striker for Cremonese. The Nigerian scores again, and Lazio were unfortunate, I think, not to walk away with 3 points against Sampdoria. Shout out to Sampdoria, but they had like I think it was a 92nd minute goal to snatch the win away from Lazio. Ciro Immobile with an early goal there. So again, it's so fluid match day to match day, right? Like Inter struggled in match day 3 against Lazio, but then they win 3-1 against Cremonese, which is a game you expect them to win. I think the big thing for
What
me, go ahead.
I was gonna say the Inter Cremonese game was
Hmm.
one that's watching that easily could have been a draw.
Hmm.
Honestly, like Barella scored an absolute missile
Hmm.
of a volley,
Hmm.
and I mean he's just a special player.
Very good
But
midfielder.
Cremonese like wasn't really out of that game. Like in terms of like shots and chances, they didn't really register as many as you'd. Uh, I mean, it was kind of on par with what you would expect from a team going against Inter in Milan, but that they put in a lot of fight for that. So again, Inter to me weren't really impressive in that game. Yes, they did
Sluggish.
win 3-1, but
Hmm.
it wasn't like it wasn't a cruise like you would expect from them.
And
Unlike what Roma are doing.
exactly. And Cremonese, to be fair, I want to give them some credit because I watched their match against Fiorentina a couple of weeks ago. 3-2 draw was kind of unfortunate, a mistake from Radu. They only lost 1-0 to Roma, and then even this match against Inter, like Michael says, the scoreline maybe flatters Inter a little bit with the 3-1. So Cremonese is a sneaky good team who are pretty hard to break down. But
Mm-hmm.
speaking of Roma, then what has Roma done in the last 2 weeks? So match day 3, they had a
Paulo
one.
Dybala. That's what
Oh,
they've done.
yeah. So before that game, the first one of the earlier game in match week 3 was 1-1 draw with Juventus. Vlahovic scoring in the second minute, and then Tammy scoring in the second half in the 69th minute to get a draw. And then that 3-0 against Monza. Paulo Dybala, talk about a man. He was I think a very good signing for Roma, and it seems like he's paying dividends right away.
I mean, he was going to be a good signing no matter where he went, right?
Regardless, yeah.
Like, the kid has talent. I can't believe actually we can't call him a kid anymore. He's almost 30 years old. I remember when he came in at 19, 20 years old, and
Hmm.
like he's just a special player. The ability for him to play any position on the field. He's left-footed. I mean, if Messi wasn't a thing, we would be considering Dybala probably the best Argentinian on the planet right now. So um, he just has that magic. Those left-footed Argentinians just seem to find that magic, right? Messi, Dybala, Di
Di
Maria, like it
Maria.
just seems to be a thing. Um, but the thing I like about Dybala is he's not just a left foot. Like he has the ability to play on the left-hand side and cut inside and be just as special on his right. But he is lethal. He's still lethal. He had one of the goals in I think it was the Monza game where it's kind of like a direct play where Roma ended up. It was just kind of a clearance, like it was a snap clearance over the top. Abraham was able to body off his defender
Win
and
the
head
head.
it
Yeah.
just kind of in the path of Dybala, who then dribbled it. He took like 3 touches in a volley, like volleyed touches to
Hmm.
set himself up for a left-footed shot with the defender draped all over him and score it into the
And the
corner. Like,
shot was as a powerful shot as well. Like it was a
yeah,
well taken finish as well.
he's just a special player, and he's somebody that unfortunately, because the Serie A isn't really like it doesn't get the attention that it deserves outside of Italy, that he kind of goes under the radar, and it's it's really unfortunate. And I'm excited with both him, Lautaro Martinez, for Inter as well. Like, there's a lot of Argentinians who are making names for themselves in Serie A that I like. Argentina, excuse me, in the World Cup. A lot of these players are going to really put themselves back on the foreground that people have been taking advantage of. But Roma just looks like a very, very scary team right now.
And it's interesting to see his link up with the rest of the players as well. Like he looks like he's slotted. Like again, he's such a talented player. You kind of expect that, but sometimes you see those growing pains. Granted, he stayed in Italy and stuff, but Roma is a different setup than possibly what he's used to playing in, especially with the new manager. He slotted it perfectly.
I saw a clip of him and Abraham after Dybala had a right-footed assist. By the way, like I said, he's good with his right foot. Right-footed assist all the way through the box. And Abraham scored it, and him and Abraham were blowing kisses at each other.
Yeah, the bromance is alive.
It's like he's been there his entire career, and it's something you love to see as a manager. And you got to wonder if that's something that Mourinho saw and maybe spoke to him about, and maybe that's why he went there. Maybe. And they had a great showing against Juve on Saturday. Like, yes, they conceded an early goal to Vlahovic, and it kind of woke them up. But from that moment on, Roma were all over Juventus in Turin, or Turin, or however you want to pronounce it. But at Juventus on the road, like Roma took it to them. So that game could have gone either way, but a 1-1 draw is probably justified. But to consider the fact that that's who a lot of people picked to be one of the contenders for the for the Serie A, like Roma had a really good showing on the road. So I think like my early prediction was AC Milan, but I think Roma's pushing their way up there for a lot of people.
100%. Another team that didn't do much in the last couple of weeks, but I've enjoyed watching is Napoli. They sit in 4th in the table, but this last double match day week was a little tough for them. A 0-0 against Fiorentina and then a 1-1 against Lecce, which was disappointing. But it's their front three, man. That Elif Elmas, Osimhen, of course, and then Kvaratskhelia. I keep butchering his name, but you guys know by now, the North Georgian winger. Their dynamic is so exciting to watch, and if they stay clicking and Osimhen stays healthy and they can keep scoring goals consistently, I think Napoli is really looking good after people like me had question marks when they lost kind of some of their identity pieces with Insigne, Mertens, and Koulibaly. Yes, they're getting older. Yes, they're not necessarily as contributing to Napoli's success as much in the more recent years, but it's nice to see this fresh group of players coming in, and they look like they're clicking well. So I think Napoli is one to watch. Like I said, they sit in 4th right now. They're 1 point behind Inter. Early days, but if you want to comment anything on Napoli, Michael, I'm not sure if you.
Yeah, the Fiorentina match was a lot of back and forth, and it also, I mean, that performance kind of bled into Wednesday's performance for me. Watching the Napoli Lecce game, and that's one I always want to say Lecce, but I know it's like Lecce.
I know, yeah.
But there didn't seem to be a lot of cohesion in that team, and I know a lot of people were really excited for Politano at Napoli. He didn't look good. He looked very, very selfish, and that's something that you kind of saw. Like Politano was a goal scorer, and that's what a lot of people liked him for, was his ability to score goals. But then he gets into this Napoli team, and you have a target striker in Osimhen who really kind of needs the feeds, and he's only getting it from one side. And I feel like that's why teams like Lecce were able to defend them very well. They did end up conceding a goal, and it was Elmas in the midfield who had to make like a really good run onto a late ball. But Osimhen just isn't getting the service. He's only getting it from the left-hand side. And then even when Chucky Lozano came on the field, it was the same kind of thing. Like, he's not getting the same service from that right-hand side. And I don't know if that's by design. Maybe that's how Napoli want to run their team. They want to have a shooter on the right and a setup man on the left. But we're not seeing the same production from them that I was expecting. With adding a weapon of Politano. So
interesting.
I actually would start paying attention to this team as somebody who may be a bust, because that team does not look very cohesive. And their back line, even though to your dismay, Koulibaly has been dog shit this year, you can tell that team is missing Koulibaly at the back. They're not missing so much maybe the guys up front, because they are still creating chances, just not really doing it in a cohesive way. It's a lot of individual acts, but Koulibaly has not, like, you can tell that they're missing that at the back line. And especially conceding a goal. The Lecce goal was on just a terrible set play that Colombo was just able to rise over his defender and just cleanly win a header, leaving the keeper with no chance. So they're missing that leader on that back line, if anything, with set pieces more than anything. So
Well, because Min Jae Kim is the one who is starting with Rahmani most games, right? So I think it's just
Yeah, and
it's a new
it's
kind of pairing.
literally a language barrier, communication issue.
Exactly. So something to watch there. Okay, moving on to another team I want to talk about. They've been kind of sneaky good this year, and we haven't really talked about them yet. So my apologies for not really bringing them up a lot. But it's a team that we paid enough respect to in the preseason. Atalanta, they sit top of the table after it's only 4 match weeks, yes, but they had a nice double match week, beating Torino 3-1. That was the most recent match they played, and the week before that they beat Verona 1-0. You and I were talking about this guy, Toon Kopenmeyers. Go ahead, Michael. I know you.
Yeah, Kopenmeyers had a hat trick today. There was 2 penalties in there, so obviously him being their penalty man kind of benefits from that. But they had a strong performance against Torino. They looked really, really good, both offensively and defensively. They did concede one a little bit later in the game, and it's kind of against the run of the game, honestly. But Atlanta, I mean, they have depth. And that was the thing that I do want to say about that squad. And we kind of joked about it in the
96 returnings or whatever.
Yeah, they had like 99 players returning and like 45 leaving the club at one point. In terms of like overall transactions, they're like I think the highest transaction club in the world because they have so many players going in and out on loan constantly. But I mean, you can kind of see why they do that. They just have depth in every single position. So, and they constantly are finding these one-off players that no one's ever heard of that end up turning into these absolute studs.
Yeah.
So, I think they're justified to be up there because not only are they like top of the table, but they're up on a 5-goal differential as well. So it's not like they're coasting on these 1-0 victories. Like you said, they had a 3-0 win or 3-1 win, excuse me, against Torino, and Torino's a mid-table team. So it's hard to not overreact because it's only 4 match days in, but I think Atalanta fans are taking stock of what they got, and it's looking good.
The Gasparini way. Okay, and then we have we kind of touched on this with the Roma, but Juventus, so they had that 1-1 draw against Roma, which Michael already spoke about, and then their next match was a 2-0 win against Spezia. We were just talking about the Vlahovic free kick, a nice free kick, to be fair, but Michael does feel like a higher quality goalie may have gotten to it potentially, but still nothing to take away from the finish. And what Michael was saying, which I agree with, I mean, other than Zlatan, you don't really see these like big physical strikers who can hit a free kick as sweetly as Vlahovic did. And then Arkadiusz Milik getting off the mark for Juventus in the 92nd minute. Talk about that game a little if you want, Michael, or what your observations were.
Yeah, and Vlahovic also scored in the Roma game again. He was kind of a result of a good build-up play on that one. But that's the kind of striker you want, is the one that's in the right spot to finish goals when you need to put the ball there. But he, other than the actual goal that he had in the Spezia game, which was again, it's a free kick, left-footed, top corner, not really something you see from big-bodied strikers. And again, like you said, I argue that a better keeper in that game probably saves that. And then Milik comes in, and he had a phenomenal goal where the ball comes to his feet. He's got a defender posted up, and he makes this quick little turn onto his left foot.
Yep.
And I thought, and when I was watching this back and sharing it with my chat the other night, everybody thought he was going to lay that off to the wide open man, and he immediately he makes a quick pulled shot with so much power on it that he beats the keeper
and
short
placement
post.
too. And it was a very instinctual. Yeah. It was a mix of great technique and instinct. I think it was like that fox in the box.
Yeah, and he's a player that's one of those transfers that baffles me. Milik is a player who probably could have gone to so many different clubs and been the immediate number 9 at that club. But he goes to Juve, and he's starting behind Vlahovic right now. And it's good for him that when he's coming on, he's making impacts, and including getting a goal now all of a sudden. But he's not really somebody that I would expect to be on the bench very long. And what this Juve club is doing is really, really interesting. And the lineup that they went with against Spezia was the one that really baffled me, because they started Keane on the left wing, and then they started Cuadrado on the right wing. Now, Chiesa is out with injury still, but they had Di Maria on the bench, and then they also had I forget who it was. Sorry for my language, but they had another. So basically, they had a left winger and a right winger come in off the bench, which didn't make any sense to me because Cuadrado was terrible and Keane was terrible, which is why Juve ended up only winning this game 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
Milik again with like both goals were great individual performances. The team itself
Mm-hmm.
was completely dry.
Mm-hmm.
This 2-0 scoreline was actually very flattering for Juve.
You feel like it's exactly what you said. It's a bunch of individuals. You don't really know what you're getting with this team. Like, it's not well oiled for sure. They're struggling to score based on some of the talent that they do have up front. Sticks. Speaking of, you said Milik is a player that could fit into a lot of teams. Stick Piano here says he low-key wanted Milik to come to Everton. He could have taught Dominic Calvert-Lewin a lot.
He's bigger than Everton.
And then Young Gibbert here in chat says Allegri tactics are football heritage, playing the donut formation of 5-5. We were talking about this too, and we'll get into it with transfers possibly later. But Juventus is a place where, other than Pirlo and a couple of others, midfielders just seem to die under Allegri there. And there's been so many great midfielders on paper that have gone through and just kind of fell flat. Zakaria being the latest one. Had a terrible spell at Juventus in the last. Get that. Had a terrible spell at Juventus here, but people forget he was very highly rated out of Mönchengladbach, and I think it's just a graveyard for midfielders in that system. And
well, especially if you look at what. So again, this was the thing that really shocked me, and I have no idea what Allegri's doing with his team, because if we look at their starting lineup here, and granted, I want to take it with a grain of salt that this is a midweek matchup, but this is now, I think, the third game in a row that Cuadrado has started at right wing. And yes, he's crafty. He's a crafty, creative right back, naturally, right wing back, if you want to call him that. And he does actually play a little bit of right wing for Colombia, so it's not a completely a natural position for him, but he is more defensive minded than he is offensively minded.
I agree.
So that one, I'll call that a 50-50 at best, right? I can see that going either way. But the worrying part for me is that they bought Di Maria, and yes, he's still coming back from somewhat of an injury, but if he was fit enough to play, what was it, almost 30 minutes for them in that second half, why not just start him and try to get him some creativity and some cohesion with the starting lineup rather 100%. Than bring him on? But then they also started Moise Kean at left wing, and I understand that he's now down the pecking order at striker because Vlahovic and Milik are there. But they brought in again Filip Kostic, and they brought him in on as a late sub. That was a left winger I was struggling to remember earlier. Why not start him and let him get those starting minutes, especially against a team like Spezia, and you're at home? So again, that decision makes me really wonder, because they double substituted them both out at the same time, and they were both turnover machines and had no creativity. I think Cuadrado is the only one of those two that registered a shot the entire game. So, and then their midfield is completely defensive. They have Rabiot, Locatelli, and Moretti in the midfield. There's no creativity in that midfield right now. So I don't know where they're getting it from. And then Bremer and Gatti is their starting center backs. Bremer, I would argue, maybe is a quality striker or center back for Juve, but they don't have quality defenders right now. And De Siglio and Danilo is their fullbacks. So if you look at this Juventus team, you're like, this looks like, I would argue that this looks more like a Juve youth team than it would like a Juventus main team. But also shout out to Szczesny, because Szczesny took a terrible injury. He rolled his ankle, and I think they said that he did his ankle ligaments in. He's going to be out for a couple months. So we get to see Matteo Perin in goal for Juve for a while. So if you're doing Champions League fantasy, by the way, you may want to make sure you're not having Szczesny in your lineup.
By the way, guys, in Mykal87's Discord, if you aren't already, he is hosting a Champions League kind of a fantasy run here during the European competition, so feel free to join that. Just want to catch up on a couple of chat messages here over on Twitch. So Gibbert says Moretti seems like only quality in midfield. Don't know what happened to Locatelli. Exactly that. Locatelli was the guy for the midfield and started really well, but it feels like Juventus just doesn't have a cohesive system for midfielders to do well in, and there's no connection with this team. So it's not a unit.
I remember with Locatelli in the Italian team, there was a lot of hits about his work ethic in training and how they don't think that he's going to be selected for the Italian team for other tournaments going forward until he gets it fixed. So that might be something that's bleeding into his performance at Juve. Who knows? But I feel like we're starting to see the Chiellini effect here. I think we're starting to see the lack of leadership that you would normally have from a Chiellini or Bonucci. Bonucci wasn't even listed as a substitute for this game. I don't know if he's actually got an injury or what, but if you look at their bench, they don't have any creativity off the bench other than who they brought in as Milik, Di Maria, and Kostic.
Yeah.
So this team is a struggling team, and like they didn't really make any transfer moves that make me go, oh my gosh, because Di Maria is 90 years old, Kostic is aging as well. Milik again is the striker that makes me go, he could start anywhere. Why did he decide to go be a backup? So maybe Allegri is going to set up a two striker formation. That's what we need to be worried about. But I'm not a big fan of Juve this summer, and I think that they're probably going to miss out on Champions League if they stay at this rate.
Yeah, I will play devil's advocate and say it's 2 wins and 2 draws after 4 games. They sit 5th, but it is so early. Like Michael said, I think it's such a long season that they definitely could slip away from the pace. All right, the final team that we want to talk about, kind of the bigger boys that we haven't talked about, Milan. They played on the 27th on Saturday, the 27th of August. They beat Bologna 2-0. I think that was Rafael Leao and Giroud scored. By the way, unpopular opinion possibly, I liked those green kits that they played in. I liked them. I don't know, maybe it was my eyes, but I did. And then they struggled. Actually, shout out to Sassuolo, because that's a team that we don't give enough credit to. Like they're a hard team to break down, and they've been kind of just annoying all season, with a bunch of 1-0 scrappy wins. Juventus kind of took charge of them in the first week, but other than that, they've just been kind of just annoying to break down. And Milan struggled. Charles de Ketelaere is someone I want to touch on. I enjoyed his first couple of the first game that I got to watch of his fully. I'll be honest, I didn't watch him much in Belgium. I liked him in the first game I watched for Milan. I think it was the match against Atalanta, I'm not sure. But since then, I've been seeing a lot of stuff online as well. People aren't too happy with the way he's, I wouldn't say playing, but what he brings to the team, I guess, for Milan. But yeah, I mean, Milan is struggling a little bit here, I would say. I think, it's still early, but it's been... I mean, so let's go through their results. They beat Udinese 4-2, which is a huge result because Udinese is a tough team. They drew with Atalanta, who, like we talked about, are playing well to start the season. Will it sustain? Probably not. 2-0 against Bologna.
And that was away, by the way. That was at Atalanta.
Yeah, true, very true. And then the 2-0 against Bologna was good. Bologna's a bogey team in Serie A. If you guys watch enough Serie A, you know Bologna somehow, some way gets results against the top 4.
My Bologna has a first name.
And then this 0-0 against Sassuolo. So I wouldn't say they're struggling, but I definitely thought Milan would be... They were my pick for the Serie A title as well, and I thought that they would be a very well-oiled machine. But it's a little up and down, but still early days. I don't know what your thoughts are on Milan, Michael.
I think they need to... And they're a team that I really want to pay attention to in the winter window, is how I'm going to describe them. I think they're going to be a team that's very, very active in the winter window. And in my opinion, it's probably going to be up front. Giroud's there. We still haven't seen a full Ibrahimovic yet. But Giroud, you can tell that his wheels are starting to deflate a little bit. He is still one of those guys who's in the right place at the right time. And his positioning as a striker and his ability to finish is still one of the best in the world. And he doesn't get the respect that he deserves for that. Yeah. However, his ability to get into those positions, you can tell he's starting to be a little bit behind the play a little bit. And you notice that in the Sassuolo game. Like, Rafael Leao is right now the driving force of that team, and he is just like a man possessed. He is all over the field, left, right, center. He's shooting from all over. He's taking balls on from wherever. He is a phenomenal player, and you know how I feel about him. I still think that in the next year or two, he's going to be the top 3 players in the world. Yeah. I think he's top 10 players in the world. I really rate Rafael Leao. He's an amazing player. But you're starting to see some of the age creep up in this team a little bit, and I feel like that it was interesting because they didn't really make any changes that made us go, wow, this team is not going to have the cohesion to really do it again. They stuck together pretty well. I think that they do need, though, somebody up front that's going to be able to stretch the field and play like Rafael Leao is going to be able to play off of, and vice versa. So it'd be interesting to see who they start looking at in terms of striker. But again,
Memphis Depay.
This is a team, I know Juve and Napoli, I said I do want to start pushing the panic button on them 4 games in. Milan, they're a little bit further down the table, but I don't want to push the panic button on them yet, because again, like you said, a draw at Atlanta, that's a good team. Udinese, they put up 4 against Udinese, and they're a solid team.
Exactly.
And then Bologna at home, yes, but then again on the road at Sassuolo, and then like you said, Sassuolo just doesn't get the credit that they deserve. They put on a really gritty performance. Sassuolo is kind of like the Gladbach of Serie A, where they just always give these top flight teams just this impossible game. So I don't want to push the panic button on them yet, but you best believe I'm going to be watching the Milan Derby this weekend. AC Milan being listed as the home team. Not that it matters. That stadium's pretty 50-50 split. Excuse me. And if you've never watched a Milan Derby, please take the time out of your schedule this weekend to watch it. This is probably going to be one of the best ones we've seen in a long, long time.
Saturday,
with these
September
two teams
3rd,
going
guys.
at it. And this is an early table setter for Serie A.
This is going to be an interesting weekend coming up because we have Fiorentina hosting Juventus. We have Milan hosting Inter, like you said, in the same stadium, but still Milan is the home team.
And then
Lazio hosting Napoli and Udinese hosting Roma. We know Udinese is a tough team, so it's going to be a very interesting. I'm excited for this. Pay attention to the Serie A match day 5. If you guys remember, Mykal and I both said before the season started, if there was ever a time to get into the Serie A, it's
this year. Yeah. Especially because if you're in a country where you have Paramount Plus, shout out Paramount Plus, please sponsor us. If you are in a country where you have Paramount Plus and you're using that to watch the Champions League, Europa League, and Conference League, which by the way is an amazing deal if you're a football fan, you also get all the Serie A matches included in that. Just watch them. Like it's easy enough. They stream all of them. There's no blackouts or anything. # sponsor us, Paramount Plus. But like
# sponsor Mykal, not me, because I'm Canadian.
Yeah. This is the season to watch it, man. This is an amazing league that you're starting to see a lot of these teams really come together. And like I said, the Argentinians that are in this league for a lot of the different teams, especially, like obviously you're gonna have the Italian players and whatnot, but the Argentinian players that you're getting to see make a name for themselves in this league are really exciting. So
100%.
And like you said, this match day 5, now when we have this podcast next week and we're covering the Serie A, I feel like we're gonna get a real true understanding of where a lot of these teams are.
100%.
Napoli, Lazio, that's gonna give us a great understanding of where Napoli is. Fiorentina, Juve on the road in a tough place to play. Yes, Fiorentina's not having the best season right now, but again, yes, it's the return of Vlahovic and a new season. And Juve, again, is a team that's not really looking good right now, dealing with a lot of injuries. Roma having to visit Udinese. Udinese is on a great run of form. Roma needs to keep up their pace. So even the smaller games, Sampdoria going to Hellas Verona, Bologna, Spezia, there's a lot of great quality matchups. Early on,
Sassuolo is going to be a banger of a match too, because those are two teams that I think are going to make it so tough to drop points against each other. Having said that, guys, I want to summarize. I think what we're going to do maybe every week is just summarize like a quick top 6 of who's in that position and maybe some leaders in the stats. So like we said, as of match day 4 being completed, the Serie A table reads Atalanta in 1st, Roma 2nd, Inter Milan 3rd, Napoli 4th, Juventus 5th, and Milan in 6th.
I do want to you had a comment here in your chat. Gibbert says that he feels that Serie A is the only other big league, or excuse me, Serie A is the only big league which will have a good title race. And Serie A has always had good title races. I will argue that
in the preseason,
but I think next to the Premier League title race, this is the only other one, in my opinion, that does have a couple point spread. So, and again, it comes down to match days like this where you have just these powerhouse matchups that really matter, but also you have these matchups like AC Milan drawing to Sassuolo on a random midweek matchup. So this is a league where every 2 points, 3 points, 1 point that you get is extremely important.
Exactly. And the final thing I want to touch on before we move on from the Serie A, in terms of individual statistics, then Vlahovic leads the league with 4 goals, tied with Toyin Kupamainers from Atalanta, also on 4. And then on 3 goals, we have Kvitschva Kvartvelia from Napoli, Lautaro Martinez, and Marko Arnautovic. And the assist leader for the league is SMS Sergei Milinkovic-Savic, another wonderful player from Lazio.
Where's Lukaku?
Where is he?
Everybody thought he was going to go back to Inter and bang home 20, but he's not even playing.
I was hoping he would so that Inter can buy him back, because this is just a loan. I mean, if this loan fails, we've talked about this without deviating much. If this loan fails, he's showing up to Chelsea training camp in the summer of 2023 and saying, "Hi guys, I'm back. What do we do now?" So Lots to watch.
Which is funny because everybody in the world knows Chelsea needs a striker, but just not that one.
Just not that one, please, not that one. Anyways,
yeah,
a good bye forever, says Michelle, of course. A good wrap up on Serie A there. That was fun. Again, sorry that we missed that last week. Sorry. It is just so much to talk about, and even today we have so much. So let's move on then to, I believe, was it we wanted to go down to the Ligue. Is that what we wanted to do?
The Uber Eats League.
By the way, this
hashtag DoorDash is better.
Hashtag DoorDash. Yeah, hey, DoorDash is my thing. I love DoorDash. I just want to say, before we move on, Young Gibbert and Dark Raiden echoing this in chat. Haaland already outscored Lukaku in the Prem the entire last season in just 5 games. Okay.
Yeah, and we'll get to that too, because
let's move on.
I got my own thought on this, but
Erling.
Yeah. I'm gonna nickname Ligue 1. I'm just gonna say it Ligue 1 because I don't have the fortitude to keep saying French.
Yes.
This is the red card league so far this year.
Again.
Wednesday we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red cards in one match day. Again. Whereas last weekend when we covered them, they had 8, 9. And then on Sunday, match day 4 for most of these teams, or match day 3 for most of these teams, excuse me. We had 1, 2, 3, 4 again on Sunday. Saturday we had none, and Friday there was none. So a total of, was that 8 if my math is right?
Are we
over
going
the
for
last
like
2 match days?
Is the league going for a record to attract viewers? Like this is the most scrappy league in the world, this and that. Like we talked about this, or is it just the refs are atrocious? You said you hope not, because France is going to have a delegation of refs heading to the World Cup, but it's insane.
By the way, speaking of refs going to the World Cup, you're going to hate this, but I heard the other day that Anthony Taylor is one of the refs going to the World Cup.
I mean, as long as he doesn't cost Canada a place in the knockouts,
his first game is Canada.
He haunts me everywhere he goes. For those of you that don't know, I'm a Chelsea fan, and if you don't know,
he said Jonathan Davidoff.
Yeah, just Google Chelsea and Anthony Taylor, and you'll have a full scientific project on the stuff that's happened. But as a Canadian as well, watch Anthony Taylor referee the one match that allows Canada to move on to the knockouts for the first time, and he sends half the team off. Anyway, shout out to
Martin Atkinson, dude. I can't do Martin Atkinson.
We all have that bogey ref, man. It's hilarious. But yeah, that's a story for a different day. Okay, let's go. So the 26th is when action started for the French league here. The first match I see on here was a nice 3-1 win by Lille against Ajaccio, and then their next match was a 2-1 loss to Nice. So a little up and down for Lille. I'll be honest, I did not watch much French league this weekend or these last couple of weeks. So if there's anything you want to touch on, Michael, go ahead.
I mean, I watched the highlights of the Ajaccio game because, let's be honest, it's Ajaccio, right? So it was interesting because they had to bounce back from that 7-1 defeat at home to PSG, right? So that's why I went back and watched those highlights, because I wanted to see what kind of team would show up. It's hard to say that they were good, but it's hard to say they were bad. It's one of those like
routine wins.
It's an expected performance, you know. It's like when teams line up against Bournemouth. It's just a matter of how much, not if. So, good for them. But then they come back at home again and they lose 2-0 to Nice.
2-1.
And Nice, 2-1. And Nice was the better team.
Nicolas
like just
Pepe,
flat out.
Scores his I think that's his first goal for Nice. I'm not sure. Can we talk about this for 1 second? I don't want to cut you off, but when you look at the stats for the 2-1 with Nice and Lille, Lille had 18 shots to Nice's 3, out of which 6 were on target for Lille, 2 on target for Nice. Possession was 63% Lille, 37% Nice, and Nice scores 2 penalties in 7 minutes to walk away with a 2-1.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like it's one of those where like if you look at the stats and then if you watch the game, it's two different things. Yes, Lille had a lot of the ball, and they were taking kind of shots from spots in the field that just didn't really make a ton of sense. Like they just weren't doing things that made a ton of sense. But then when Nice gets the ball, they make these great moves into the box that end up resulting in penalties. So it's all about what you're doing with what you're getting. So Nice put in a really good, grindy performance for this one, and honestly, like I said, they just looked the better team the whole thing. Yes, statistically. Lille put in the performance, but this is a team that you and I predicted Lille to be way up on the table.
Yep.
And this is 2 losses and a draw now that honestly they shouldn't have gotten, including a 7-1 beatdown by PSG at home, who they were expected to be challenging for the title. So
Absolutely. Yeah. And I just want to give Nice credit where credit is due for that performance, because you and I both have, I think we said we were both kind of have a soft spot for Nice from last season as well. But yeah, Lille is kind of going through an interesting period where, excuse me, I just have to cough here. Like we said, it's not a full blow up of that title winning team. Obviously the coach changed. They lost a couple of players, but you know, it's you didn't expect that 7-1. I think that at home, like you talked about last week, Mykal, was a pretty big moment in their season, I would say, because that kind of puts into your head, are we good enough? And we're going to see what they're made of for the rest of the season. But, you know, that was a very, very mentally draining performance against PSG, I would argue.
And what you're seeing with this team is that they're very susceptible defensively. Ismaili was a great pickup for them, but
Shakhtar, right?
Diallo is a really young center back who has a lot to learn still, especially, I mean, even in this league, he's a really young Portuguese center back that has a lot to learn. Fonte is 99 years old, and like I speed walk faster than he runs, I feel like.
We talked about
I'm fat and old. So
we talked about this last week, where you see some of these center backs aging like fine wine, whereas Jose Fonte is kind of the aging in the tip. No offense, disrespect to him. I mean, better than I can do, but you know.
I honestly think that like he wouldn't even make it in the MLS in a lot of squads right now. Like he's been that bad so far. And their midfield, Andre last year was a great holding midfielder. This year he's just getting blown by in the midfield. And Gomes has just been absolutely a ghost, which is unfortunate, because I thought Angel Gomes was going to have a great showing this season. I really predicted that this was going to be his season where he puts a stamp on it and ends up getting a good move to England next season. But their front four, Jonathan David, Bamba, Yaziki, like a phenomenal front four, but they just don't have the defense behind them right now. And you're seeing that with this kind of counterattacking loss to Nice, the 7-1 beatdown from PSG. They just don't have the ability to support their front attack, which, again, maybe it's something they fix in the winter window.
Maybe. Just want to shout out Jonathan David, my Canadian icon. Not really an icon, but the Iceman. 2 goals, 2 assists in 5 games to start the season, which is a nice little shift from him. Okay, so that was
he's one that if by the way, just a quick side note here, he's one that I would pay attention to, especially after the World Cup. When we get into the winter window post World Cup, and if Lille's still having this kind of mid-table season like they are, keep an eye on Jonathan David moving to a bigger team. He might be one of those people that move off to a team kind of like who was it I was mentioning earlier that kind of need a striker. I totally lost the conversation we were having. No, we were in the Serie A. I don't remember who it was, but
Juventus. No, Milan.
Milan. There you go. Yeah, AC Milan. So, he had, if he has a good a season as he had last year, and we get into he has a good performance for Canada in the World Cup, there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to want a striker in the winter window, and I wouldn't be surprised if his name gets shopped around.
I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Okay, moving on to, I don't know, do we talk about, I think we talk about Lens, man. Lens is shout out to them. Like it's early days, but they're tied obviously on points with PSG, which is 13. However, the goal difference is +9 for PSG. But Lens had a very nice week. If you guys don't know, Mykal shared a phenomenal video. I think it was in his Discord. So if you aren't in the Mykal87 Discord, please join. Off the field stuff, like tears in my eyes type of stuff. RC Lens brought out Seko Fofana for a surprise contract extension signing, and Mykal shared that phenomenal video. If you haven't seen it yet and you love the sport and you're just a human being with a heart, please watch it. But
it was a really special moment too. Like not only was it just like they brought him on, like it was after the game, the entire stadium, like all like 45,000 or whatever it was, stayed and watched him sign his contract in the middle of the field. Like that's one of the most special moments I've ever seen for a player.
100%.
And it's for a club that you wouldn't like. No one ever. I mean, how many people know of even Lens as a team? You know what I mean? So Fofana as a player, but to see that kind of thing is really, 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 really cool.
Not like it was phenomenal.
that's a club legend kind of thing, because you don't see that for everybody. So
And you could see how much it meant to him. He was reduced to a balling mess at points. But shout
mm-hmm.
out to them, man. Nice off the field moments and on the field moments. They are right there keeping pace with PSG.
Dude, Openda for them has been
The Dutch,
oh my gosh,
Mhm.
he's been crazy.
Yeah.
He's been really, really, really good. So a good signing for them to bring him in, because he's been a breath of fresh pace in that team.
100%. Good week, good 2 games for them. 2-1, beating Rennes 2-1, and then they beat Lorient 5-2. And like you said, Openda scoring there. A few different players joining in. I think Lens, it's early days, but they look like a good team, and it's early, of course, like I said. But I mean, they're defensively pretty solid. They've only conceded 6. They've scored 14. Have they had the toughest run of games? Let's take a look. I would argue probably not. I mean, they beat Brest 3-2. They drew with Ajaccio actually in the second match week, but then they beat Monaco 4-1. Monaco, of course, had that red card in that game. And so, I think they are a top 6 contender at this point for me.
They have to be. The French league is one of those things where it's like, so you have like the top 3 and then you have the bottom 3 teams, but then everybody in between is like so equal in terms of talent and potential that it's really hard to predict this league one way or another. But Lens is one of those teams that's just they're like a dog that doesn't know when to stop. You know what I mean? They have so much fight in them, and they have a good mix of old and experienced players, young and potential players. That team, maybe that club might be starting to come together, and they might be getting a lot more attention soon. But solid performances from them, all from every position on the field, which is the same thing that we saw from them last year. They had a ton of contributions both from attack, midfield, and defensively. So
speaking of defense,
hoping that they get to play in big games in Europe.
I would love that. Speaking of defense, Young Kibbert points out something that we talked about as well early on. Klaus joining Marseille, but still, since Lens came up, Klaus was great for them, but they're still doing just fine without him so far. But again, early days. Jonesy here on,
and he's doing well.
He is doing very well at Marseille, which we will probably get into next. Jonesy here over on Twitch asks, why are PSG so much better this season compared to last? The new manager really has them playing well compared to Poch. I think with a team like
he's referencing PSG, by the way.
PSG, yeah. So I just want to touch on that before I forget. I think PSG is PSG. Like, we, even during these summaries, we don't really talk much about them because, I mean, it's PSG in the league. No disrespect, but there's no one that's really going to be challenging PSG this year. I mean, I would love for it to happen, but the team that they have, the coach that they have, the way, like you said, the way they've been playing under him, I think it's just a matter of when, not if.
Well, I saw it was like their payroll, like they could take the next 10 teams in the league's payroll and add it all together, and it would still be less than what PSG's payroll is. So you better be top of the league at that point. So
100%.
By the way, I found a statistic here about League One because we were talking about it earlier. A total of 20 red cards so far, and we're on match day 5.
Insane. Can't wait for the rest of the season. This is going to be a record, I'm telling you. Speaking of PSG, let's talk about their rivals Marseille, who are currently also on 13 points. So it's PSG, Marseille, and Lens all on 13. Marseille had a nice week. They beat Nice 3-0, and then they beat Clermont Foot 1-0. Nuno Tavares looks like a decent player over at Marseille. The Arsenal fans, I've spoken to a few who were very frustrated with his performances at Arsenal, and wanted to they were questioning what his kind of future would be at Arsenal. They sent him over to Marseille, and I mean, it is Liga, no disrespect, but he looks like a decent player. Alexis Sanchez scores a couple against Nice. I think Marseille is a team. Viva Eric Bailly, says Uncle Gus. And today, who could forget, without getting into too much transfer stuff, the Bamba Dieng joining Nice from Marseille debacle. For those of you that don't know, as far as I'm aware, the situation, the last thing that happened was Bamba Dieng was going to leave Marseille and join Leeds, I think it was Leeds. And he's sitting on the tarmac in his private jet, or whatever, and his agent's last minute negotiating with Nice. Finally, they agree, okay, you know what? I'm not going to fly to Leeds. I'm going to go to Nice instead. They land in Nice. Bamba Dieng has his medical. He fails it for whatever reason. I'm not sure if news has come out about what or why or whatever, but I just know he failed it, and now he's at Marseille again. What a last day of the deadline for him. But
which is concerning, because like when you fail a medical, now you have to go back to your main team. Marseille's going to be like, well, what the hell's wrong with him?
Was this oversight from Marseille where they didn't do the medical properly, or what? But what are your thoughts on Marseille, man? What are your thoughts on Marseille, Michael?
I mean, they're a solid team and they did good business. Like Alexis Sanchez, obviously coming in is it was a question mark signing for me because it was good for me because they got him on a free. So like that's never really bad business when you bring in a player of his quality, but I didn't know if he was going to be the player that was going to be able to replace Milik. Like
Hmm.
Milik is a phenomenal striker and puts up probably close to 20 goals a season.
Hmm.
I didn't think Alexis Sanchez was going to be able to do that, but he scored 2 in the midweek game,
Yep.
and then he also put up I think an assist in the other game. So um, they're a solid team front to back. Like that's a team that they did lose. That left back. I'm trying to remember what his name was, but they lost their starting left back. Was it Amavi?
Oh yeah, Jordan
Um,
Amavi.
so that'll be interesting to see how big of an impact that is to him. But I will also say that they are bleeding goals in a couple of these games that you probably wouldn't expect them to. I mean, they had that one goal that they conceded to Reims that was kind of a weird one defensively where they kind of fell asleep. And then they also conceded to Nantes as well. So
Yep.
they also lost Cadillac Car as well. So while they
Yeah.
are performing really, really well, they kind of also just dissected their the left side of their defense.
Mhm.
So they have a good tune-up match against Ozier this week. So we'll have to see who's surprising us, by the way, and they're in mid-table currently. So it'd be interesting to see on the road how their performance is against that team who's fighting for survival. So
Yeah.
good team, but definitely somebody that you want to put under the spotlight over the next couple of weeks to see how they rebound.
100%. Shout out to Montpellier, man. They had a nice week. 7-0 against Brest and then a 2-0 against Ajaccio. Sees them sitting in 5th place after 5 games played. Interesting results there. Just a goal fest against Montpellier. By the way, Wabi Kazri is over at Montpellier, which is a name that I haven't heard in a while. It was interesting seeing him. And Monaco, we haven't really talked about Monaco. They're kind of, I don't really know what's happening when you look at the table. They're in 16th. But again, that's on 5 points, and Europe is just 5 points away. So it's not like disaster time yet. But they had a great result against PSG on match day 4. Kevin Volland scored a nice goal in the 20th. I remember that. And then I think Neymar had a 70th minute penalty to get a 1-1 result. But then Monaco goes and loses to Troyes 4-2. Thoughts on Monaco, my friend?
No creativity on this team right now. They're lining up defensively in a lot of these games. Right now they're currently relying on Golovin to be the supply chain into Ben Yedder and Volland, and hoping that these three can really set up a lot of goals, and it's just not working for him. They came out firing against PSG on the road, and they had a good chance to win that game, and then just defensively got overpowered by PSG in the end of things. But not really a team that I think has the gusto right now to push to be a Champions League team in France. They need some help offensively in terms of creativity. Because if they keep lining up in this 5 at the back with 2 holding mids and relying on just 3 people to produce goals, it's not going to work. And on top of that, like, not only are they not producing goals, but they're, even with basically 7 defenders, they're bleeding goals. They're on a negative -4 goal difference. I don't want to say negative -4, sorry, but on a -4 goal differential on the season.
11 conceded, 7 scored.
Yeah. So like they're not in the right. I don't know if it's a state of mind. I don't know if it's just they don't have the quality, but they need to figure it out. And that's a team again that this would be one of those teams where, yes, it's only match day 4, but it's time to start looking at them and maybe hitting the panic button early in the season.
Okay. Is there any team that we missed that you want to touch on with this league, Michael?
We don't really need to touch on PSG. Lyon was a team that we did want to touch base on because they have been, and they did have a really disappointing showing against Reims on the road.
There is one man from Lyon.
Yeah, Moussa Dembele was able to score in the 86th minute of that game. Reims did get a red card in that game, so it's kind of annoying that in 63 minutes as well. So it took them basically all game to break down Reims and score but that, as a road game, you do take a 1-1 result. But they've been phenomenal, and Tete going into that team has been a light switch for
That
them
is the one.
offensively.
Yeah.
And you can really see. It's interesting to me the relationship that he has formed with Lacazette already. But Tete coming in from Shakhtar has been a light switch on that team. And I will say that we do want to pay attention to the loss of Paqueta, because Paqueta was a phenomenal player for them.
Joining West Ham.
But they're off to a good start so far. So
Leon looks good.
And they have a couple weeks still before they play any of the really big dogs, so they have a chance to keep building on their solid performance.
100%.
And they do have a game in hand as well. So
yeah, looking ahead to next week, then nothing really crazy. I think Montpellier Lille will be nice. Like we said, Montpellier has been in good form the last couple of weeks. Nantes PSG. Nantes plays host to PSG. I remember Nantes gave them a very tough match last time they played in the last season, so that'll be interesting. And Nice Monaco, like you said, I think it's time to see what Monaco does against a team like Nice, who, it should be an even game. If Nice runs right over them at home, might be an issue to look out for with Monaco. Yep. After 5 match days, then the table is PSG in first with 13, as well as Lens and Marseille all on 13. Lens and Marseille actually have the same goal difference, but Lens have 3 more goals scored. Lyon in 4th, Montpellier in 5th. And Monaco just above the relegation zone. In terms of stats, we talked about this. Neymar leads the league with 7 goals, and then you have Mbappe and Sotoka in 5th, but then with 5 goals. But then you have Balogun, Mafi, and Tete from Lyon, who we just talked about, on 4 goals, so hovering right behind Neymar.
Yep.
But Neymar 7 goals and 6 assists to start the season.
Neymar is also a top assist man with 6 assists as well, with Messi right behind him at 4. And something you and I talked about offline, but the surprising thing about PSG to me is that even though they do have some of these dominant performances, Donnarumma is 3rd in the league in saves, which tells me one thing: they are conceding a ton of shots on target. So that's one thing that to pay attention to, is eventually some team, it's kind of like an FM thing, where eventually some team is going to put those behind the keeper, and we'll get to see how PSG does when they're playing catch up. So
yeah.
And also, they may not be as stout defensively this year as they were last year. So
yeah, things to watch out for. Interesting. Okay, that is a wrap on the French league, guys. And we would like to move on then to, I believe we wanted to move on to the Bundesliga, correct?
The Bundesliga.
The Bundesliga, exactly. All right. So 1 match during in the league, and then 1 match in the Pokal, correct? Is that how it happened this past week for them? It wasn't 2 league matches. Yep. Okay. So if we talk about the league match day 4,
and we can honestly just stick with the league matches, because the Pokal matches this early in the round are basically League 1 teams facing like League 3 and 4 teams. So
shout out to 2 things though for the Pokal matches. I think Mathys Tel was nice to watch for Bayern. And Werner with a hat-trick, which Chelsea fans were overreacting about, but like, it's a 4th-tier team, like Michael said. Good for him. I'm glad that he scored, because most likely he wasn't scoring that against a similar level opposition at Chelsea. It's nice to see him backfiring, regardless of what tier the opposition is. But let's move on then to the match days in the league. So we had Leverkusen. The 1 week that our friend from chat here, Dark Raiden, does not watch Leverkusen, they score 3 and get a win against Mainz 3-0, even though they got a red card there.
Hashtag he's the problem.
Hashtag I told him, I said, Dark Raiden, you got to stop watching, brother. You know now, if you don't watch, they're going to win. Thoughts on Leverkusen getting off the mark? Still early days, still not fully convinced by what we've seen, but a big win for them at least to get off the mark.
Yeah, and Frimpong was a big this was his stamp in his arrival, I would say. He had a really good performance for them, and I think he's going to be one of the players that wants to take over for this team this season. So they had a really strong showing, honestly, for this. They had 2 red cards in this game, by the way. They had one just at the end of the game, but solid performance. And Mainz isn't an easy team to beat ever, and especially when you're on the road. So they had it was a good performance. There's not really a lot you can take away from this, other than they're going to be interesting to watch going forward with how young this team is. And if this is going to be one of those, like sometimes it only takes one game to set a team off, and next thing you know, they're winning games left and right. So maybe this is that one game for them. I hope it is, because they definitely deserve it. They've been putting in a lot of work in with a young team, but
Nice to see them. Yeah, like you said, Frimpong, shout out to him. Nice to see them score. But if I'm not mistaken, Schick still on 0 goals, I think.
yes, yep.
So that's something to watch. We've talked about this many times, but hopefully this is, like Dark Raiden says in chat here on Twitch, hopefully this is the game that kickstarts Leverkusen to soon Kusen and not Neverkusen. We'll see. Freiburg with a nice 1-0 over Bochum. I mean, it's you kind of expect that. Bochum responding well, I would say, after that 7-0 against Bayern. Yes, you expect it, but you're at home. It's a 7-0 against Bayern. It's kind of like, here we go again. They kept it pretty tight against Freiburg, and I think they did what was asked of them, and so nothing to be ashamed of there for them. Nkunku continues. I believe he is 4 goals, tied for the lead in the in the Bundesliga.
Yes.
Musiala, by the way, just one bloody goal behind Nkunku. 2-0 Leipzig.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know that's someone we're going to talk about in a bit, but Leipzig scores in the 5th and the 90th, gets a 2-0 win against Wolfsburg. Leipzig is one that we've talked about this, right? So we saw today, and not to skip ahead with the transfers, but we saw Guardiola. There were murmurs about Chelsea, whatever, and then it kind of ended out, and I think he signed a new contract. So I think the consensus was, and I was very vocal about this, and I think Mykal agreed and was on the same page. This is the year where Leipzig tries to keep it together as best as they can and push as hard as they can to try to get that title.
I agree.
If they do not do it, don't be surprised if you see a completely gutted Leipzig team next year. Go ahead, Michael. Thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. And the Gavardiol signing was amazing. I love to see that he completely shut down all those options. He's like, no, I want to stay with this team,
100%,
and dedicated a couple of years of his life to that team. So, and a player that definitely deserves the pay raise as well. So good for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a team right now where their main core unit, in Nkunku, Szoboszlai, Gavardiol, Dani Olmo, like they have a really core unit that is working very, very well together. They're still, to me, probably one piece away, which is really disappointing to see that they didn't bring anybody in this window. But I will say that they're looking good in terms of performances. However, I will say, watching this Leipzig-Wolfsburg game, Wolfsburg were in this game until the very end. The penalty, it's one of those where it's a penalty and you can't really argue it, but would you want it to be called one way or the other? Sure. But and then they had a couple good shots. Like Leipzig definitely threatened for a lot, but Wolfsburg also threatened for a very long time in this game as well. And then unfortunately, Wolfsburg just got caught out chasing the game late on and conceded again. So 2-0 scoreline for this game was definitely flattering for Leipzig, but they are, 3 points is 3 points, and they are trending in the right direction. So
doesn't matter how you get it, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Then we have Hoffenheim with a 1-0 over Augsburg. I mean, Augsburg is struggling a little bit this year, as expected. I didn't think they're just a team that's, you kind of know what you're going to get with them. No offense to them at all, but I mean, they mustered up 1 shot on target, I think.
Total offense to them. That club's run so shit at this point.
Yeah, you go ahead. I mean,
I'll call them out.
Yeah, this is Michael's wheelhouse, this league, so I think he can speak on that.
Augsburg's one of those teams where anytime they get somebody that has any sort of value, they just ship them off immediately. Like it's a fan base that complains a lot about not wanting or not being able to win games, but then they also complain about not being able to bring in the money when they bring in, or they have this good player. So that fan base, to me, I have a lot of personal issues with, and I'm not going to deep dive into it a whole lot, but that club needs to be run a lot better than what it is being currently. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be one of those teams that's like up for a big overhaul in the next couple of years. Same kind of thing that we saw with Union Berlin and how they're trending up, but Augsburg is definitely dwindling down, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they're staving off relegation over the next couple of years.
Yeah, exactly. They're 1 point out of the relegation zone. They're 1 point ahead of Schalke, and their goal difference is only 2 goals better than Schalke.
Which Schalke got their pants pulled down to their ankles this weekend. Berlin just lit them up.
Let's talk about it. 6-1 Union Berlin against Schalke. I can't speak highly enough of Union Berlin, man. We hyped them up before the season started, but I'm just they're special.
and it's the business that they did. They Union Berlin, like, no one really talked about the transfers that they made or the players that they brought in or the players that they kept and they refused to sell, but they knew what they wanted. It's kind of like a good comparison would be like an Arsenal situation where they were struggling for a while and they decided to go with somebody and stick with them, and now you're looking at the results and how they're building. This team is young. They're Holy shit, this big ass mosquito just flew in front of me. Sorry,
No, you're good.
completely unprofessional, but
No, it's unprofessional. The mosquito, not you.
um it's a young team that they're building together, and they have experience in the right places. I admire this team and how they've built and how this club's running.
Mm-hmm.
To be again, it's knee jerk reaction because we're 4 match days in, but they're on a +8 goal differential in second place with an undefeated season so far. An amazing performance by them. And then yes, Schalke was a team that is going to be, they're kind of listed as a yo-yo team right now, where they're going to be struggling for a little bit, bouncing back and forth. But to go on the road with this young team and just absolutely like missile through Schalke
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
was insane. And it wasn't one of those, like, sometimes you'll see these score lines and Berlin just is getting lucky and they're on the end of the balls a couple different times and they're white plate. No, this was a hard fought, constant from kickoff to, like, they scored in the 6th minute and then the 90th minute.
Start to end.
They put in a full 90 against a Schalke team that was staving off a tough team. And like, Berlin is scary, man. Like, that's a scary young team that has a lot of belief right now, and that's something that I would want to be in front of.
100%. Yeah, Kill My here on Twitch chat says Jordan Pefik. I think, yeah, he's been great.
Mm-hmm.
I was one who was like, yeah, Taiwo Awani is left and this and that, but like you said, they've done such a good job of keeping it intact, keeping it, together, not panicking, nothing, and just kind of building with what they already have and showing that they don't, necessarily need, like, they're not, it doesn't look like they're missing Taiwo right now. And I think that's the biggest thing, because he was obviously one of the prolific guys for them. But they've had some big results. They beat Leipzig last week 2-1. They beat Hertha in the Berlin derby, which was a phenomenal atmosphere, 3-1. And like you said, this was no easy 6-1, right?
No. Now tell me who they play next.
And the next game next week, looking ahead, Saturday, September 3rd, the mighty Bayern München. So that'll be a real test. That's going to be a banger.
That's the one where we get to figure out if this dream run that they're on is real or not. They're
Berlin
level with,
by the way.
Yeah, they're level with Bayern right now for the Bundesliga. They're only behind on goal differential, but this is going to be an amazing test for them. That back line is going to get tested against Bayern Munich for sure, but they also have the attack to test the Bayern Munich back line. So this is one of those games, like we said, there's a lot of big spotlight games this weekend, especially in Serie A. This is another one, though, where wake up early and watch, because this is the early game in Bundesliga. So get up early and watch this one. This one's going to be a burner, I believe.
Cracker.
This is probably going to be one of those 90 full 90s. So
amazing game. I'm very much looking forward to it. No offense to this one, I'm going to gloss over it. FC Köln and Stuttgart 0-0.
Yeah, just kind of
Werder Bremen again in another goal fest here, 4-3. Actually, I should say 3-4, because Werder Bremen lost 3-4. 92nd minute penalty for Werder Bremen, just a little too late. I didn't get to watch this match, but Frankfurt, I think, probably looks decent enough without their main guy Kostic. I think, like I said, I didn't really watch it in detail. I saw some of the highlights, so I can't comment on the flow of the match, but Frankfurt is a team that is currently kind of languishing in the table, but kind of don't know what to expect week to week with them.
Mario Götze getting off the mark, by the way, early in that match. So good to have him back in German football. He's definitely going to make a name for himself at Frankfurt, I believe. So like you said, Frankfurt's a team right now that I think they're trying to rediscover their identity, because so much of what they were doing was going to the left and Kostic. So I think that they're going to be a team that's this is going to be an up and down season for them. So they're also having to deal with Champions League football. So it's going to be a really, really big test for that team. and if they're going to be able to maintain that kind of success that they put their fans to expect them from last season. So, Bremen, though, this is a game that even though they lost and it's 4-3, this is a game that they impressed me with again. They came out, they conceded an early goal, they fought back to go up 2-1, and then they ended up going down 3-1 at halftime, and then shortly thereafter at 4-1, shortly after halftime. But they didn't give up. They pushed that game for again a full 90. They ended up winning a penalty towards the end and scoring the penalty, but that team doesn't have a quit button on them. So they're going to be a threat to some of these big teams. Like Frankfurt wants to be a big team. This was a good test for them. And then, so if they can keep the pressure on a lot of these big teams, especially in these home matches for them, they might get some shock results. I still think that they're going to be outside of European football, but I respect their performances that they put in so far, even though they're not getting the results they necessarily want.
Speaking of big teams too, next week I think Frankfurt has plays host to Leipzig, so we'll see how that goes for them. But yes, 2 more games left to talk about then. The first is Dortmund beating Hertha Berlin 1-0 on the road. Modest scored a 32nd minute goal. I think it was a header across from the right, came in, and he just kind of bullied his way in and got I think that was his first goal for Dortmund. Correct me if I'm wrong. By the way, I say this every week. Shout out to Sebastian Haller. If you guys haven't seen the interview, the very emotional and raw interview where he was accepting the award on stage, speaking about his battle with the tumor that they found. Please check it out. But yeah, best wishes.
Was it Dutch football player of the year?
100%. Very emotional.
Well, he's not Dutch, but was it the Dutch League player of the year or whatever?
Yeah, from his time with Ajax. But yeah, very emotional. Guys, check it out. But yeah, Dortmund 1-0. Scrappy finds a way. Away from home against Hertha is probably a decent enough result. But anything you saw in that game that made you interested?
I tuned in late to this game, but this is one where like Dortmund could easily have scored probably 4 or 5. Berlin got a couple big saves from their keeper here. In just the moments that I was watching, and Berlin didn't really threaten. They had a lot of shots, but a lot of them were from areas of the field that really wouldn't put you under any pressure. So, which is good because Dortmund's weakness so far has been their keeper. Kobel's been like a hot piece of ass in goal for him so far. So, like everybody's just taking a piece of him. So, but Dortmund threatened, and they were very, very creative. They just couldn't get it in the back of the net. And then all of a sudden, you get Modest in the middle of the game, was able to finish, and then again, just couldn't finish it the rest of the game. So they're looking young up front, but they're starting to gel, especially with Brandt and Royce behind him. So it'll be interesting to see if those young players surrounding those experienced players can start to establish a rhythm, and then they might be a little bit more dangerous.
I want to touch on that because firstly, I want to say we did say this last couple of episodes. We've talked about Haller, but Uncle Gus in chat here makes a very good point. Males, please get your yearly checkups because you just never know. And testicle cancer is a very real thing. So guys, if you are of age, please get your checkups. Haller is doing a phenomenal job of raising awareness. It's something that we don't really think about on a day-to-day. I want to touch on what you said about Royce and Brandt in behind. I think the first couple of games of the season, Dortmund started with that trio of Adeyemi, Moukoko, and what's the guy? The other guy, man. Daniel Malen up front, and I didn't really like it. Like, it seemed really ambitious and just weird. Like, it didn't seem like it made sense. And now with a focal point of Modest, like you said, with Brandt and Royce behind, at least, I still don't think Adeyemi on the right makes a lot of sense, or even as like, I think he does deserve to play up front, if anything, or on the left possibly. But I like that they've deviated from that because that was a little head scratching for me, the way they started with Moukoko, Adeyemi, and Malen up front. It seemed like it was for like the first 3 games they did that.
I feel like they're kind of going for like an inverted play. If you look at it with Adeyemi and Modest, Modest is definitely playing as like that big body man up front who's gonna kind of hold play up. Royce is kind of like the orchestrator, and then Brandt and Adeyemi have been doing a lot of cutting inside and making darting runs from the edge of the box. So, and they're relying on their fullbacks to be really creative, and Guerrero, and and Wolf are getting forward a lot. That, however, though, is also where they're being susceptible. Is Schlotterbeck definitely has the pace and the ability to make up for that ground, but if Hummels is in the back line instead of Sula, then you definitely have the ability to go directly at them on the counter attack. So it's a team that I think, like I said, they have a lot of youth, they have a lot of experience. They just need to, I think, get some of those players on the same page and then be able to cover for one another, especially when you make 3 big changes on your back line with Sula and Schlotterbeck trying to come in and gel with Hummels, who's got that experience on many big stages. So
yeah.
Again, this is a team that match day 4, are they where they want to be? Probably not. Is it panic mode for them yet? No, probably not. I'd say this is probably another 4 or 5 weeks. We'll see where they are, and I predict them to be top 3 probably at the end of those couple weeks.
Cool. Okay, and then we left one match for the end here. A match that, if you guys were here for episode 6, by the way, this should come as no surprise. Mykal mentioned it, and he said, he literally said, Mönchengladbach is Bayern's bogey team, and there was a boogeyman in this game as well. A boogeyman named Jan Sommer, who, again, Mykal has been full of praise for and has never really shied away from saying that he's a phenomenal goalkeeper. And he showed it, man. What was it? 19 saves made, a 1-1 draw.
Yeah. Bundesliga record. 19 saves.
I asked, so for those of you that don't know, obviously Mykal is a Bayern fan, and I like to have like open conversations. I don't go and be like, haha, whatever. I was just literally like, hey, how are you feeling? Whatever. And he was like, you know what? The fact that it took a record-breaking performance from a goalkeeper, and we as in Bayern ended up getting a draw is, I mean, that's just one of those games, right? 20 shots on target, 19 saves from him, a Bundesliga record. Thuram scored early for Mönchengladbach. Leroy Sané got one back in the 83rd. I didn't get to watch the game from start to finish, so I will head it over to my brother here, Mykal. But great performance from Jan Sommer and good resilience from Bayern to find a way for that goal.
Yeah, this is one of those games where you like, you know, as FM the FM community that we have following us, maybe we stop going, we got FMs, you know, because these are those type of performances that maybe that's what these simulation games are trying to predict and make happen, you know. So but yeah, I said it last week, I called it beforehand, and I you know, I don't know if I spoke into existence or what, but Jan Sommer was, you know, and I've always said it, and I've always spoke very highly of him, and maybe it's just because I do watch a heavy dose of the Bundesliga, but if Jan Sommer was in a Premier League team, everyone would be talking about him as best goalkeeper in the world. He's unfortunately got that fact that he loves Borussia Mönchengladbach. He wants to play his entire career at this club, and I respect that for him. But you look at him, like those of you who don't maybe watch the Bundesliga, when he plays for the Swiss national team, like there's a reason that Jan Sommer starts over Roman Bürki for the Swiss national team, and it's because he is the best goalkeeper for Switzerland. And in my opinion, right now, even to this day, he is still one of the top 3 goalkeepers in the world, if not arguably up there with top goalkeepers, because not only is he his ability to stop shots, but this man can consistently deliver and distribute the ball as well.
Nice.
And again, put him on a Premier League team, and all of a sudden you have every fan in the world going, wow, Jan Sommer's the best goalkeeper in the world. Where's he been? Ballon d'Or candidate. Holy cow. You know, if he was on a better team and was playing on the national stage or the international stage, or Gladbach was consistently playing in European football, you would hear a lot more of his name.
100%.
And again, like I said, the fact that it took a record-breaking performance, a league record-breaking performance, to hold us to a 1-1 draw, like, can you really be upset about that as a Bayern fan? Like, that's one of the, like, Jan Sommer got applauded by the entire Bayern Munich stadium as they were going around and doing it. He went over to they went over to the Gladbach fan section and they did their thing. The Bayern fans were clapping him off the field. Like, that's the type of performance. And again, that Gladbach's just that team. Like, every time we play them, they put in a world-class performance against us, and we just can't figure out why. But if it's going to take anything to do that to us, a record-breaking performance, you're going to be happy with that. If I'm Jan Sommer, though, I'm pissed off that I didn't get a clean sheet, and Leroy Sané was able to get a really good goal. And it took a world-class goal from Leroy Sané in order to beat him. So, you know, like, it's one of those things where I'm not upset about it at all. Like, yes, we got to draw on the road, but
look what it took.
Puts us in a situation where we're potentially not going to be in first next week, depending on how that result goes. But I'm not going to overreact to this. Respect to Gladbach. They came in with this very strong performance, offensively and defensively, and yeah, I mean, they held through. So good for
Well
them.
said.
But I'm hoping that this team can get to European football so that he can show off on the States before he's done.
Mm-hmm. Well said, my friend. Okay, with that being said, let's talk about the Bundesliga table then. So Bayern sit in first after 4 games played, plus 14 goal difference. That's 6 better than the second place team, which is Union Berlin. So that is going to be a juicy match this weekend, guys. So it's Bayern in first, Union Berlin tied on points, and then 1 point behind them is Freiburg, Hoffenheim, and Dortmund in fifth. And then Mönchengladbach.
Unbelievable that those teams are there. Unbelievable that those two teams are there.
And then Mönchengladbach rounding out in sixth, only 2 points behind Bayern. Where are the usual suspects, you say? Okay, let's go down. Leipzig in ninth, Eintracht Frankfurt in 11th, Leverkusen in 13th. So Bundesliga's, as much as it gets memed, take a look at the table and take a look at some of the results. And maybe, maybe I think it's an exciting, it's definitely a very easy league to meme, and I understand why, because that's like when you just look at it at a glance, it's easy to say that, but when you actually start taking in some of these games and you start taking in some of the performances, I think there's a lot more to this league that people give credit for. So that's kind of how I want to end on that. You can feel free to add a finishing touch to the Bundesliga if you'd like.
It's very true that early on we're starting to see some of these teams that are kind of struggling with putting teams together, but a big matchup this weekend is going to be Dortmund's hosting Hoffenheim, so we'll probably see Hoffenheim a little bit further down the table next week, and Dortmund making that climb back up. As we mentioned, Union Berlin, Bayern Munich, that's going to be an amazing game to really see which of these two teams are for real. And I'm going to be honest with you, as a Bayern fan, I'm actually expecting probably a 2-2 draw out of that game.
Okay, you heard it here first, guys.
I think that our defense is still kind of gelling together with Upamecano and De Ligt. And then Pavard's still starting for us, which is annoying, and he's dog shit. But Union Berlin are on fire, so I think a 2-2 result. I think that's a unfortunate result for us and a great result for them, but I think that's what's probably going to happen. Leverkusen Freiburg, that's probably another good game. But like you said, I have Eintracht Frankfurt and Leipzig circled as one that I'm going to pay attention to. So,
Cool. All right, that is this week's Bundesliga. Oh wait, did we talk about Nkunku leads the league with 4 goals, tied with Charles Becker from Berlin, and then Musiala is on 3 with Thuram and a couple of other folks. And then assists is Sasha Kalajdzic. Is he? I think he's been formalized to Wolves, correct? Was it? I'm not sure.
I don't remember if that deal was actually finalized or not. No.
But as things stand, he leads the league with 3 assists, and then a few great names behind him on 2 assists, including Kimmich and Olmo and the usual suspects. Is there anything other than, I think just before we move on, I want to just look at the matches coming up. So I think obviously the Berlin-Bayern game will be huge, guys, this weekend. Dortmund-Hoffenheim. Okay, Leverkusen-Freiburg. Let's see if Leverkusen can get a second win. And then again, I think Eintracht Frankfurt and Leipzig is going to be an interesting one as well.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to the sunny Spain, La Liga. Let's take a look at...
It was rainy Spain this weekend.
Well, rainy Spain. Yeah, I should stop saying sunny Spain because it's really not that accurate anymore. But let's take a look. I think they only had the 1 match week, right? Because they're playing... Yes, so we only had the 1 set of matches since we talked about them. And for those of you that haven't seen that video circulating online, by the way, of the Real Betis stadium with the violin, the violinist playing, that atmosphere was insane. I'm not sure if you guys have had a chance to see that or not. But yeah, Betis. So actually, technically, the first game of the week was Celta Vigo beating Girona 1-0, fairly standard. Iago Aspas, who else? I mean, that guy just keeps scoring for Celta Vigo.
He's like the Spanish Chiro Immobile. He's just never gonna stop playing.
Literally,
and he's always good for a goal.
It's like muscle memory in my head almost. I see Celta Vigo, I see a goal, I click in, and I know who it's going to be. Like, he's just Mr. Consistent. Yeah. Betis beats Osasuna 1-0. Osasuna started the season decently. They had a good performance in the first week against Sevilla 2-1. But this week they end up losing to Betis 1-0.
Dude, same thing as Vigo, by the way. Aspas and Vigo. It's Iglesias and Betis.
Borja, yeah, exactly. It's like who else? By the way, Fekir was a last-minute rumor to leave, and then he ended up staying, so that stays intact.
Yeah, that got squashed really quick, by the way.
Yeah, it was like Nabil Fekir is in the offices negotiating a deal or whatever, and then suddenly just not anymore. Sociedad. No more Alexander Isaac. We will talk about this, but they find a way. Bryce Mendes 1-0 against Elche, so they find a way. Is there anything? By the way, if at any point you want to add more, Michael, just stop me because I'm just going through some of these results.
No, majority of these results in La Liga were, I mean, the match days in La Liga here were just very, this was kind of a sleeper for La Liga this weekend, and kind of expected results in these matchups. So, like you said, though, that I did have this one penciled because Isaac was gone, so I paid attention to this one a little bit, and I went and watched some of the highlights, but no real, no real drama, I would say, from La Liga. So we can just kind of breeze through this one.
Cool. Mallorca beats Vallecano 2-0. The most notable thing, Vallecano had 15 shots but failed to get a single one on target there. Sevilla continues to struggle, man. 2-1 loss to Almeria. Sevilla is a little bit in trouble. I was reading that their manager is getting a bit more time before any decisions are made. Like, I think they're going to give him some more time, but it's not looking good for them. We talked about this in the preseason, man. We said that, there's going to be a bit of a hole in that team, and I think Ocampos just left there today as well to join Ajax. So
which is a really weird.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So Sevilla's one to keep an eye on. I think we definitely said that they would struggle, but not this bad. So
they are a panic buy situation right now. They brought in Alexa Tellez, which we all joked about that immediately was going to be bad.
Didn't Reguilon go back, or is that wrong? Am I crazy?
Reguilon, he did not go. No, he went to Atletico Madrid.
Okay, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah. So they lost Koundé. They lost
Diego
Carlos. So their back line right now is Nianzou, who there's a reason that he is not playing in Germany anymore, and then Karim Rikic and Jose Carmona. There's a little bit of
who the fuck is that guy?
Like, those are not players that you need to be replacing Koundé and Diego Carlos. So there's a reason that they're kind of slipping down the charts here.
Yeah.
They also don't really have anybody up front that's putting goals in for them. They brought in Isco, and he came on as a sub and then got yellow carded. There's a shit ton of yellow cards in this game, by the way. There was Almeria had 5, Sevilla had 8 yellow cards in this matchup.
Got stuck in.
Like they're in panic mode right now. They are in panic mode. If I was a Sevilla fan, I don't know if it, and maybe they're giving the club or the coach a little bit of an extension because they know it, like, he's putting a band-aid on a broken leg right now. But to lose to Almeria as a club of Sevilla's quality is just not acceptable and not going to fly. So definitely panic button mode for them.
Keep an eye on them. And guess who they play next week? They play host to Barcelona. So good luck, Sevilla.
Yep.
Getafe, Villarreal 0-0. Fairly bland game there. I think nothing that I remember that stuck out from there. Barcelona beats Valladolid. Shout out to Valladolid. I got their mystery kid a couple weeks ago. Kennedy leaves Chelsea to join Valladolid. So Valladolid has been popping up a lot in my life lately. But Lewandowski with 2 goals there. Pedri with a nice finish. I remember it was a placed shot and very nice finish. And then Sergio Roberto. 68% possession. Barcelona cruising at the Spotify Stadium or whatever you want to call it. I'm just kidding. But yeah, fairly routine. Anything that you noticed in that, Matt, bro? Or can I? Or do you want to?
Lewandowski's starting to get into that groove that he gets into where he just starts scoring goals, and it'll be interesting if Barcelona can keep it up because they're feeding the ball to him and he's opening up a lot of space. And as you saw with Pedri's goal, you're seeing a lot of space towards the top of the box. And if they can get some of these guys to shoot like Pedri did, that team might be as scary as we all thought that they were going to be. So that's going to be if they continue this run of form, and if Real Madrid continue their run of form, who we're about to go over, you're looking at a really good El Clasico.
100%. Cannot wait. Don't know exactly off the top of my head when the first El Clasico is, but I'm sure I will look at that while we talk about these results and let you guys know. Speaking of Real Madrid, 3-1 against Espanyol. This was an interesting one. I think this was the one where there was this crazy free kick at the end, right? The red card and the free kick. So Vinny scores early on, Joselu scores for Espanyol, and then Benzema leaves it late on the road here. 88th minute, and then I think there was that 96th minute red card for the goalie for Espanyol. They had made all their substitutions. They had to bring a defender on in goal, and Benzema, I mean, poor guy in goal.
Punishes it, yeah.
Routine bin. I mean, not routine. Sorry, it was left late, but with Madrid, it feels like a matter of time, right? Like every time there's some adversity, you feel like they're just gonna find a way. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's a grindy win. You know, Espanyol is a team that you have to put some respect onto. And they just signed Braithwaite to help them up front. So
the Danish goal.
So they had to grind that game out, and you know, it's a bit unfortunate because they, you know, like you said, they were like probably. I mean, it ended up being, you know, they played 100 minutes of football there, but they were probably, you know, 4 or 5 minutes away from getting a good draw at home against a big team. So
huge, yeah.
Like you said, it's we said earlier, you know, 3 points is 3 points, but not a really inspiring performance from Real Madrid.
They find a way, but nothing too crazy. I looked
by the way, I was gonna say October 16th is El Clasico.
10 days after my birthday. Let's go. I'll be watching that. Athletic Bilbao beats Cadiz 4-0. Again, Cadiz is a team that we expect to probably be in a relegation scrap. I was very happy to see them survive relegation last year because they are a cute little, like, not cute little team, but they are, you know, I like the way they play together as a team. But Bilbao looks good.
A big note from this game is Inaki Williams going down with a potential ligament issue in his ankle, and his Ironman status may be coming to an end coming up.
Ridiculous how many games he's played in a row. I forget how many it is, but speaking of that, I want to figure out a number on this. Inaki Williams games played in a row. If you guys don't know, I think Inaki Williams has now played in every La Liga game for the past 6 years as of April 2022. That was 224 games in a row. Never injured, never suspended. Talk about Mr. Ironman, like Michael said. Best wishes to him. I hope he's okay.
So if he's not able to start this coming weekend, that will break. Which you know, it's one of those things where it's going to happen eventually. But you know,
best wishes.
I was kind of hoping that he'd be able to retire or something. So
yeah. And then the final match, Atletico, being Atletico, man, 1-0 against Valencia away from home. Take this in, 71% possession for Valencia, 29% for Atletico. Atletico may not have had the possession, but they did create more high-quality chances.
Simeone football, man.
Simeone to a T. They find a way, and they get a win on the road against Valencia, 1-0. So with that being said, go ahead. Is there anything you want to touch on?
It's so funny to watch that team play too, because I remember giving you crap one day watching Chelsea and about how they were like they were in like a
no striker
5-4-1 or something. Yeah, that's kind of what Simeone came out here with. He had a 5 at the back naturally, and they had Koke, Kondogbia, and DePaul in the midfield, but he had João Felix dropping back, playing kind of like a false 9 role. So it was kind of like a 5-4-1 with Morata targeted up front for long balls. So, I mean, we meme it, and Simeone plays really weird football, but I mean, he's a manager there for a reason. So,
3 matches played in La Liga. Real Madrid sit atop with 9 points, tied with Betis, who are only 1 goal away from goal difference there. So Betis in second, Barcelona in third on 7 points, Bilbao in fourth on 7 as well, and Villarreal rounding out the 7-pointers in 5th place, Atletico in 6th. Any strugglers? Not really. I think this is, I mean, Sociedad is kind of hovering around in 8th. We'll see if they can.
Getafe is surprising to me.
Getafe is in 18th right now.
And Sevilla, obviously, that we just talked about. But
Valencia
otherwise, the table's pretty kind of how we predicted it to be. Although Osasuna up in, was that 7th place? A bit of a surprise.
100%. In terms of individual statistics, then, someone who you said is synonymous with Real Betis, Borja Iglesias leads the league, tied on 4 goals with Lewandowski, aka Lewandowski, and then Iago Aspas, Benzema tied on 3, which is interesting to see. João Felix leads the league in assists with 3, and then Dembele and Fati both have 2 right behind. So, yeah.
We got Sevilla hosting Barcelona, which we mentioned earlier. That's going to be a big one to watch. Yes. But there's also the Real Madrid and Betis is hosting Betis. So we'll get to see if Betis is actually a as good as a team as they're showing off to be currently. And then Sociedad is also going to be hosting Atletico Madrid. So
100%.
Again, be interesting to see if some of these big names are going to be able to perform this weekend.
Yeah, cool. All right. We are gonna move into the Premier League here, the league that everyone's waiting for. Guys, I'm really sorry. I need to run to the washroom. I'll be like 35 seconds. Michael, if you don't mind, do you want to talk to them about what we possibly have planned for next week if all goes well? Because next week might be a little bit of a different episode. We're working on. Like we said, we've been talking about this for a while. Bringing in a guest. If you don't mind, brother, can you just talk about that for like 30 seconds?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'll be back, guys.
Yeah. So we have plans to bring in the footing director. We've been working on this for the last couple of weeks. Last week he had a family emergency. This week, both H2 and I were kind of playing dad duty this week, so we had to kind of step in and push it back for another week. So next week, though, we are planning on having the sporting director for Capital City Football Club in line. So if you need a Man U correspondent, I can. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you, Uncle Gus. But we're planning on bringing them in. I'm also in contacts with a couple former players. So those are some other exciting lineups that I have coming up for us in terms of interviews. So one of which is going to be a former keeper, and then the other one is going to be a former fullback / center back. So 2 former players that I'm working on bringing, as well as next week we are looking at bringing in a football director, which will give you guys some of the insight into what goes on off the pitch and what it takes to build a club and start from basically nothing into one of the best in the country. And then you'll get to see maybe some experiences and insight from players who have been on the pitch. So exciting things lined up in terms of interviews. When it comes to these kind of things, we want to know what you guys want to hear us talk about, especially when it comes to this football director. As we're coming into next week, let me know what kind of questions you want us to ask them. Hit us up on Twitter. If you're watching this on YouTube, leave us a comment in what kind of questions you want us to ask them there, or come into Twitch chat. Even when we're not streaming the podcast, come in and drop us a follow. Give us a conversation about. Give us a conversation about what kind of questions you want to hear, what kind of conversation you want to have with the sporting director when we have them on. So exciting things and a lot more to come, hopefully.
100%. Call Michael the American Romano with all the football connections he has. Amazing.
Not even, man. Not even.
Amazing.
Not enough caffeine in the world for that.
There we go. Yeah, leave it at that. Yeah, anyways, all right.
Espresso.
So, yeah, exactly. Heading into then the Premier League here. Let's just go chronologically, I guess, from the first match of match week number 4, which was the Southampton and Manchester United match. So that was the first match, early match. It was on the 27th, 1-0 for Man United away from home against a pretty well-drilled Southampton team. We, including, or I'll speak for myself. I don't want to say we necessarily, but I definitely said Southampton.
Here comes Chet.
Yeah.
Here comes Chet.
I said I was wrong. Southampton, I said, were relegation candidates. They may very well still be in with a scrap, but from what I've seen from Ralph Hasenhüttl and that team, they were very well drilled, and it was a good finish to get the goal for Bruno Fernandes. But I definitely think Southampton is a little bit slept on. They're a very young team too. Like they've recruited kind of pretty smartly, I would say. Not names that Kaletakar obviously joining now is a big name in my opinion, but it's just a really good team that plays for each other. And shout out to Ralph Hasenhüttl, a manager who I think is very underrated. Thoughts on the Man United Southampton game, brother?
I mean, Southampton had a good 2 match days here. I mean, it was unfortunate for the Man United performance because I thought that they deserved a little bit more out of the game, but we can also talk about the Man United performance out of that game too. But in terms of Southampton, I honestly still think they're going to be battling relegation. I think they might dodge it now, looking at some of the transfers that they brought in, but it's interesting that they were able to pull some of the names that they were able to pull. So, if Adam Armstrong can continue to score goals and to do well, they might actually be able to turn around. And if they can continue to win big games against big clubs at home, then good for them. They might be able to survive, but I
want to
still
shout out.
think that they're in trouble.
Yeah. I want to shout out one player who I've been impressed with the last 2 weeks from Southampton, Bella Kotchap in center back in that position. He's just a physical tank. Like, I think he's a little wild still with some of his stuff, but Armel Bella Kotchap has been pretty impressive. He's still only 20 years old, by the way, and I was very impressed with him in the United game. He actually got into some good attacking positions as well from set pieces and things like that, but he snatched at his chances a couple of times.
Is Bella Kotchap or Salisu the one that gets replaced for Catalekar?
Has to be Salisu, no offense. Like, Salisu's solid. He had that mare of an own goal to start the season. For me, you see that Bella Kotchap is showing that at such a young age he can hold his own in a Premier League against teams like United and Chelsea. That is phenomenal for a player of his age. Like I said, still pretty raw, but I think you give him the game time next to Kaletakar, I think, in my opinion. Salis is also young, 23 years old, but just I think Bella Kotchap has that next level of talent that you can kind of see with him. What are your thoughts?
I'm very interested. I almost wonder if they go to a 5 at the back and then move James Ward-Prowse into more
advanced playmaking
midfield. More midfield role than an advanced. Kind of let him be the full creator that he has the ability to be. So it's hard to read this team, but if I was going to pick, if they were going to keep their current strategy and formation right now, I actually would put Bella Kotchap out and Salisu in with Catalekar. I think that that gives them the most coverage, being that Catalekar is definitely a physical presence. So it's a like for like swap with Bella Kotchap, and then Salisu being a little bit more of a pacey cover type center back. So but who knows? I mean, there's a reason they brought him in, so maybe their plan is to go to 5 at the back. So we'll have to see.
Also, Bazunu is so young in goal for them. I think he's going to be a decent goalie one day.
And he had 2 really, really good games as well. Unfortunately, they only got the result out of the one, but good performances from him in both games.
100%. Chronologically, then the next match of match day 4 was Chelsea-Leicester. Chelsea continued the trend of red cards, man. Conor Gallagher with 2, not as quick as Martinelli last year on the same play, getting 2 red cards or 2 yellow cards to get sent off, but very similar. Like, it's kind of like a 2-3 minute window where he just made 2 very odd decisions, very exposed. We've talked about this before too, and I've made it very clear. I think the reason he thrived at Crystal Palace is because he was that given that freedom in behind the strikers to be that more creative player, and he had more defensive minded players behind him to cover. When you're asking him to run in that midfield, in the heart of it as a box to box, he is wild. He is not very polished in his pressing. So there's always a risk, and like, it's just so frustrating as a Chelsea fan to see these issues with discipline so early on, because it's like, we're shooting ourselves in the foot almost figuratively with this stuff. So it was a nervy win. It was another frustrating thing to see. Just like, we scored, like Raheem Sterling scores the second goal in the 63rd minute, and then Harvey Barnes instant response. The mentality is so lacking from Chelsea this year. I've been saying this. If you watch games with me in person, I'm a broken record. The mentality with this team is just not there. There is no excuse for the players that Chelsea has to be performing in the manner that they perform in. Bar Thiago Silva and possibly Reece James, the mentality is just not there from these players. I will go on the record, and I don't want to...
Other than Sterling.
Exactly. Sterling, you can see he's on it and trying, and everyone else is just floating around. I do want to say this, and I don't want to make this a Chelsea rant, so cut me off or derail me whenever, but I just want to say, because for those of you this is the first time you're listening, you can guess I'm a Chelsea fan and have been for 15 years. Like I said, I've seen us finish 10th in the Mourinho era, and I don't think that team was mentally as soft as this team is, and something needs to change. I've spoken on Tuchel. I don't think he is I'm not Tuchel out. I don't think I'm Tuchel out. I think that he has navigated one of the most difficult periods in the club's history with off-field stuff very well. But tactically, I think he's stubborn. I think he's naive. And I think that he needs to look at his decision-making with tactics and personnel. Jorginho has no business starting as many games as he does. We've talked about this. You know my feelings on this. The stubbornness is what bothers me. There is no reason not to play Armando Broja for a full 90 minutes. Even if he doesn't score, it cannot be worse than the fact that we've scored 2 goals from open play this season. Or 3, whatever it is. It's disappointing. There's so much I could say, but yeah.
I would almost argue, I want to put in like a soft argument for Tuchel, because any game that you can get, you get a 28-minute red card in, whether home or away. If you get a 28-minute red card and you're still able to score 2 goals afterwards, yes, you did concede one, but you get 3 points and you scored 2 post red card. That takes good management.
Agreed.
The team did fight through it as well. So I completely agree with you in terms of overall and how this team's doing, because like, and we'll get into the match day that they had then shortly after this game and the performance they put in against Southampton. But overall, I agree with you. But for this game in particular,
I can't argue that. Yeah.
you also got to put in a grain of salt saying that it's against Leicester City and you're at home, so you're going to have the energy of the crowd almost making it so that way it's still 11-11, but or 11v11, excuse me. But shout out to Chalobah. He came in place of Koulibaly, and he actually looked like a solid rock. And
I like Chalobah.
Maybe that was maybe his game where he was like, hey, by the way, Tuchel, I'm still here. Like, maybe don't look past me every time, because he looked good. Reece James and Cucurella also looked really good in the 4-back. I actually liked the 4-back setup for you guys this week, and then immediately you go on the road to Southampton and go back to 5 at the back, and you looked a lot worse. So maybe, like you said, Tuchel is stubborn and kind of didn't adapt as well as we thought he would. But the big thing for me is again, not having the ability. The part where I agree with you in terms of Chelsea's issues is having Broha as a true number 9, not starting him, putting Sterling up front with Havertz up front, and then you're putting yourself in a situation where now you have to play Loftus-Cheek on the right. That doesn't make any sense to me. Loftus-Cheek would almost be a better striker than Havertz would in terms of his ability.
Man, so that's what I'm saying.
I agree with you in the overall, but this game I would say is probably an exception to that rule, where
100%.
This is a game where I actually was like, this is the kind of Chelsea team that
100%.
that makes people believe, and then they immediately go and have a midweek game against Southampton and are immediately like, holy shit, we're the worst team in the league. So it's a very, very interesting team that you guys have built so far.
I said it, I sounded pretty negative with my take on this game. In isolation, the Chelsea-Leicester game was phenomenal mentality for once to actually be resilient, a man down, and come away with 3 points. That's huge, 100%. But a lot of issues, and I don't think it's crisis mode yet. I think it's, yes, we've been the butt. Chelsea has been the butt end of a few jokes, well, quite a few jokes here and there. But I do think that the team will get it together eventually. I do think it's a matter of time, but it is very concerning to see, except for the Leicester match, the attitude and the mentality of the players, I think, is what's bothered me the most.
Raheem Sterling's on pace for Golden Boot at this point. I mean, he's not leading right now, but if he keeps scoring 1 to 2 every week or every game,
he's doing what we expected. Like, I said before the season started, I don't think he's the type of player that you need to can physically rely on to get 20-25 goals a season. Physically, that's just not who he is. He shows up in good positions, he makes good plays. The first goal was a deflection, but still he made the space. Okay. Second goal was great. Reece James crosses in. It was eerily similar to Lukaku's first goal against Arsenal, by the way. Or not first goal, but it was a goal against Arsenal that Lukaku scored early on. Same thing, Reece James running the flank and playing it in. The thing with Sterling is he's going to get into these positions. It's whether he finishes them consistently enough. And
I think to your point, that's where you need to move Broha up front. And I think
I agree. I've been screaming this.
You either need to consider the Havertz experiment done and over, or you need to move him back to his natural position. But if I'm okay with starting Sterling at striker if you started Broha next to him, because now you have a good 1-2 combination of speed and lethality and creativity, and then sheer power and target forward. So what you have right now with Havertz and Sterling is you have one player who wants to naturally go wide into one side and then cut inside and shoot, and you have one who wants to drop back deep and bring the ball to his feet and distribute around. You don't have anybody that is natural inside the box
100%.
type of lethal finisher, excuse me. So
100%.
And again, it like you guys spent a shit ton of money this window. What was it like? I think you're officially the highest spending club this window in the world, and you didn't really solve any of your problems. So
yeah, I mean, defensively,
very interesting.
So I will touch on that because I do have a very strong opinion about how the recruitment was done. I think, first of all, which is easy to forget, and I kind of said this to you and we kind of brushed over it, but the transfer ban for the Billy Gilmore poaching, which, by the way, we got a transfer ban for poaching a player who's now been sold for $9 million to Brighton. Let's talk about that on another day. But anyways, there was a huge chunk of money that was made from that season when we had the transfer ban that wasn't spent. And of course, naturally, yes, it's a few years later, but still, a lot of that money does carry over. The thing with Chelsea is everyone says you need a new midfield, you need a new defense. Then when you go out and buy that, it's like, well, what are you doing? Like, what's the plan? Here's the bottom line. Thiago Silva is 37 years old. Azpilicueta and Koulibaly are all over 30 years old. Our only true center back is possibly Trevor Chalobah, who can play there. So Fofana was necessary. I think Cucurella was necessary because we had Marcos Alonso playing a 34-year-old left back, and Emerson, who I liked Emerson, but I don't think
both are gone now.
Who are both gone. So Cucurella was needed, and he can slot in as a left center back possibly. Beyond that, the Sterling thing I think was needed as a player that can be direct, because now we've seen Callum Hudson-Odoi finally leave the club on loan, which was much needed for his own career because he was just rotting over at Chelsea. And I thought we would see one of Pulisic or Ziyech leave as well. That didn't happen. So this is going to be a little interesting to see that logjam up front, which is why I think that 1 minute rumor of Depay to Chelsea died out really quickly, because there's just no point in bringing him in. Now that Aubameyang's in, though, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And I don't want to make this about Chelsea, but the recruitment has been, I think, pretty planned. I think the first thing was to deal with the losses of Rudiger Christensen and an aging backline. You need to bring in people that you can blood for the future. And I think that was necessary because Malang Sarr was not it. And Chalobah's still decent, but I don't think he's it. Beyond that, midfield was the next thing to address. They brought in Zakaria on loan. So if I'm really looking at it, I think that it was a pretty deliberate window from Boli. I think it got memed a lot because the targets that they identified early on were taken by Barcelona. But I think the first thing this board wanted to do was solidify the back, which with the signings we've brought in so far, we have not gelled enough to solidify it, but I think it'll come with time. And then to look forward. So I think there's still a long-term need in midfield. I think there's still a long-term need up front. But for now, we have planned contingent, like the contingency plan for the back line is there, and that's why I think the board is trying to build from the back to the front. That's my 2 cents on the transfer strategy.
So one last question for you before we move on. Given the state of your club now, and now that the transfer window is over, how does watching what your club has done, and then watching a deal like Richarlison going to Spurs, how does that make you feel as a Chelsea fan that him being able to be purchased from Everton was on the table and you guys weren't able to pull that trigger, but yet you went and spent money on some of these players that you did?
Like who specifically? Because I don't see what is there a direct comparison? Because Richarlison is someone that Chelsea I never thought that they wanted.
Yeah, okay, so maybe that's just a name as an example, though.
But like, are you saying that
these strikers that are going around?
Yeah. I don't know what's happening. I don't know whether that's Tuchel wanting to play in like a fluid system or not. Because I've been the first person to say I don't want to buy a striker. I do not want to buy a striker. I want Armando Broja to get the game time that he deserves and show. He changed, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but he changed our front line against Southampton. The moment he came on, he was running at players, bullying them, being physical, getting into dangerous areas. He hasn't scored goals because he's barely played this season. Last year at Southampton, he only scored 4 or 6, whatever it was. But I'm not saying go out and buy a pure striker. Even Aubameyang, I was like, if it happens, it happens, but I'm not out there screaming at the top of my lungs for him. I think that Chelsea needs a striker from within. I think that we have Broja who can do that and play that role for us. And like you said, pairing him with Sterling would be great. I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, don't look around and say, I wish we would have got this guy. I wish we would have got this guy. I'm happy with the recruitment. I am. A lot of people are negative about it. A lot of people are. I'm happy with the recruitment. There's still a lot that needs to be addressed. But for me, this was as good of a window as you can get. We planned for the future. We addressed our issues in the back line. Still, obviously, the results have to come with that. But we've, on paper, fixed our back line. And midfield, like I said, Zakaria is a stopgap solution for now. If it works, it works. If not, midfield has to be the priority next year and figure out our attack. So I think if I was to give Chelsea's transfer window out of 10, honestly, as much as it's been memed, I would give it an 8 out of 10. I think it's been fine as a Chelsea fan for me. I'm a lot more positive than most, so I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Okay, that was really long-winded, guys. Sorry. Brighton Leeds. Graham Potter has these guys playing good, man. It was Pascal Grosch scoring in the 66th minute, and the Brighton train continues. Yeah. What are your thoughts with the Brighton team?
Yeah, watching this game, this was a very, very exciting game to watch. If you didn't get to watch this game, it's definitely a game that I would go back and watch in full. A lot of back and forth. There was no real dominant side here, one way or the other. Both Jesse Marsch and Graham Potter have their team set up to fight for a full 90 minutes, and it's very, very exciting to watch. Brighton was able to just kind of edge them out, but there was a lot of drama in this game as well. It was very chippy as well. And Leeds seems to be that kind of team right now, and I think Jesse Marsch has his team set up where they just want to kind of get under people's skin and just kind of come out and throw hands. So, but a very, very exciting team, and it taught us a lot about both of these teams. So Leeds, unfortunately, their performances are kind of starting to slip. They've gotten a loss and a couple draws in their last couple performances, but Graham Potter has Brighton in 4th place after 5 games, and it's not been pretty in every single game, but they are fighting, and that's a team I would want to support, is a team that is going to bleed for 90 minutes. So
100%. Very exciting team to watch. Shout out to both those teams, actually, because they work very, very hard. Next then was the machine that keeps on rolling. Actually, this one was interesting. So Man City playing host to Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace takes a 2-0 lead within 25 minutes. I think it was 21st minute. Joachim Andersen, 2 shots on target, 2 goals, 1 own goal.
One own goal.
Yeah. And second half was a different animal. Haaland showing us a sneak peek for the next week with I think it was a 19-minute hat trick, 62, 70, and 81st minute. Bernardo Silva as well with a goal. City find a way.
Yeah, and again, this team, like, you can never write off Man City, right? And shout out to Patrick Vieira. This is one thing I want to say more in this game. Like, yes, we expect City to win, and yes, you expect them to be able to battle back in this kind of adversity, but and you expect Pep to have a team put together that can then handle this thing and fight forever. But shout out to Patrick Vieira, man. He's got Crystal Palace firing, and he didn't get any production from Zaha this game. Like, Zaha was managed pretty well by Man City, and I think Pep had a pretty good game plan for him. He did get a couple shots, but not the normal flashy performance that you would see from them. But Crystal Palace grinded for a while and put Man City on skates in the first half, and then you get your typical Pep halftime speech, comes in there, threatens to sell everybody and move them to a better or a worse club, and the next thing you know, they win the game. So Haaland's a machine. You pair him with De Bruyne, and you're also starting to see the beginning of his relationship with Phil Foden. That's just it's a team that I would not want to play against at all. And as a Bayern fan, I think they're the only team right now that scares me in terms of Champions League quality opponents.
I think Yakilma here on Twitch chat kind of echoes, at least for me, a sentiment. Palace had me fooled for the first 20 minutes. I said, didn't they have most of us fooled? I mean, like you said, shout out to Vieira, man. This isn't the only result, or this isn't the only time this season that I've been impressed with them. They have been a very, very impressive team to watch, given what they work with.
And this is Man City, by the way, without their desired back line. Like, they've been having to float around a couple people for Aymeric Laporte because he's still recovering from that surgery. So Ruben Diaz obviously is still one of the best center backs in the world, but not having his other one of the best center backs in the world, partner Aymeric Laporte. So they're still kind of figuring things out. The interesting thing for me is that Pep has moved Bernardo Silva into a more of like a false holding midfielder role this season, and you're seeing him kind of being the bridge between center backs and like Kevin De Bruyne and Haaland. That's been a move that when I originally saw, that's kind of where he was playing Bernardo Silva, seemed kind of weird. But you're looking at the creativity that they're getting from deep in the midfield now, and his ability to kind of work with 1-2s and work with the outside midfielders as well to kind of carve up the middle of teams and create space for Haaland to run through and stuff like that. That's been just another shining of Pep's brilliance. So a very, very scary team that's taking advantage of a lot of susceptible teams and scoring a ton of really good goals, and is showing that there is no bad run of form for them. So I think we both picked them to be battling Liverpool for Premier League, and I early on had them going back to the Champions League final. So the big question mark that you always have to put on City, though, is not if Erling Haaland's going to get hurt, it's when and for how long.
That's the thing. I've seen a lot of people say he's going to bang in like 30 plus, 40 plus, and I'm like, yep, if he stays healthy, 100%, And
again, it's not an if, it's a win with him. It's kind of like riding a motorcycle, it's not if you go down, it's when you go down. So
unless you're
for him, it's
actually no, he went.
So it's going to be interesting. The big thing as well is Julian Alvarez is showing that, hey man, like I know I had 2 years on loan after you guys bought me, but just so you know, I'm still one of the best strikers in the world. So don't forget about me. So, even though Haaland's when he gets hurt, Julian Alvarez is there to say, I'm here to
Pick
put
up
my
the
name as the best Argentinian striker for Man City, which is saying something. So
100%.
I respect it.
Yeah.
Do you see that? By the way, when he scored, was it a midweek game or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
He did one of the first celebrations Aguero ever did with Man City, where he hold up the "I love you" sign, and I was like, "That's
the air."
That was special.
The Argentinian
one I
air.
saw, it was one of those like it wasn't really a meme, but it was a picture of it was a Simpsons picture, and it was Homer Simpson as a little kid in black and white photo, and it's him sitting in front of the TV, and it shows a picture of him watching Aguero, and then it shows him in this next picture of him as an adult watching TV, and it's him watching Julian Alvarez. So
that's crazy.
I kind of feel like that's how a lot of City fans are going to feel. And
City has found their next Argentinian.
Yeah, and it's scary that Haaland is so young.
I know.
Like, again, not to overshadow what the next game, but he set the record for fastest 2 hat-tricks in the Premier League history, and it's by a landslide. I think he did it in 5 games, and the highest previously was like 24 or 23.
Yeah.
Good Lord, man.
I mean,
like
what was said earlier in chat by quite a few people here, 5 games and he's already bettered Lukaku's entire first season scoring at Chelsea. So
if you didn't sign him at the beginning of the year in Fantasy Premier League, it's way too late now, and you're going to pay for it for the rest of the season. So
all right, moving on then. Liverpool 9, Bournemouth 0, and
we can gloss over that one.
Like,
why? Who did Liverpool play?
Bournemouth. There we go.
Okay, next.
By the way, when do we want to talk about Scott Parker? Because that one is a little like
that's the game that got him sacked.
That is the game that got him sacked.
Yeah.
So I think, do we want to talk about the Scott Parker sacking? Because we've been having this kind of joke, or not joke, but this like mini prediction: who's going to get the first sack? Who's going to be the first? And I said Bruno Large from Wolves. I forget who. I was saying
David Moyes.
Moyes from West Ham. And then we wake up and or even I think it was before we went to bed. It was like, I think it was Yakilma who was like, right after we finished streaming, both of us. I think it was like Scott Parker's getting the sack, and we were like, what?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Somebody in your chat saying no. It's if we're being 100% honest, it wasn't necessarily this game. It's
what he said.
His attitude in his mouth. But at the same time, that attitude in mouth probably stems from this game. And let's be 100% honest. He spoke no lies when he had that interview. What he said was complete facts.
The
Bournemouth had an absolute dog shit window for somebody that, like, when they got promoted and they were like, we want to stop being this back and forth team. We want to be a Premier League football club. And then they did absolutely fucking nothing. They got completely outshadowed by Nottingham Forest, who said the same thing and are showing an intent to do so. Bournemouth spent how much? I actually want to look this up now. I'm going to deep dive into this. But they spent, a bag of chips and a fucking Tesco meal deal on becoming one of the best Premier League teams.
Meal deal.
And fucking, they're awful. Like, I don't understand it. And then they sacked their manager because he speaks facts about them.
It's why did they fire Eddie Howe in the first place, by the way? That's something I saw in here, and I don't remember exactly what the nuances were back then, but Uncle Gus says firing Eddie Howe was probably, like, he's doing phenomenally at Newcastle now. Obviously, Bournemouth is a little different. Maybe he wouldn't have flourished the way he did, but he did a good job with them. Scott Parker, I think what he said was fine. I don't have a problem with that. There's a limit to how much a coach can take. Coaches aren't just, like, coaches are human beings too, and they need to feel like, they can't work miracles. Right? Here's the deal. So I think that, what he said publicly, maybe the club just didn't like the sound of it. From the statement they released when Scott Parker got fired, it sounded like they were pretty pissed about, like, him going against the identity of the club and what it stands for, which is playing together, this and that. But are we playing together when we get smacked around like that 9-0? It is Liverpool, yes, but I mean, there was nothing from Bournemouth.
And it's at Anfield, you know what I mean?
Anfield,
so like you kind of take that with a grain of salt.
Scott Parker played against Villa and they won. They then played against Man City, which they lost, 4-0. 3-0 against Arsenal, they lost. And then they played Liverpool, and he still has them better than Everton, Wolves, Villa, and Leicester. And this guy gets fired for that. I don't think that's fair. His career is probably better off without being involved in that situation now. But I mean, yeah. Another takeaway from this: 9 goals. Salah wasn't involved in any of them in terms of goal contributions.
Yeah. Did you see?
What are
he got like a 5.9 or something rating on the day.
So
everybody else was like 8 or something higher, and he had like a 5.9 rating on the day. Jeez.
I've seen a lot of Salah slander this season. What are your thoughts? I've never actually talked to you about this. What are your thoughts about this, Michael?
He's been a fucking ghost, man. Sorry for my language, but 18 plus stream, but let's be honest. I mean, no. Anyway, anyways,
No, you're good.
The like, he's been a ghost this season. Like ever since the AFCON last year, he's been absolutely a ghost. Like, yes, he'll pop up and he'll score a goal every now and then. He gets a contribution every now and then, but it's not the, I'm going to win a golden boot kind of Salah that you wanted to, and that he wanted them to pay him to be. He held out for this, monstrous big money deal, and he is showing that he absolutely has no right to be getting it right now. And we're starting to see the Mohamed Salah that they were able to buy on a cheap because he was a Chelsea reject and he was a Roma reject. So I think I don't know what is going on. I don't know if it's something in his head. I don't know if it's a change in tactics that Klopp's changed or what's going on, but
Uncle Gus here says Salah's back to being a pure winger because they actually have real strikers now, kind of thing.
You can't even say that though, because like again, and you look at this Bournemouth game where everybody had a phenomenal game in terms of performance. His passing numbers in that game were terrible too. Like he's just not on the quality level that he used to be. Like he's not getting touches. He's not, when he does get touches, a lot of his passes are resulting in turnovers. His shots aren't even hitting the target. Like he's not forcing keepers to make saves anymore. He's just not the same player. And it sucks because, not gonna lie, I enjoyed Mohamed Salah. I hate Liverpool with a passion, but I was really happy for him to be able to get his run and recognition. But God, he's been terrible.
I mean, here's the thing, and you know me, I always play devil's advocate, and I try to stay like as rational as I possibly can. Not saying you're not at all, but I'm just saying Fiorentina was, I think, the loan where he was a little bit chunky, or well, not chunky, but it was not really, an ideal situation for him. Roma, he actually did decently. He had 29 goals in like 60 something appearances, and then when you look at his Liverpool output, he's 120 goals in 185 games. I asked Gavin in chat here, who is a Liverpool fan, because I'm curious. There's so much talk about Salah and how this has been a struggle to the start of the season. So I wanted to see what like a random, like a one Liverpool fan out of how many thinks. And Gavin says personally, he's not even remotely close to frustrated with Salah this season. I think it's one of those things where he's done so much for the club that a lot of Liverpool faithful understands that it's 4 games. There's no denying he has looked shocking to start the season.
It's not just 4 games though. It was last season as well.
AFCON, yeah. I don't know what's going on there, man. Yeah.
Look at their performance in the Champions League and how they got knocked out.
Against
look Rome, at how they struggled towards the end of the season in the Premier League, and eventually end up losing the Premier League because of it.
It's just interesting timing because, like Gus says here, that Salah is a legend and he's ready to leave. I while I think like he's probably done like had a phenomenal career. Clearly, he wanted to stay in the club, wanted him to stay with the contract, right? So I think it's kind of like an interesting thing. Where was it the right time for him to step away, or is this now going to be the Salah we see for the next few years? I'm not sure. Speaking of Liverpool, though, there's another player I want to talk about. SNG in chat here says, how about Trent? I've not been too impressed. I think with Trent, here's the deal. We know what we're going to get in terms of his distribution, his passing, his vision. That is Trent Alexander-Arnold. I will argue still defensively, and I don't think many Liverpool fans can argue this. Defensively, he is not the highest class consistent defender. Yes, he has his moments, and he is a great player in his position, but I think as a pure right back, he is not at all. It doesn't fit his skill set. He adds a lot to the game moving forward, and I don't want to make this because I've heard the whole Reece James Trent thing forever, but with Reece, I feel comfortable when he tracks back that he's going to bully people off the ball and try to do something defensively, even though he does get exposed, right? I don't know that.
You can add your comparison to all the English right backs, right? If you look at Trent, Reece James, Kyle Walker, of the 3, Trent's the worst.
Yeah. I mean,
like you said, his distribution, his contribution offensively is definitely there.
Yeah. But
his ability to contribute defensively is lacking. Yeah. And so, I would look at him more as like a right midfielder at this point who can, maybe if you're playing like a 3-5-2 and somebody who can kind of support a little bit defensively, but he's not somebody that I would want to rely on to be my defensive right back because he's been getting beat both near post and far post recently. And you're starting to see that he's actually not even the fastest right back.
Yeah.
So teams
Well,
are targeting him.
All the England players said when they asked I think it was a year ago or a couple years ago, whatever. They asked all the England players who's the fastest player on the team, and bar none, almost all of them said Kyle Walker.
Kyle Walker, yeah. Kyle Walker's always been one of the fastest players in the world, let alone
he was a menace when he was
the English team or Man City.
Yeah.
I look back at his days at Tottenham,
Exactly.
and he would just torch people.
No, he was a
on
menace.
The wing,
absolute menace.
But to where you look at Trent is, I think Virgil van Dijk's faster than Trent, if I'm being 100% honest. And
so do you move Trent up to the winger position then, Mykal?
If anything, I would say I would move Trent to more like a holding midfielder next to Fabinho is what I would do. And if you look at some of the options that he has to learn from now before they leave, you got Hendo and Milner who are in front of him in the midfield. Pair him next to Fabinho, and you kind of can use him as a holding midfielder. The only other option then is I would move him into a right mid spot and try to figure out a person to fill in for his role, because he just doesn't have what it takes defensively. And if teams keep targeting him, and if you look at what the Crystal Palace game was a great example, because it was Trent Alexander-Arnold 1v1 in a lot of situations with Wilfried Zaha, and Zaha absolutely made him look like he had no clue what he was doing defensively.
Yeah.
And then you look at the Fulham game, same thing. Fulham moved, instead of keeping Mitrovic centrally, what they did is they would have Mitrovic drift wide, so that way he was being marked by Alexander-Arnold, and he was just bullying him every day and then getting a result because of it. So I think that's a big question mark for Klopp long term. Is he going to be the person that he wants to keep at right back, or they move him forward into a right wing, right mid, or do they cash in on him now and maybe look towards using that money to fill in a couple other slots? If I was Klopp, I honestly would probably look at selling him and cashing in on him while he's high still, while his value's still up there, because you could probably get 60 to 70 million for him, and that's 3 or 4 players that you can develop into something that's going to be a lot better.
I want to catch up on chat here because we have a few lovely comments from people here. By the way, guys, if you're listening on Spotify, Apple Music, anywhere that you get your podcasts, or if you're watching this on YouTube, if you want to be part of the conversation live, Mykal and I both stream this on our Twitch channels every Thursday. So feel free to join. Link is down below / in the description. It should be for the podcast stuff. I want to touch on what Uncle Gus says here. Interesting take. And he says Trent is not a starter. He is a super sub, which, I never would have thought that, it's just I'm so used to Trent and Liverpool right back, like that's just, it fits. But that is an interesting thought, because he can change the game with his delivery, but I don't know if he would want to ever play that role, obviously, at this stage in his career. We do have our resident Liverpool fan, Gavin Brash, here. He says, I wouldn't be against playing Trent at right wing, at least give it a test. But then afterwards he says, and this is something I do agree with, he says, the problem is we don't have anyone else to play right back, as there's no way Calvin Ramsey is ready, and Joe Matip and Joe Gomez are out unless Joe Gomez is fit again. Gus then said something about Trent Alexander-Arnold is James Ward-Prowse at right back, to which Gavin, a Liverpool fan, says, Trent isn't James Ward-Prowse just playing right back. I think James Ward-Prowse is much better. So, that is a very respectable take, Gavin.
That's actually a really good comparison, because they're both like great assist men, great at free kicks. It's a really good comparison. But I don't know, man. Like Trent is just, and that's the thing, is maybe we're seeing the susceptibility of Liverpool. Maybe it's just now taking teams a couple of years to figure out that Liverpool, because for a while Liverpool was just dominating teams by having possession and being able to pick them apart, and they had the lethality in attack. Now that they don't necessarily have that lethality in attack, and there's getting a lot more teams are being able to put pressure on them defensively, we're starting to see a little bit of holes in their defense. So I don't think this year is necessarily the year that they need to be full sail panic, but if Trent continues this bad run of form, I would be surprised if he is I think the only saving grace for him in terms of the English national team is that Southgate likes to use Kyle Walker as the third center back, and that leaves Reece James and Trent as the only 2 right wing backs that he can use. So we'll see. But I think if I was Klopp, I would look to sell Trent to a team that would use him as a right wing back, so that way you're getting the max amount of cash for him, and then you can turn around and use that for better. But I do want to circle back though to the Bournemouth thing that we originally started with, and
Yeah, we got derailed there.
They brought in Marco Sensi, which I highly rated that that signing. I thought that was a great center back signing.
Yeah.
And then they brought in Marcus Tavernier, again another really good signing that I thought was going to be good for them, and he's been decent for him. They brought in Jack Stevens from Southampton. They brought in Joe Rothwell from Blackburn.
Yeah.
And then they brought in Neto from Barcelona. I rate that one. That's actually a pretty decent signing, but those are their signings in this window. 5 signings, 3 of which are free, and 2 of which combined for under 30 million.
Hashtag justice for Scott Parker.
That's as a club that says, we want to stay in the Premier League. We're a Premier League team.
Those moves say otherwise.
You sure the fuck didn't show it. That is embarrassing.
All right. Moving on from that very juicy topic. Anthony Gordon, first of 2 games where he scores and shows that he's about that life, man. He gets an early goal against Brentford. Janelt ends up scoring, and Everton are the masters of draws right now. I mean, if I look at their results here, right? Everton lost to Chelsea 1-0, lost to Villa 2-1, and then since then they drew Forest 1-1, drew Brentford 1-1, and then this past week, I swear, yeah, they drew Leeds 1-1 as well. Blah.
Lampard's not it, man. That's all I have to say. Like, if you watch these games, like, Everton has the quality. I would argue that they're probably missing a natural striker.
Yeah.
But Anthony Gordon has been quality, both in scoring goals and his passing. Their back line is decent enough. Pickford is, one of the best English keepers. As much as he's memed, he's still one of the best English keepers. I actually rate Pope ahead of him, but Pickford's a quality keeper. They brought in Connor Cody, good signing. Tarkovsky and Mason Holgate are good enough to get the job done. Their midfield needs a little bit of help, but Mykal, phenomenal wingback.
Very good.
Again, I think that
you've spoken highly of. I don't know if you mentioned him just now. Sorry.
Yeah, they're probably one good striker away from being a lot better team. However, I don't even think that would help them because Lampard's running this team into the ground. They've played 5 games now. I think they've played 4 different formations. The Brentford game was the first one that had any sort of resemblance of an attacking formation, and they got punished for it and ended up drawing late against a Brentford team. So Lampard's just not it, man. That's I'm not going to dwell much on this game, but Lampard's not it. They gave up 20 shots to Brentford, by the way.
Yeah, like early relegation candidates, Everton are currently sitting on the same amount of points as our relegation team. So it's gonna be a long season for Everton. Looking at their squad, I don't think they should be in a relegation scrap, if I'm honest. Like, yes, they need an out.
I think they should be.
I mean, but I'm saying because then, something has to give.
Well, squad quality.
Squad quality.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, squad quality. They're not. They shouldn't be. But
so because they have, the issues that they're dealing with in terms of their striker and the management of the team, I think there is. I still think Lampard, like with Everton, I don't, like I've said this before, I don't know why he took the job. I think it was a disaster waiting to happen, and I think he should have plied his trade at a lower level club for a few years and solidified himself.
He should have done the Rooney.
He should have
going to like a Derby County or something. And
yeah, well, he wasn't.
Granted, Rooney ended up going to MLS, but
Gus says here he missed promotion with a stacked Derby team. Lampard did. I think they made it to the playoff finals, if I'm not mistaken, or the semifinals. I can't remember. But yeah, I think Derby is a kind of an asterisk because of how the club is run, like Gavin said. Having said that, the fact that he got Chelsea top 4 with that squad after losing Hazard in a transfer embargo was, I think, an overachievement. And I think unless it was an absolute fluke of a season, there is a manager in there somewhere. I think it's a culmination of the job that he chose to take, the expectations at that club, as well as not knowing the identity of how he wants to play. That's the problem.
I think he's not a rebuild manager.
No,
he's
not.
Like you said, you put him on a Chelsea team. I think he could probably get the job done and secure you with a top 4, top 5 in a top 4, top 5 quality team. But you put him on a rebuild situation. I don't think he has the ability to rebuild. I don't think he has the ability or the experience to get the most out of young players. You look at what Rooney did and what he did with Derby County. That took a lot of changes, and there was a rough patch with Rooney at the beginning, and then he ended up turning that team around. I honestly think that I'll be surprised if he's the Everton manager at the end of the season. I will be extremely surprised. You also look at how Wayne Rooney's doing at DC United, and I'd be really surprised if we don't see Lampard out at Everton and then Rooney in at Everton around this time next season.
Yeah, I agree. Also, I just want to ask you quick fire, yes or no. Would Rafa Benitez, if still in the Everton job, have Everton higher in the table than for Lampard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Brentford, Everton. Next, Arsenal, Fulham. I was looking forward to this one, man. Mitrovic bullied Gabriel for that goal. Mitro is a bully. Yes.
By the way, remember at the beginning of the season when we were kind of giving Fulham some slack, and we were like, we need Mitrovic to play in the Premier League. He's shown up so far. 5 games in, I think he has a goal every game so far, doesn't he?
I think so. He is the second leading goal scorer behind Erling Haaland. Just ignore this guy because Haaland is going to be
that doesn't count.
After Haaland, it's Mitro on 5, Harry Kane on 4. So Mitro on fire, man. Indeed, I wish the Fulham boys were here because they all give me shit.
Mitro's on fire. Your defense is terrified.
The Fulham boys in chat always give me crap for what I said about them preseason. I've put my hands up for the 7th episode in a row. I will say I was wrong. I am enjoying watching Fulham play. I am enjoying the level of support they're getting. I'm admitting it, man. They will stay up for sure. They're still 33 to play, but I don't think.
As Gavin just said, actually 33 to play.
No, but listen, guys. Yes, I'm not just looking at the results and saying, "Oh, Fulham's good." I'm looking at the way they've approached each game.
That's true.
If injuries ravage the team, will they stay up? God forbid. Probably not, right? But the way they have played every single game I've watched, there is not one game where I was like, Fulham is shit and they're not here to try.
Fair.
They take the game to every team. The Liverpool game was phenomenal. Yeah, okay, first game bounce. 4 games since then, consistent. One-dimensional, yes. If Mitro doesn't score, what happens? I don't know. But that's it. Credit to Fulham, nice job. Arsenal finds a way. Odegaard, phenomenal player. Go ahead.
But what's more likely to happen? Fulham slip and realize their actual potential and they start battling relegation, or Everton realize their natural potential and are no longer battling relegation?
Say that again, please. Fulham?
Do Fulham realize their actual potential and place and start battling relegation and slip down the table? Or does Everton realize their actual potential and start climbing up the table and avoiding the relegation battle?
Logically, Everton avoids the relegation battle. Logically, I think logically, but that's what that's why we love this sport. You never know. Is there always logic to it? No.
I think one thing that you're looking at right now is the exciting thing with some of these promotion teams is when they get promoted, a lot of these Premier League teams don't really know how they're going to play. Like, you don't really have a lot of tape on them yet. Yeah, especially this early in the season, you don't really have a whole lot of knowledge on how they're going to line up, and so I think Fulham's doing a really good job of being dynamic and taking advantage of some of these other teams. But then you start seeing some of their performances against the powerhouses like Arsenal,
Liverpool, for crying out loud, on the first day of the season.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, it's Liverpool won. So
let me ask you this. Okay, they don't know how teams line up, but they know for sure. You and I knew for sure. You and I, sitting at home, knew Mitrovic is the guy for them. They're still not finding a way to stop this. Like, he scores every game, like it's still early and it's only a few games, but you kind of know for Fulham what the plan is. So
that's like saying, Haaland's the plan for Man City.
Are you going to Haaland and Mitro are not? Haaland is on another level.
That's fair, but that's there's one thing to say that yes, that's the guy that you need to stop, but being able to stop him is something completely different. 100%. Mitrovic has always had the quality, but he disappears in the Premier League. And you and I both said almost verbatim that if he actually lives up to the quality that we know he has, Fulham are going to be in great position.
100%.
I'm wondering if this is a Cinderella kind of thing where eventually, the stroke of midnight's going to come and Mitrovic is going to go back to his normal, God of the championship form and completely disappear, or he's going to be like, you know what, this is the year I'm arrived, and God bless him for sticking through. But
yeah, I think Paulinho is a great signing for them as well.
I know you're saying that you're admitting you're wrong, but 5 games in, I'm not willing to say it yet, and I still think they're going to get relegated.
Interesting. Okay, cool. It is early for sure, but I'm just going by what I've seen and what I feel.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on then to, by the way, we're still in the first match week of the last Premier League, which is awesome. Where's my Premier League stuff? I think I got rid of it. Do you have the next game there, by the way, brother? If not, I can.
I have Spurs Forest on Sunday. Spurs 2-0 Harry Kane.
By the way, sorry, can someone tell me what happened with Son? Because I was looking over, I was hosting the draft, so I wasn't able to watch. I saw him get subbed off, and he was fuming at something. Was he mad at being substituted, or what was the issue?
Yeah, I think he was upset at being subbed.
Okay.
because he hasn't been subbed off in a very long time. And I think this was he hasn't been good this season yet. I don't know if it's because the game's flowing more. Like if you watch Spurs games, the game's definitely flowing more through Harry Kane coming deep, and then what he's usually doing is he's pushing the ball out wide now to Kulusevski, and then Kulusevski's doing a good job of feeding the ball back into the middle to a trailing Harry Kane now.
It's almost like friendship ended with Son and Kulusevski.
Yeah.
Kulu's my new best friend.
So I think what we're waiting to see is the development between Perisic and Youngmin Son on the left hand side. Because once we get that development to the same level that we're getting on the right hand side, the world's in trouble, because Kulusevski right now is proving that he's a god tier right winger and is lethal from that side,
100%.
both in assisting and finishing.
100%.
And if we can get Heung-min Son back on par, then that's a scary team. But I think that was Conte's way of telling him that, you know what, I think it was his wake up call, and he was very pissed off about it. So
yeah. I think that was a good game. Forest, you just watch these Forest games and you're like, okay, they're doing well not to concede. And then it's just boom, the result goes from them. And it's kind of, we've talked about this, and I think we can talk about it now because we're talking about a Forest game. The amount of players they've brought in, the amount of money they've spent. You said Europe, I said top 10, but it's one of those or bust financially. This team cannot survive anything less than that, in my opinion, with how much they've spent. Like, it's insane.
I mean, just based on financial fair play rules alone.
Yeah.
If they don't make it, I think they're going to be in a lot of trouble. But I mean, they've lost 3 games this season so far, but they also have a really tough schedule to open up the season.
True.
So given that the transfer window just ended and they continue to bring players in, there is still hope that they can manage this season. I think that they're more likely to turn their season around than, you know, some of the other Cinderella stories that we have going on so far early in the season. But
I mean, you would hope
there comes a point where you do have to start worrying.
Yeah, it's insane. It is insane. A team that both you and I had a soft spot for before the season started, but at this point, it's like, okay, we need, like, and like there's so many unknowns with how the cohesion is going to work, because there's so many bloody new players on this team. It's interesting. Okay, well, speaking of which, by the way, I want to ask you this. Yakilma in chat asks, quick fire gut instinct, one word. Wolves or Leicester, pick one to go down.
To go down?
Yes.
Ooh.
You're thinking
Wolves.
about it. You're thinking. I said Wolves too. Yeah. It's interesting. We'll see. But anyway, speaking of Wolves, 1-1. Ruben Neves scores a Ruben Neves goal. I mean, when he scores the exact same goal every time. You want to talk about
then
the finishes?
St. Max in the 90th, man.
Yes.
Like, this was a game of bangers, dude.
Absolutely.
Like,
I remember in the Discord you said St. Max at the end. But like I said, man,
at the death. Like,
Ruben Neves, when he scores, like, he gets the ball outside the box, you just know, like, he's gonna try. And then
every time he touches the ball anywhere near the box, you just hear the whole crowd shoot. You know.
But yeah, I would say this is a huge point for Wolves at home against Newcastle. Newcastle has started very well, and I think, again, Wolves gets a goal from arguably a defensive midfielder, but we'll just call it a midfielder. We're not seeing I still don't know what their front line is doing. Neto and these guys, someone I'm pretty sure tried a Rabona in this match to cross the ball in. I think it was Neto. And I was thinking, like, why are you trying? I don't know if it was this match or the one against Bournemouth. It was the one against Bournemouth. I remember it was like 70 minutes something, and Pedro Neto's trying to Rabona across into the box.
I do remember seeing that. Yeah, and then it led to a turnover.
What are you doing, my guy? Like, you haven't even scored. He's a good player. I think Podence and Neto, I've said this before, interchanging I thought would work a lot better. But Wolves looks flat, man. Like,
yeah, it's really depressing too from Portugal's B team. I thought that they were going to be a lot better than that, but the one of the things that I said was that the Guedes deal, they're going to need to play, if they play him in his natural position on the left wing and allow him to be himself, you know, he's going to flourish and that team's going to be great. But they're forcing him to play centrally and outright, and it's not working so far. They've had to sum him off every time now for Adama Traore. And that's another thing for me that's really interesting, is you have Adama Traore and you're not starting him, a player who was good enough to be loaned out and start at Barcelona, but yet he's not good enough to start for a Wolves team? Question mark. I don't really understand that one. I don't know if he's fallen out of favor for Wolves, and if so, why they haven't sold him. But I'm very I have big questions about him. And the other thing that when I was watching this Wolves game back, the big thing to me was Jimenez is just not the same player,
No,
and it's so sad
it
because
is very sad.
he was starting to turn into a top tier striker in the Premier League, and he gave that team a lot of hope, and he was finishing left and right. He gets that injury, and you can tell coming back from it, and he's just not the same player. And I don't fault him for it because it was a nasty injury, and it's hard to recover from one of those. When you almost die on the field, credit for him to coming back and playing, but he's just not the same player, unfortunately.
No. By the way, if you guys have not watched Code Red on YouTube, please go ahead and watch it. It was a very, very good watch. Okay, moving on. West Ham finally score a goal and finally get a win against Aston Villa on August the 28th. Pablo Fornals.
In one of the most boring games in the world, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you've said it. I think when we're talking about the sack race, it was Moisey for you, and how? Why? What's going on with West Ham? Like,
third most money spent in the world, by the way, and they're currently, what is this?
As of right now,
12th?
they're 14th, 1 point out of relegation zone.
And on a negative 4 goal differential, by the way. So level with Bournemouth, separated by goal differential.
By the way,
so,
I just want to talk about this for context because a lot of people say Chelsea this, that, like spending the money. So Aubameyang was a player exchange, but the Barcelona official website ignored the Alonso deal and treated it as a separate deal and said 12 million for Aubameyang euros. Emerson, the left back from Chelsea, goes to West Ham for 15 million euros, just for context. So I don't know, like, West Ham has spent money, but was it money well spent? I don't think Emerson is a 15 million euro left back at this point. He did well in Lyon, but I don't think he's necessarily worth that much. Cornet was 20 million, which I still think he's decent. Aguerd, 35 million euros. Scamacca, 36, and Paqueta, 42, just to highlight some of the expenses you're saying, but it's not.
Paqueta's definitely worth it.
Yeah, Paqueta's worth every penny, if not more. I think that was a hell of a deal for them. But yeah, it's just not working for Wolves. Do you think Emerson's worth 15 million, says Gus? I mean,
West Ham, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, West Ham, sorry. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. 15 million is the minimum for a Premier League player. I agree, but still, it's just interesting to see these moves that are being made where it's sneaky amounts of money that Chelsea piles up, and then that's why I was kind of saying it more from that perspective. Because, anyways, but yeah, West Ham in trouble possibly, man. Not in trouble. But...
Yeah, and the big thing to me was like their big splash defensively was Diallo Kerr, and if you've listened to the podcast before, you know that I rate him, and I was disappointed when he went to PSG and just kind of rotted.
Mm-hmm.
He's had an unfortunate showing so far for West Ham, and I think he's way better than what he's showing. But when you're partnered with Aaron Cresswell and Kurt Zouma, it's kind of hard to have good showings. I've never rated Kurt Zouma. I don't really enjoy him. Cresswell, again,
I will say I hate Kurt Zouma as a person, whatever. But pre ACL tear, that game against United when he went down, he was developing into a very nice center back. The injury changed him.
And then again, this team doesn't really. I mean, their midfield consists of Pablo Fornals, Thomas Tuchel, and Declan Rice. It's a very defensive midfield. So even though you're starting Scamacca up front with Jared Bowen, both of which are proven strikers, and then they brought in Mykal Antonio, like, you have good quality up front, but you have nothing in the midfield in terms of creativity. Now, when they bring in Benrahma and he's able to play more centrally, I think they definitely have some creativity, but for whatever reason, he's fallen out of grace with Moyes and isn't getting starts. And is left to kind of come in. And let's not forget, they have a number 10 in Manuel Lanzini, by the way, and he's just rotting away. And I don't understand that because, again, he's another quality midfielder who has the ability to pick out a pass that is just sitting there rotting at West Ham. So I
Paqueta helps
honestly
with this?
think Paqueta, again, Paqueta definitely is a good creativity. He's got decent creativity to him, and he's got good flair, but he's still more a defensive minded. He's a defensive first midfielder.
Yeah. Interesting.
So maybe he gives them a little bit more in terms of somebody that can go back and forth. But I think that
I don't know. He's going to be better than Pablo Fornals. I'll give you that. I think you can start him in front of Rice and Suchek, and he might be able to get the job done. But for me, when you have Ben Rama and Lanzini in front of it, like that you could have been playing in that situation as well, it doesn't really make a ton of sense to me. So I think this is Moyes' last season, and especially you can't spend 300 million euros, pounds, whatever it is, and miss Europe. I think if they miss Europe completely, Moyes is gone, and you probably see a lot of players leave that club if they miss Europe completely as well, and especially Declan Rice.
Yeah, the Declan Rice saga. Okay, that was just match week 4. Let's go through match week 5 here, and just talk about some of the results. So Palace, Zaha with a beautiful goal against Brentford. Wissa with a late goal to salvage a draw for Brentford there, 1-1.
Very exciting game.
Very nice.
A lot of back and forth.
I've enjoyed Palace games a lot. Palace at home is always a great watch, but even on the road this year, Palace has been pretty good. Yeah. Zaha on fire again. Another summer window goes by and slams shut, and he's still at Palace. You talked about this.
Yeah.
I think you said
Patrick Vieira, by the way, his team's exciting. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just saying, you've talked about, I think, Zaha hopefully getting a move to a team where he can kind of finish his career with some sort of silverware.
Yeah, I'm hoping that he goes to a team that gets silverware, but I think the player himself wants to stay and be a part of the growth and development of Palace. At this point, he's a club legend.
Yeah.
It's just how it is. But I think he does deserve to go to a team that is pushing for silverware, whether that's in the Premier League or elsewhere. I honestly think it's probably going to be elsewhere. I wouldn't be surprised if he lands. Like if my bold prediction and hot take is when Neymar leaves PSG, I think you see Zaha's name get touted around as a Neymar replacement.
Bold. Guys, take that in. Michael said it on September the 2nd. If this happens, Michael's a genie. I love it. Okay. Next one was Fulham and Brighton 2-1 at Craven Cottage. Again, Mitrovic scores, like you said. And then McAllister with a penalty for Brighton after Lewis Dunk's own goal. So it was 2-0 and then it was 2-1.
That Lewis Dunk own goal, by the way, if you haven't gone back and watched it, Brighton need to start that man at striker. That was such a quality strike. I don't understand. He hit that ball so cleanly, just putting it in the back of his own net. That was just, oh my gosh.
Lewis Dunk for striker.
Like, it was such a good, well-struck ball. It was a pretty even game, to be honest with you. Mitrovic scored, and he quality finish from him being in the right place at the right time on the end of a good cross. McAllister's penalty, it was definitely a penalty, and he finished it well, so good for them. And they fought till the bitter end. They had a couple chances to draw towards the end as well, but Lewis Dunk's goal, by the way, was just, I can't get over how funny it is because he ended up scoring from like top of the box.
An own goal technique.
Yeah, and he beat his own keeper. He hit it with such fluidity and pace that I was like, good Lord, start that man up at striker. It's crazy. Striker.
Number 9, Lewis Dunk. So yeah, shout out to Fulham. They continue, but again, early days. That result sees them in 8th at the end of match week 5. Southampton 2, Chelsea 1. I mean, you kind of know my opinions on this already. I think defensively, I said this in match chat, by the way, on Discord. I said defensively too soft. You're starting to see mistakes from players you don't see mistakes from. Aspie kicking that ball out for a goal kick in a corner and immediately apologizing. You could just see right there that, he's someone who typically doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and that led to a goal. Again, no closing down, no urgency. This was a weird game because Havertz and Mount were running into each other. You look at the heat map after, and you see they were both operating on the left-hand side of the field. I've been vocal about this with you off stream. Go ahead.
They're both centrally players. Like, they're both playing out of position.
So
they're both trying to migrate to their normal position.
Literally, they're both, and I don't understand what the thing is. Broha came on, like I said, and in 25 minutes showed more drive and more effort and willingness to get on the ball than a lot of the players. Defense looks sus as, again, Koulibaly failed to close down on that second goal. I think you were talking about this too. Tons of space, isolated from the rest of the back line. And there's one graphic which I shared in the Discord, which I sent to you on text, Michael. There's a screen cap of Chelsea working the ball around Southampton's box, and there was not one player connecting the defense to the midfield. It was a string of defenders and a string of attackers with nothing in the middle. So when you're playing like that, there's no cohesiveness. Shout out to Southampton. second time I'm saying this today. Ralph Hasenhüttl has heard all the people saying that Southampton's going to go down and has got this team playing like they want to fight to stay up. Good goal from Lavia, but I think Mendy, I told you this as well. I never got your opinion. Do you think Mendy could have done better? It was a great shot from outside the box. Mendy got his hand to it, but Mendy doesn't have the strongest wrists in my opinion.
It's hard because like it's outside the box. You have a couple bodies in the way. Like he doesn't have 100. It's not fully blocked vision, but he doesn't have full sight on it. I think he sees it a little bit late. If he wasn't so flat-footed, he probably could have done better. But I think that's a goal that results in him not having trust in his defense to be able to cover him if he does cheat to that side. So
yeah.
I when I was covering this game and recapping this game on the highlights on my stream yesterday, I paused for a moment and I did like a screen grab and drew all over the screen and was talking about just the lack of cohesion and communication you have on that back line. You had Koulibaly was like 5 yards further down the field than everybody else, and he was playing everybody on side. You had your two midfielders who are not defensive midfielders and refused to mark any sort of runs. They were on top of the box. Meanwhile, you had 3 guys on top of the 8-yard box. You had another 2 guys who were marking wingers. So you just had 10 yards of space between, like, from the top of the 8-yard box to the top of the box was just completely unmarked and wide open. And it was just Armstrong being a natural born striker, just holding his run up and just eating that space. And, you know, that to me is defending that you would expect to see from a championship level team. So you don't expect that to see from a Chelsea team, especially one that brought in a Koulibaly and a Thiago Silva.
Like I said, the hallmark of Tuchel's first season at Chelsea was the defensive stability and the stinginess to concede goals, and that has completely disappeared, and now we're exposed because there's nothing going forward and defense has collapsed, right? So a lot of people say be rational, be reasonable, this, that, and I'm not unreasonable to say that was the softest performance I can remember in recent history as a Chelsea fan. Like I said, I've lived through the 10th place finish. I like to stay positive, but when I see that lack of effort, which was also echoed by Tuchel after the game, it is a bit concerning. So
against a bad team too.
I mean, like I said, shout out to Southampton. I think they did deserve to win that game, and I think they were unlucky not to get something out of the United game as well. But unacceptable effort, at least from Chelsea. I don't care if Chelsea loses, right? It's the effort, and there has been no effort other than the Leicester game to actually kill off.
Shout out to Sterling though. I mentioned earlier in your other game, he definitely put in his shift, and he's been
a breath of fresh air.
Yeah. Okay. I think you guys would be in a lot worse situation if you did not have him.
Probably have the one Jorginho penalty, that's it, and the Reece James goal possibly. But actually no, because the Reece James goal was assisted from Sterling. So anyways, Leeds Everton 1-1. Again, Anthony Gordon scores in the 17th, and he keeps closing his ears and doing the celebration. I'm blocking out the noise. What are your thoughts on this game, man?
Lampard cannot see out a game. Like, I don't know. Like, I want to sit down and have a conversation with an Everton fan if I can find one. Because
Stick Piano's an Everton fan, I believe.
This is the second time. This, again, another formation from Everton. So you have another completely different system now that you have to play all these players in. They start Demai Gray up front for whatever fucking reason. And then they had Dwight McNeil out wide. So I don't understand what Lampard's doing. It's another situation, another formation. It's absolutely crazy. But again, the Anthony Gordon looks great. He looks like he's going to be one of the players in the future. I do not think he'll be in an Everton shirt next year, but
if you were, I know this is a really dumb question from me, sorry, but if you were to put a price on Anthony Gordon, what would you put it at as of right now? And I know there's so much that goes 60. Okay, interesting.
Because he's a Premier League player and he's an English Premier League player,
that's what I'm
60
saying,
million.
If
that was Anthony Guedes playing in Portugal, I think he's probably Wolves, a 30 million player.
Unless you're Wolves, then he's a 90 million player. Anyways,
exactly.
Calvert-Lewin injured again, says Zan United in chat here.
Yeah, but even DCL's like DCL is a mid striker at best. So, which I mean fits, Everton as a club right now, but he doesn't fix this team. So,
if Richarlison was still around, would they be better off? Sorry, I keep asking you these hypotheticals.
Yes. because then they could put Gray out wide to the right. They can have Anthony Gordon, who's playing the way he is up left, and now you have a creative and innovative striker up front who can finish.
Interesting. Okay.
So maybe that may be something that we haven't talked about that maybe they're suffering from, is that they don't have the creativity or the striker that they normally have. So the other thing I will say though is they're still paying Andre Gomes, and they're still paying Allen, and they're still paying Michael Keane. So I think the Everton situation may be worse than just Lampard, but I think it does start with him. He needs to figure out what his damn system is going to be, and then he needs to be able to start recruiting for that if they're going to let him stay around long enough.
Agree. Andre Gomes, I think, had a deadline move to somewhere. I forget where, but
he's at Forest.
Oh, Nottingham Forest, right? Was it Forest? Oh, wait, which Gomes are we talking
about?
No,
Angel Gomes is at Lille, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was talking about the Andre Gomes, the guy who got his ankle shattered a few years ago in that horrible incident. Anyways, okay, moving on. Bournemouth, Wolves, 0-0. I mean, again, we've talked about a lot of... I think what we said about match week 4 games, a lot of the same applies for match week 5. I mean, it's Bournemouth. Good response, I guess, to draw 0-0.
Big shout out to them with their interim manager. They showed up, and they could have easily phoned this game in and folded given their run of form, but they showed up at home with their new manager, faced adversity. It's not the win that they wanted, but a 0-0 result's good for them. But Wolves again, in trouble.
Broken record, guys. If you were here for the last half an hour, we've been talking about this with the other team, the last match week. City Forest 6-0, big story of the week. Should have triple captained Haaland for Fantasy Premier League. This guy scored a hat trick in 16 minutes this time. Last time it was 19 or 20. This time it was 16. I don't know. And to your point, Michael, Haaland gets subbed off. Guess who scores the final 2 goals for City? Julian Alvarez. I mean, it's scary at this point. It is very scary.
And again, another one where it's unfortunate for Nottingham Forest, because they still they spend a bunch of money and they're bringing players in and they're going to get better, but the consistent movement of players for them probably didn't do them any favors in this situation. So they're definitely getting a ton of early tough games, so it's going to be interesting to see what they can do when they get to their softer part of their schedule and they get the team some training time together. But I'm not writing them off yet, but 6-0 is a pretty hefty loss.
Arsenal, top of the league then after 5 weeks because of a 2-1 victory against Villa. Gabriel Jesus scored. Douglas Luiz on a pretty controversial goal because Ramsdale was, for what it looked like, Kamara was right up against Ramsdale and impeding him.
Clean.
I thought it was clean because I think Ramsdale was leaning over Kamara, honestly, and initiating the contact more than anything for me, but a lot of Arsenal fans don't agree with that.
It's only a foul though if he's holding Ramsdale back, right? He's entitled to that space just as much. And from my understanding, the reason that they didn't overturn it is because they weren't able to determine if Kamara was holding Ramsdale at all, because his hands were behind his back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so Kamara is entitled to that space just as much. Like he if he wants to stand there and not move, he's totally entitled to do so. So Ramsdale's option is he either goes through him and commits a foul and it's a penalty, or he can't get to the ball and it's curled in. And someone in my chat when we were watching this was like, I can't believe Aston Villa would practice this kind of set piece. But, shout out to Steven G, man. Sometimes you got to get shit done and you got to score a goal. Like, you got to go to the school ground tricks, and it worked, So if you got if you got a player like Douglas Luiz who's got that in his locker, go for it, And Arsenal must have been impressed by it too, because
they were scouting him
all deadline day. They were trying to get that deal done to bring him in. So,
I had one of our people in the community is an Arsenal fan, and he was sharing in the Discord people tracking moving vans outside Douglas Luiz's house and this and that. So obviously that didn't work out. But the main thing is Douglas Luiz scored, and it kind of felt quiet at the Emirates. And then 2-3 minutes later, Gabriel Martinelli they answered. So,
and
yes,
what a finish, by the way, by Martinelli.
It was a very nice finish. He's such a good player.
To finish that in stride on the volley with his left foot into the top corner,
phenomenal
rocket, and he's having I mean, he had a breakout year last year, but he's
Mm-hmm.
coming out really quiet this year in terms of stats.
Yeah,
But if you watch an Arsenal game, you can tell
he
that a
is.
lot of the reason the other players are being successful is because Martinelli is a crafty player.
And
So
you know what's crazy about him, bro? I was watching. There was a possession where Arsenal gave up the ball on the left-hand flank. I think it was in the second half, and Martinelli ran his legs into the ground, chasing it down, and won the ball back instantly. The work rate on this kid on both sides of the ball is exceptional.
I think that's the Arteta effect, like we were kind of joking about it, but he brought in all of these players young. He didn't want to sign anybody over the age of
Trust the
25, and
process.
it was touted as a joke and blah blah blah. But if you look at the players he's brought in and the mentality that he's instilled into these young players that are now the lifeblood of this team, it's working for him.
100%.
So
Now,
Arsenal looked good, as they always do, and the immediate response from Martinelli and the immediate response from that team, and then be able to see the game out for the rest from there.
Yeah.
But Aston Villa, for me, again, defensively, we both picked them to be – I actually picked them to be the last team in for European football this year because I thought that they were going to be able to get it done.
I was very high on Aston Villa, yeah.
Defensively, they're letting me down.
Would this be a different
now
story?
I will say that they lost Diego Carlos
That's what
really
I'm
early.
thinking, yeah.
And he was supposed to be like their rock, and he was the first couple. I mean,
And
I guess the
Coutinho
first
has
couple
been kind of
minutes he
shaky
played.
with his
But
game time, right?
yeah,
believe.
Coutinho's not staying healthy. He went. He got subbed out again in this game, and I think again he came up holding his leg. It seems like his hamstring.
Is he the Thiago of what Liverpool is? Thiago is to Liverpool. Is that Coutinho to Villa?
Yeah, it seems to be like every game. I don't know if it's just like he's doing it just because he wants to get subbed off, or if like that's just like, at that point he's doing it for a reason. But I think not, considering they were chasing the game at this point. But he got up again holding his leg. I know last week it was, I think, his hamstring. I think this week they said he was nursing a groin. So it'll be interesting to see what his options are. I don't think Ollie Watkins has been good enough up front for them as he should have been. And I think that also stems from the quality of service that he's been getting. But the big thing for me, though, is their back line. The Tyrone Mings, Ezri Konsa, that bromance seems to have not transferred from last year to this year. So it'll be interesting to see if they can right that ship, and if they can get back to what they were doing, especially with the addition of Boubacar Kamara. I think that they have the pieces, but it'll be interesting to see if they can long term get it together.
Yeah, I credit where credit's due, man. Arsenal 5 wins out of 5, the only undefeated team, or not undefeated, but the only team to have won all 5 of their matches. They sit top of the table after 5 games. Like I've said, though, I don't want to take anything away from them, but the only team in the top 10 that they've played and had a result against is Fulham, and that says, like you said, you talked about this, the easiness of their schedule to start. So shout out to Arsenal, but it's early days.
Yeah, we talked about it in our predictions. We talked about it before the season started. If they can make it through to October and win all the games that they were supposed to, they have a very good road to be set up for 7-0. Or 8-0, excuse me. So, like, then October hits and they have a nightmare of a schedule, and that'll be where we get to see the real Arsenal or not.
Exactly.
But they have a chance to set themselves up to be in a really comfortable spot come October, and then at the end of October, depending on how they do, they could still be a top 3 team. So they're doing what they're supposed to be doing right now, and that's all you can ask of them.
100%. And I've seen this comment so many times, what Yakilma says in chat, you can only beat who they put in front of you. That's what I'm saying, 100%. But
that's what I'm saying too. Like,
they've done a great job beating who's been put in front of them, but there's no denying that the strength of schedule does get harder for them down the road. So we'll see.
There's no denying that the Arsenal of past struggled with that.
So
if you look at a lot of the opponents that they lost to last year, I mean, they opened last season and lost to Brentford. So
I remember that with a goal.
But the reason they missed Europe last season, or the reason they missed the Champions League, last season, was because they couldn't beat some of the lower end teams that they were supposed to beat. So that was the big thing that we talked about this season, was can they continue that togetherness that they found towards the middle end of last season and carry on with that. And if so, they'll be in a good spot. And right now they are. They're beating the teams that they're supposed to beat. They're beating the teams that are in front of them.
100%.
But they have to survive October, and then the rest of the season is a little bit more intermingled, and I think they can do a lot better.
100%. I think a pretty good test is going to be the United game as well. Like Zan United says, won't United give them more resistance than what they've played? I mean, United's had two really solid wins. The 1-0s in 2 match weeks. We haven't talked about the Leicester one that happened today, but United's looking different with the calls that Ten Hag has made, and we'll get into United after. So yeah. Exactly.
All the United fans have been itching all stream so far.
As SNG says here, that Arsenal has always looked like the much better team in games so far, and that's a testament to the improvements they've made from last season. All right, West Ham Tottenham. 3 games left to talk about, guys. West Ham Tottenham on the 31st. Thilo Kehrer scores an unfortunate own goal, just a ball whipped across the box by, I think it was Harry Kane. Kind of pandemonium in the 6-yard box, and that goes in. And then Souček with a goal in the 55th minute to get the draw for West Ham. A huge point for them, but what's going on?
Yeah. Just lack of defensive awareness on the Souček goal. It was a simple throw in from the right hand side. He threw it into Souček. He made a 1-2. I forget who it was with, but he made a simple 1-2. And then next thing you know, center defensive midfielders running just straight through our midfield, and he beats Hugo Lloris with a low and powerful near post shot. So you're a little upset that Hugo Lloris gets beat near post, but I'm more upset that it took a throw in and a simple 1-2 pass, and he's through on goal. So
yeah,
quality finish from him. He still had a job to do. He had to control the ball, bring it down, and shoot it. So not to take anything away from him, but I do think Tottenham could have done better, and it was a slip up from them. So this was 3 points that might cost them long term. Or 2 points, I should say, that'll cost them long term.
Yeah. Okay. Then to the least controversial game of them all, the 2-1 Liverpool victory over Newcastle. Like I said in your Discord, I hate to be that guy, and I understand. Okay, Newcastle was wasting time. Okay, understood. The fact that it went past 6 minutes, 7 minutes, okay, whatever. 98th minute goal for Carvalho. Played to the whistle. Liverpool did nothing wrong. I have 2 issues with this game. First of all, the Alexander Isak. Shout out to Isak, by the way. You've talked about him. Just the way he runs, by the way. I know I've seen him at Sociedad, but it still blows my mind watching it in a Premier League game. He just glides. He looks like he's just in the right position.
Effortless.
It's effortless. But anyways, Isak scores a very nice finish. Almost actually hit the bar and went out, but I think it was just perfectly placed. In the 30th minute, Firmino scores. And then the offside for Isak. Okay, I'm not the guy who's going to sit here and argue over lines. I just want consistency. At this point, we all want consistency. That's all we want. So what is offside? What isn't? Where's the line drawn? How is it drawn? Why is it angled like this? Why is it? I just want consistency. That's it. Then the time wasting was a joke. 100%. A lot of people, actually overwhelming consensus of people, are saying they respect the referee for actually calling Newcastle out on their time wasting and adding more time. Okay, then how come in other games when there's time wasting, if it's a unnamed team, because I'm not going to start wars here, but we've all seen games where there's been blatant time wasting from a team and the whistle is blown 5 to 6 seconds before. It's there's no consistency. If you're going to make time wasting a thing, make a consistent rule or something that, and I hate changing the game for the sake of changing it, but I wasn't too impressed with the way this game was officiated. Yes, it's the salty thing to do. You guys know me. I'm not a salty fan. I could care less. My team isn't even in the conversation with competing with Liverpool, so it doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form. However, I still feel really badly for Newcastle, and I think that was not a very ideal finish to the game. I don't know what your thoughts are, Michael. Go ahead. We haven't talked about this game offline even, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
This game pissed me off, if I'm being 100% honest, and up front. Newcastle were the better team. And then Firmino gets that goal almost out of nowhere, I would argue. Yes, Liverpool was starting to get some build up to them, and they were getting some momentum, but Firmino gets that goal out of nowhere. And then all of a sudden the momentum has changed, and Newcastle are defending. And you expect a team on the road, holding on to a draw. You expect them to fight for a draw. And I always call it you turn the sportsmanship mode on, and you try to get the draw. But yeah, they're time wasting, and that's what it is. It's football. It's always going to be there. But to say that you get 5 added minutes, and then all of a sudden we're giving up, we play into the 99th minute, is a fucking joke, and that's putting it softly. There was multiple times that the referee could have stopped it. There was To say that you added 3 minutes on and there was no serious injuries is a joke. Like, nobody was forced to come off. Nobody was forced to get full-on medical treatment that forced them to come off the field. So where does the 3 extra minutes come from? It doesn't make any sort of sense to me. Like you said, it's kind of like the same situation as the Tottenham Chelsea game. Like, are you upset about it? Yes. Do you need to play for the full whistle? Yes. So credit to Liverpool, because I mean, all they can do is play until the whistle's blown, and Newcastle had to do the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and I said this when Chelsea. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm done. You're good.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, like, for me too, I said that during the Chelsea thing against Tottenham. Like, I'm not complaining. Why? It's okay. Chelsea collapsed on the corner. That's it. Again, here, Newcastle did not defend the corner. But from what I remember, and it says here, Gavin says they wasted 2 minutes during the added time, so adding another 2 on is fine. Firstly, if I remember, it was supposed to be 95, and it was scored in 98. Minutia. Who cares? Bottom line is this.
By the way, there is no, just to insert really quickly, in the rules of football, corners are not an action that is required to be taken in extra time. You can call extra time without having to take a corner.
Here's my
subject
thing.
to the referee, which is why it's bullshit.
Okay, sorry, it was scored at 97.03. My bad. I'm not going to get into seconds, minutes, here's the bottom line for me. Did Newcastle waste time excessively? Yes. Is there consistency with how added time is applied to a team like Newcastle versus a team like Bournemouth, or versus Liverpool versus Bournemouth? No. I just want consistency. That's all I care about. I'm not saying that Liverpool, like, a lot of people felt like Liverpool didn't deserve the win. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying, regardless of what the other team is doing, be consistent across the league, no matter who is playing.
The interesting thing that this game reminded me of is, in this year, here in the United States, we have our second tier of football. So we have MLS, and then we have
Yes,
USL.
I like what you said they were going to implement. Yes.
So there was a rule that FIFA implemented this year as like a test run to see if they wanted to implement it into other leagues to expand on, and it was a time wasting rule. What the rule is that if a player went down at any point in the game, if a player went down and required medical treatment and was needed to require medical treatment in order to be fit enough to play the game again, he had to go off the field and had to stay off the field for a minimum of 3 minutes. Essentially, what I called it was like a power play rule. If you get injured and you have to go off the field, you have to then go off the field and for a minimum of 3 minutes so you can continue to get your medical attention and be cleared to play. That, to me, eliminates this. Yes, it adds this weird implement to, like, if there's actually a serious injury, now all of a sudden you're having to defend for 3 minutes. And there is that aspect to it. But when you get into these 85th, 86th, 87th minute scenarios, you're not going to see these players who are now writhing on the ground saying that they broke their ankle, or that this challenge dimmed their knee, or, oh, I'm suffering from cramps for 2 minutes and now I need to get, the trainer on to give me some water and, milk this time, because now you're out and now you're having to defend this corner or defend the set piece or defend the next action down a man for the next 3 minutes. So it went really, really well in the USL. I honestly don't think it's going to happen, because I think a lot of the old heads are going to fight it and it's never going to go through. But I actually think that there are options, and it's interesting to me that FIFA is aware of it enough to where they're like, that we are trying something to see if we can combat this. So
such a slippery slope for me, because, like, you just don't know, like you said, if it's a serious injury or not. But, like, it is so predictable when a team is holding a lead, or like, it's so predictable what's going to happen as you hit the later minutes. Here's the thing for me. It's like the boy who cried wolf, right? I wish we could operate on an honor system where, when someone goes down, it's serious, but that's not the way it works. That's just not the way it's going to ever happen. So it becomes a thing where, who do you trust then? We're starting to see people booing people for going down. What if it's an actual injury? Here's
the thing though, right? If it's an actual injury, right? So say you do your hamstring and somebody needs to come on the field and give you medical attention, and you go down. Well, your options are either you get substituted out, or you're off the field for 3 minutes. Because if you think you can go and they're working on you and you need to get medical attention, it should be done off the field, like, flat out. Technically, the rule is that if you're requiring medical attention, they are supposed to carry you off the field so you can get the medical attention you need. The whole trainers providing medical attention on the field thing is only the last couple of years, I want to say within, like, probably the last 10 years of football, and technically it's always been against the rules. Trainers are supposed to be only providing medical attention off the field unless it is a life-saving situation.
It's kind of one of those things that people have just let happen for so long that this is the normal way of doing it now.
And so I actually think that this rule could have potential. I think they're implementing it again into USL next year, and I think they're expanding it into the Mexican League, and then I think I think it was like a South American league. FIFA's expanding it, so it might take traction because that's how VAR started. Was some of these leagues? MLS was one of the leagues that the VAR started in, and it got expanded to. So maybe it's a thing that happens, but I think it's a good situation because if you are actually injured and you need to get subbed off, sub them off. Now you're not at a disadvantage, right? Your player got injured, he got treatment, you couldn't go on, you sub him off, you don't lose, there's no disadvantage.
Yeah.
But if he's time wasting and he's, you have to call the trainers on, and it's
Yeah.
because he's time wasting, now you're defending a man down, and you're getting punished for it.
100%.
So
What Gray and Grumpy
it's a
here.
risk reward.
Yeah. Gray and Grumpy in Twitch chat here says, I mean, it could work, but look at what happened to Ericsson at the Euros. Exactly. That's where.
But
I think
again,
Micah said
that's where you can sub somebody on.
Yeah, exactly. Or like a serious, like when something is, like a serious injury versus, and again, then it's a slippery slope. But
that's also like in regular time too, right? So the Ericsson thing, for the sake of argument, the Ericsson thing happened in the first half, in like the 30th minute or something, if I remember, and all that they played until like the 60th minute almost. I think they added like 10-15 minutes of extra time. So like if that kind of stuff happens during regular time, then the referee can add that not only are you playing a man down, so say if I go down in the 85th minute and I get I'm requiring medical attention just so I'm time wasting, well, now my team has to go down for, I think it's 2 minutes. I want to say 2 minutes off the top of my head, but now my team's down for 2 minutes. On top of that time is also then being added to extra time at the end of it. So they didn't take away the extra time rule. So even if it's happening in the 95th minute of 90 plus 5, that extra time is still calculating. It's still adding up. It's the added risk of now if you're time wasting, you are also out of the game for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That to me is the big difference.
Yeah. Lots to think about there. But regardless, like I said, man, I do feel for Newcastle. I really do. But shout out to Liverpool for playing till the end. Huge goal for Carvalho to score in at Anfield and get all 3 points for Liverpool.
Shout out to Klopp celebrating like he just won the World Cup, by the way.
To be fair, I saw some pretty shitty videos online of a couple of the Newcastle coach or staff members throwing stuff over at the Liverpool bench. So I don't really condone that kind of behavior. And I think, if that really was the case. But then I also heard some rumors of Nunez saying a lot of insults in Spanish too.
I think he's getting in a lot of trouble. I think it's I saw one article. I've only seen one article, but I did see a lot of different reports saying that he was verbally abusing the away bench
too, but who knows?
And is under investigation for it. One of which did accuse him of racial abuse. So a big thing to keep an eye on there. So
yeah, I don't know. All I know is that Liverpool did well to not give up till the end, and Newcastle kind of, I wouldn't say brought it upon themselves, but it's always a risk you run when you have that mentality of just trying to, like, instead of I'm always, even when Chelsea does this, it infuriates me. I'm always someone that believes in winning the game the proper way. Defend and win the game that way rather than trying to, I didn't see the ball there. where's my shoelace? No, that's corny. I hate it. It disgusts me when my team does it. I hate it. So that's the end of that.
It's one of the reasons I'm a Timbers fan is we don't put up with that shit.
There you go. Okay. Final game.
Shout out, by the way, to the Timbers, Kings of Cascadia. Fuck you, Seattle. Ha 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 ha.
Anyways, let's move on to the final game of today's episode. Man, what an episode it's been, guys. Phenomenal. Thank you. If you guys are still here, thank you. If you guys are listening on Spotify and Apple Music and are you falling asleep with us in your AirPod at night, that's fine. I hope you have a good sleep. But if you are still listening, thank you guys so much.
This real quick if you wanted
to. Please be a part of this next time if you'd like to.
Seattle. Fuck you, Seattle.
You're not a walkout hasn't been in here today, but if he was here, I feel like he'd be feeling a certain type of way. Anyways, yes, thank you guys for the support, and basically, I appreciate you guys. All right. Manchester United 1-0 today's game. Leicester. This happened like 12 hours ago. And another 1-0.
Leicester's so bad.
Leicester, yeah, they had 2 chances at the end. I was texting you this in the Discord too. James Justin at the end, by the way, could have just gone across De Gea. Maybe he wouldn't have finished, but at least he just skied it into like the second tier of the stands. Shout out to United, I guess. Jadon Sancho's doing well. I mean, it was
CR7 almost scored that bicycle as well.
CR7, but that I told you, I said it felt like slow motion when Cristiano did that bicycle. Ten Hag sticking to his guts here and saying, you know what, I'm not going to start Maguire. I'm not going to start Ronaldo. And the team looked good. Rafael Varane deserves respect, by the way. Like, I saw so many...
That whole back line.
Yes. But Varane in particular, why? Because if you remember, if we go back to the VODs, you'll see a few Man United fans in here who were saying that Varane is overrated and this and that and that. And I was confused because I said I like him as a defender, but maybe I don't know his situation at United. I don't know. All I know is...
What I was saying was look at his partner.
All I know is this partnership of Martinez and Varane is chef's kiss for me. I think it's great, and I think United are doing what they need to do to get these points on the board. I mean, 2-3 weeks ago it was crisis United, and currently United are 5th.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but what did I say? Match day 1, match day 2. What did I say? Like, patience, 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 patience. It is not Ten Hag. It is the players and the system that he's given. And look at some of the things that he's making, some of the changes that he's making, and he's figuring players out.
Yeah.
He's getting points now. He's getting points done. I will say grain of salt that this is against Leicester and the other one was against Southampton. So I will give the cynics their little grains of salt there. But patience for Ten Hag.
Yeah.
He's not going to win the league this season. You're going to be fighting for Champions League. I do think you're going to get Europa League again, but patience, and he's going to get it done. The signings that he's captured, the people that he's pushed this team to sign for him, he's been vocal about it on and off the field. Good for him. I'm really happy. Again, the back line, I think they found their back four. He's benched Luke Shaw. God bless him. He's benched Harry Maguire. God bless him. I hope that he benches them long enough to where they fall out of favor for the English national team. Fuck them both. Rafa Varane is getting back to his Champions League winning form with Real Madrid. He's bringing in Casemiro, who's going to be a partner right in front of him. I mean, you look at the experience that those two players have had together. That's going to be a brick wall of goal defense. And now you have Rafa Varane, who, by the way, is one of the fastest center backs in the world, and paired with Lisandro Martinez, who is probably the fastest center back in the world, maybe outside of Lacroix. But you have this sweeper defender at the back. Like, both of them are sweeper defenders who can clean up any mess. You have Casemiro, who's an absolute rock in front of him, who's also a sweeping center defensive midfielder who's there to clean up messes. It allows Malacia to be completely free and open in attack. You're also getting to see a little bit better version of Diego Dalot now.
I was going to speak about Dalot. He kind of gets lost in this new backline, but he's been solid.
Yeah. One thing that I absolutely have loved seeing from this Manchester United team, if you go back and watch, you can go back and watch the goal scored. I want you to go back and watch every time one of the defenders clears the ball out, whether it's for a throw-in or for a corner. They're tracking back defensively. They win a challenge, and they clear the ball out for a defensive corner, or they block a shot or anything like that. You're seeing all four of these guys are coming together. They're high-fiving. They're yelling at each other. They're excited.
That Dalot clearance towards the end was intense. The passion in that was crazy.
And you're seeing De Gea is getting up and he's smacking these guys around and he's really excited. You're seeing this united brotherhood again in the back line. And I think Ten Hag's found the chemistry that he needs in that back four. And then he's doing it right by me. I think he's building from the back and he's getting the pieces that he's moving forward with. And now we get to see what Anthony is going to be able to do in creativity. Yeah. You're seeing Jadon Sancho's revitalization that, again, I talked about, like, maybe he just needs time. I actually also slotted him. Maybe he needs to go. Maybe he was a bust, but he's being revitalized. You're seeing a Marcus Rashford who's being revitalized as well. I think he was touted with the assist today, if I remember right. So, like, it's slowly coming together. And I think Ten Hag, like I said, patience, United fans, and you will be rewarded because he's figuring it out.
I think one of the big things, I want to catch up on a couple of messages in chat here from the Leicester perspective. SNG on Twitch says Kieran Dewsbury Hall looks so annoyed with the club. Him and Madison still working their asses off. Very, very professional players, those two. Gray and Grumpy says Sancho getting games is a really good thing for the England national team in their opinion. Absolutely. I want to touch on this. Zan United made a comment here too about Martinez being is Martinez not too small, kind of poking at all the discussion about Lisandro being too small in the media and stuff. I want to say the media has said that, but both Mykal and I were pretty transparent, saying he's not the tallest, but that doesn't matter because some great defenders have been short, such as Carlos Puyol and go ahead.
I'm going to go on a rant here, and I want you to look this up right now. Look up the aerial duels won by Lisandro Martinez versus any other center back in the Premier League. I think, if I remember right, I saw that he was ranked number 1 in aerial duels won in the Premier League.
100%. I think there was an overwhelming narrative from the media and fans online, though, saying that he was going to flop because he was too small. So I just want to make a note of that.
And Ten Hag's smart, and he's used him before. And if you look at set pieces, he's usually not marking taller players. Like
Yeah.
he's smart in the matchups that he's putting him with.
Yeah.
So he's like, because when you're defending, you get to choose who you're marking. So he's using that to his advantage. Now he has Casemiro, another taller defender that he can mark players with. So he puts Lisandro Martinez on, maybe a smaller, more agile player, because he's also quick. He's not just a short center back. He's a fast center back. He's built like a fullback, but he can mark and play like a center back. That's dangerous when you consider a lot of the goal scoring threats are these agile wingers and forwards that usually center backs can't keep up with. And that's how they're
100%.
losing the mark.
100%.
So I think him being the build that he is actually going to help it's definitely going to be more of a benefactor than it is a detriment to Man United long term, especially with Casemiro being added.
I think the biggest thing, and I want to summarize the Man United situation, is something that you and I have talked about. What was there hanging over this club? A cloud. There was a cloud with the Ronaldo situation, and whether we like to admit it or not, there was a huge cloud about the Maguire situation. I respect Ten Hag for coming in and not being afraid to do something different. He changed the personnel.
He said from day one, Cristiano Ronaldo is a part of my plans. I want him here. And sure enough, Ronaldo wasn't able to bully his way out. So, and
I messaged you this, and I said, I wonder how Ronaldo feels coming on every game now as a 65th minute sub. And he seems to be okay with it for now, but we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Exactly. He was supposed to come out with that big revelation about all the truth and everything. But yeah, Ten Hag is like that guy, like Zan United says, without making waves. He's come in clinically, taken those clouds away, and lifted this team to a place where they all can play, even in the midfield. The McTominay-Fred thing was dragging the team down. McTominay still plays, Fred still plays, but at different moments in the right mix. And like Zan United says, he's done it without making waves. And it looks like United are going to be okay if this is the way things continue. Like you said, it takes time, but all we know is they're playing light, they're playing free, they're playing with like that energy again for the last couple of games at least. So, yeah.
I will say though, they do have a challenging schedule ahead of them. They have
Arsenal soon, isn't it?
They have Arsenal this weekend. They are at home, but then they also go back. They return to Europe and they host Sociedad on Thursday, and then they have a short turnaround to go to Crystal Palace, who have been making good performances.
That'll be a good game. So, yeah.
Awesome. Then they have a tough schedule ahead of them. Then they end up going on the road to Sheriff, which I mean, like that's gonna be a tough game. Like you have a Crystal Palace on Sunday, you have a short week Thursday game, and you have to travel all the way to Sheriff to play. Then you have to return home to host Leeds, who is another scrappy team. And then again, they have a really tough October, as many teams do. October is the month of death, for a lot of teams. On the road to Man City, on the road again in Europa League, on the road to Everton, return home to host Europa League, host Newcastle, host Tottenham, on the road to Chelsea, host Europa League midweek again, and then host West Ham. So not an easy route for United, but good luck to them. They're going to need it.
Very well said, my friend. Okay, so after 5 match days then, let's take a look at the Premier League table. Arsenal sitting first, like I said, 5 wins out of 5, 15 points. Man City trail by 2 points in second place. Tottenham on 11 points are in third. Brighton, shout out to Graham Potter and Brighton, like Michael said, in fourth place on 10 points. United in fifth. I thought it was crisis United. They're up there in fifth right now, but like you said,
relegation last week, 5th place this week.
That's what I'm saying, man. Everything has such a big asterisk. And then because it's the Premier League, let's just run through. Liverpool in 6th, Leeds in 7th, Fulham in 8th, Southampton above Chelsea in 9th, Chelsea in 10th, Brentford 11th, Newcastle 12th, Crystal Palace 13th, West Ham 14th, Nottingham Forest 15th, Bournemouth 16th, and then the last team out of relegation zone right now is Everton in 17th. And then we have Wolves and Villa in the relegation zone on 3 points, and we have Leicester City 20th on 1 point.
Do you think the quick fire answer here? Do you think that midnight has struck hour on Cinderella's story that is Leicester City?
I don't know, man. I think it's insane what they've done. I think when their owner passed away in that tragic accident, the club was so resilient and continued as if it was business as usual. As hard as that is, they did phenomenally. I'm not ready to say the story's over, but They're in trouble, man. It looks like Brendan Rodgers is starting to get frustrated with the backing that he's received. He has if you guys haven't seen Brendan Rodgers' interview today about Wesley Fofana, by the way, very rational take on the situation and says he will actually protect Fofana. Yes, things didn't happen very well. Leicester fans, minority, but I have to talk about it because Chelsea fans get slated all the time for those moments of racism, which are disgusting and belong nowhere, but every fan club is toxic. Leicester fans singing "We'll have a party when Wes Fofana dies" all over Instagram, all over YouTube. So, it was a shitty time. It was a tough time, but Brendan Rodgers understands the nuances of being a player and what it means for a player's career. So I've spoken about how I don't like how Fofana handled it, but Rodgers has made peace. What am I getting at? Brendan Rodgers, a very rational man, is frustrated with what's happening at Leicester. So like Zan says, Leicester are 200 million in debt. They've spent over 300 million in 5 years with excessive wages. I don't know, man. As much as I want to say they're not in trouble, they could be, and that hurts to say, because who would have thought they would be that one team with the title in this last.
I don't want to deep dive into them too much because I actually think that they'll survive this year. I think they'll turn around at some point, but I was really surprised that they had Tielemans listed all market and he never went anywhere because he is a quality player and is a lifeblood of that team. But it's interesting to me that they listed him for sale, then they didn't sell him, and he was tied with a lot of clubs, including United at one point. So. I don't know if the price just wasn't right or if they were asking too much. There wasn't a whole lot of details into a lot of those transfer rumors, but it's a very interesting situation to list a player and then not sell him.
100%. And I do want to touch on this Zan United comment here on Twitch saying earlier when you were talking about United's schedule and the European games, Zan said, so for United, Europe is an issue, but not for Arsenal, who haven't played in Europe for a couple of years. I just want to make it clear, Zan, we did mention before the season started that Arsenal will have to contend with Europe, and that might affect a lot of things as well. So I think we did touch on it, but we were discussing the United game specifically there, if that makes sense. When you don't get into Europe
Sorry, I was gonna say sorry. I remember we talked about Arsenal facing that group or that month of death in October as well, and I never even that was not including their originally when I mentioned that at the beginning of the year wasn't including their European League games.
100%.
Because they have some tough ones.
Exactly. And Zan says here to finish things off on this story about Leicester, when you do not get into Europe with that kind of money, it does run out. Tielemans is not that great. Interesting choice. I still think he can do a job at a mid-table team, at least in the Premier League, but that's just my opinion. Okay, that is 3.5 hours, my brother. What do you want to talk about?
Let's do some rapid fire Europa League, Conference League results here.
Okay.
As predictions to see who we can get out of the. Wow, that is something happened to my OBS. Interesting. Anyways, Sue, who we can get on these groups. So I'm just going to go down the line. I'm not going to scatterbrain any of these.
Yeah.
I don't pull these up. I'm just going to shout these groups out to you.
Okay.
I want to give gut wrench reactions, and I'll give you my reaction right after that.
Okay.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Group A in the Conference League, we have Istanbul Başakşehir,
Yeah.
RFS, Hearts, and Fiorentina.
Fiorentina has to win that. I think Başakşehir gets second. Playing in Turkey is tough. I think it's Fiorentina and Başakşehir, if that's how you say it. What about you?
Yeah, I think for me, I actually have Başakşehir and then Fiorentina.
Okay.
Like Fiorentina is going to be more focused on Serie A than they are going to be the Conference League. So I think they pay for it, but Başakşehir being one of the giants of Turkey, I think that they can do that. So
interesting. Okay.
Meanwhile, unfortunate for Hearts and RFS, by the way, to get that group, because that's, I mean, for a Conference League group, that's kind of rough.
Yeah.
Group B, West Ham. It's FCSB, which is I forget what club that actually the initial stand for.
Is that Steaua Bucharest? I think.
Yes, Anderlecht and then Sulkborg. So from FCSB, by the way, from Romania, our Romanian friends.
Yeah. I think it's got to be the way things are going. Anderlecht first, West Ham second for me. I think. I really do think. I think Anderlecht isn't a shoo-in as much as they would have been with some of the transfer window that's happened. I think still though they find a way, and I think West Ham still squeaks through. There's no way that they can't at least get a second place finish in the Conference League, even though they're struggling in the league. But what do I know?
Interesting. Interesting because I agree with you. I have Anderlecht going first in this group, West Ham going second. I think it should be pretty easy for them. West Ham looked good in their Conference League qualifiers, but I still think it's funny that they had to play qualifiers.
Yeah.
I think this might be the lifeblood that Moyes needs in order to stay manager of West Ham. So we might get to see a ton of David Moyes. However, with Anderlecht making some of the moves they did, including Vertonghen returning back to Belgium, I think that Anderlecht has the gusto to edge them out. I think we probably see Anderlecht win all their games at home, to all their games away except for drawing at West Ham. So in-depth prediction there, but we have Villarreal, Austria Vienna, Lech from Poland, and then we have the surprise team for me, Beersheva from Israel.
You know what? I'm gonna go fun. I'm gonna go bold here. I think that Austria Vienna is a shoe-in for second. I think Villarreal wins the group. Honestly, I do, regardless of their struggles. I think they find a way.
Interesting.
I go Lech Poznan second. Poland is no joke. That environment, that like it just takes a couple of results at home. I have Lech Poznan second. You?
Very interesting. So Villarreal obviously number one here for sure. I agree with you that Poland is a tough place to play. I have Austria Vienna going second in this group.
Rational.
And then I think Beersheva, I think actually is going to be the surprise team. I think they go third.
Interesting. Cool.
Not that third or fourth matters in these groups, but I do
just
think
for the
that,
record, they won't be dead last, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think Beersheva is going to be that. Remember when, or just last season, Sheriff in,
and before that,
group. Yeah. So I think that we might get to see them. I'm excited to see an Israeli team in Conference League, in European football in general. And I just hope that the politics stay out of it, because there's been a lot of threat of politics getting involved with those. So Group D, this is a very, very tough group in my opinion. Outside of the top two,
this is the
which
group of
are going
death
to be a no-brainer.
for the Conference League, I think.
Cologne, Nice, Slovako, and Partizan.
Okay, so
Slovako, of course, from Czech Republic, and Partizan from Serbia.
For me, Partizan from Serbia is one of the most intimidating grounds to play in, but I still think I think Nice goes first, Cologne goes second, Partizan third. However, do not be surprised if Partizan gets second.
You're gonna jump out of your shoes when I give you this one. I have Nice first. I agree with you. Nice first. Partizan second.
Okay, no, I respect
Cologne
it.
third.
I respect it. No.
I agree with you. Partizan, I think that away ground. If you get, by the way, chat, if you've not watched a video of Partizan's away ground or home ground, that it's like a footballer's nightmare as an away ground to go play in. It is. If you're the home team, you love it, and it's probably one of those things that you could play there your entire career and you never get used to it. But it is loud 20 minutes before the game, and it is loud 20 minutes after the game until the players leave. And I don't understand how the players can breathe. There's so much smoke going on the entire game. It's crazy.
Very tough.
But yeah, so I have Nice, Partizan, Cologne, and then Slovako in that group. Next, we have AZ from the Netherlands, Apollon, Vaduz, and Dnipro, I think is how it's pronounced.
From Ukraine.
Coming out of Ukraine.
I have a soft spot for Vaduz because they're from Liechtenstein. Obviously, I think it would be really cool. But I think it's going to be AZ, and I think it'll be the team from Cyprus, Apollon Limassol. I think they've been in Europe once before, from what I remember. If I'm not mistaken, I know Apoel Nicosia, or whatever that team name is, Nicosia, I'm not sure how you say it, from Cyprus, was in the Champions League a few years ago. I feel like I've seen Limassol in Europe before. I think they'll squeak in second, but Vaduz would be a sick story from Liechtenstein.
I do like the shout for the Cyprus team, Apollon, because they play AZ back-to-back, so they have a good chance to take advantage of that. Usually when you play a tough team back-to-back, you might be able to sneak one result. Vaduz from Liechtenstein, like you said, it's just kind of like a storybook ending, or a storybook, you know what I'm saying? To be the first Liechtenstein team represented in European competition is amazing. I think that kind of weighs too heavy on their shoulders, and then Dnipro, I think, dealing with the drama, unfortunately, that's unfolding still in Ukraine. I don't think that they're able to focus on both competitions. So I have AZ, Apollon, and then Vaduz, and then Dnipro. So
agreed.
Group F, we have, this is my opinion, group of death. And it's not because any of these are big name. I mean, there's some big names, but I think they're all pretty even. We have Ghent, I think it's I always call them Mold, but I think it's Molde.
Yeah, Molde. Yeah.
Shamrock Rovers and Djurgården.
This is a tough one, man. I think Ghent is a team that I think has been in the Champions League lately, and they don't get enough respect. And they had a good, difficult group the last time they were in. I think Ghent wins it. I think Shamrock Rovers in second, and Molde in third. Molde's tough though because it's such a long journey for these teams who aren't used to going to play in Norway and things like that. Sometimes it can be hard to play away. But
the argument there is that Ghent's in Belgium, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then you have Molde is Norwegian.
Mm-hmm.
Djurgården is Swedish.
Mm-hmm.
So Shamrock Rovers, the team that are kind of on the outskirts, being the Irish team, but they're all. I mean, it's not that far, especially coming from an MLS fan where we have to travel 600 miles to, get to our away games. So, this is in my opinion, this is the group of death, just because I think all the teams are really, really level in terms of quality.
Mm-hmm.
I think this goes Ghent, Molde, Djurgården, Shamrock Rovers.
Interesting. Okay.
Ghent is just, I mean, they're a powerhouse in Belgium for a reason. Year after year, they may not necessarily win the titles, but they are always contenders.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly just love their badge. I think their badge is sick.
Their badge is awesome. Yeah, cool.
Next up, we have Slavia Prague, CFR Cluj, Sivasspor, and Balkani.
I think you leave this group as is.
Romanian team, CFR Cluj, the Turkish team, Sivasspor, and Balkani coming from Kosovo.
I think you leave this group as is. Slavia Prague wins the group. No offense. I think they win it easily. I think Cluj in second, a Romanian club that has some experience in Europe.
Really?
I do think Sivasspor, the Turkish clubs, is always unknown because I feel like they always are in with a chance. But I do think Cluj is just historically the bigger club, and I think they find a way.
Okay.
What about you?
Interesting. I have Slavia Prague as well, or Prague, I guess they prefer. But I have Slavia Prague going first. I have Sivasspor second. It's probably a little bit more of a safe bet, but I think they go second. Yeah. And then I actually have Balkani going third and Cluj falling to fourth. I think they struggle to find form and go all the way to fourth. Not that it matters in this league, but next up, easy group here for Basel. We have Slovan Bratislava. We have Zalgiris and Punic coming up with them. Bratislava obviously coming from Slovakia, Zalgiris coming from Lithuania, and Punic coming from Armenia.
Very interesting group. I mean, this one Basel finds a way. Swiss. You've managed in Switzerland. You know Basel is a historically great team in Switzerland. For those of you that are not familiar with our FM or Football Manager streaming, we'll trick them. Michael's really managed in Switzerland, but I'm talking about on Football Manager. But yeah, Basel first for me and Bratislava second. I think there's no other way. I would love for a Lithuanian or Armenian team to make it second, and I am all for it. But logically, from my gut, I think it goes Basel and Bratislava. You?
I think it's Basel, and then I do think it's Bratislava as well. Although this is a one where I think Basel could probably go undefeated in this group. And then I think it's it could come down to a goal differential for second place team here. That is a group that is, again, it's probably another group of death, not because you're dealing with a bunch of high-end teams battling for first. I think you have three teams who are of equal quality battling for second. That's the entirety of the Conference League. Big if you had to give me, now obviously we don't have the Europa League bounced out yet, so we don't know who's coming back from Europa League, but of the teams that we have picked, dark horse to win the Conference League.
Let me bring this
I have
up
my
again.
team.
Okay, let me bring this up again because I closed out of there. Dark horse as in like a surprise?
Okay, let me rephrase that. No, not a dark horse. Give me a favorite.
I lost my list here. From what I remember, I'm gonna go. I want to say West Ham, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
I'll pop it in chat for you.
I was gonna go West Ham, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I really don't.
Really?
Yeah, it was West Ham or Nice for me. Funny enough, those are my two.
Ooh, okay. I can respect that.
What about you?
Mine's Villarreal.
Yeah,
Unai Emery just, I mean,
Gerard Moreno.
yeah, I think that's a walk in the park for me. So we'll move to Europa League though.
Let's do it.
Okay, quick fires here.
Do you think you could send the link in chat, by the way, if you don't mind, please, bro? Just
for the Europa?
Yes, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you guys want to click onto this link, Michael's going to share that, has all the pictures. I should have probably mentioned that for the Conference League as well.
There you guys go.
Thank you. Awesome.
Yeah. So it's top to bottom.
Let's go.
Group A, we have Arsenal, PSV, Bodo Glimt, and Zurich. Bodo Glimt obviously coming from Norway, and Zurich coming from Switzerland.
I honestly leave this as is. I would love PSV to win the group personally. I think they're playing amazing football. I think they are very exciting. I try to watch every PSV match that I can. Ruud van Nistelrooy is doing a great job there. Very exciting team. But if Arsenal plays the way they've been playing, there's no way they don't win this group. I think it's Arsenal, PSV, Bodo Glimt, and Zurich exactly as is.
Okay. I respect it. I think it is Arsenal, PSV, Glimt, Zurich. I agree with you. I think that it is left level. By the way, Ajax fans, cover your ears. This is PSV's year to win.
I agree.
Your UVC.
I agree.
So, I think if anything's going to happen, I think it's going to be the year they lost their head coach, and now nobody wants to show up to training because they all want to leave. So, sorry, Ajax fans. So, for me, group of death coming up right here in terms of quality. There are definitely stronger groups, maybe, but in terms of everybody being close to the same level, this is it for me. We got Dynamo Kiev, obviously from Ukraine, Rennes from France, Fenerbahce from Turkey, and then AEK Larnaca coming all the way from the great country of Cyprus.
Another Cyprus team, man. You'll have to see it. I'm gonna go gut here. I'm just gonna go gut. I think it's Rennes first. I think it's Kiev second. I think they find a way, and I think Fenerbahce is a big slip in third. I think Fenerbahce is a good team, but they're fourth in the league. It's only 5 games played. There's nothing I've seen from them that makes me think they're going to be able to take that next step in Europe. Again, Turkey is an asterisk for me because the environment there is amazing. I just think Rennes is a good team, a very good team. Personally, I think they played Champions League. They gave a good account of themselves a couple seasons ago. I think Dynamo Kiev is too historic. As much as there is going on in Ukraine, and my heart and my thought is with them, I think this team puts everything into making it to the knockouts, and I think Fenerbahce finishes third. Uncle Gus sounds disappointed in chat, by the way. He says, wow, you guys are still going.
This is a team, by the way, that Dynamo Kiev failed to qualify for the Champions League.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
take that with a grain of salt. Granted, they had to play Benfica, but I lean more towards this one's gonna rock you, Fo. Your asterisk club, Fenerbahce.
You're gonna win.
I have them winning the
league.
group.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree.
Fenerbahce.
We're just doing quick fire Europa League predictions. If you scroll up a little bit, the link is in chat. I'll share it again. We're just talking from our hearts and just giving our opinions on the groups. Okay, next.
Okay. Group C, Roma, Ludogorets, Betis, and HJK. Obviously, Roma and Betis, you know where they are from. You have HJK coming from Finland. I think they're champions of Finland. And then Ludogorets, the champions of Bulgaria.
Like Ludogorets, Ultra shouldn't hear me saying that because he hates the club in principle. But I think they've given a good account of themselves in Europe before. I got to go Roma wins the league. Betis goes second, man. I think it's going to be tight, though. I don't think Roma walks the group. I think Betis gives them a good run for first place, but it has to go Roma, Betis, Ludogorets, and HJK, in my opinion.
I agree with you. I think Ludogorets and HJK are fighting for scraps in this group, unfortunately. I think Roma wins this group. I do think they lose a game. I think they lose a game to Betis.
Yeah. I agree.
And I think Betis probably, the reason Betis finished second is because I also think they probably dropped points to one of the other two teams in the group. Group D, another group full of just teams of the exact same quality, and this is one of the reasons I love these smaller tournaments almost as much as I love the Champions League. Braga, Malmo from Sweden, obviously Zlatan's home, Union Berlin, and St. Gilloy. I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly, and I apologize,
From Belgium.
Belgian fans,
Yeah,
but it is Union Saint Galois.
Union Berlin wins the group, has to. That's it. It's their first foray in Europe, and I'm going for that. I don't care if it makes sense or doesn't. They win the group. 9 points. I'm kidding. Or whatever, 12 points. No, I don't. They win every game. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I still think Union Berlin goes first. I think Malmo gets second, honestly. I think Malmo gets second. Braga is a team where they operate in a league where it's run by the three big boys, well, the two, and Sporting Portugal, I would say. But it's untested. Like, whenever they get into Europe, it's a thing where you don't know what you're going to get. So I think, I think Berlin and Malmo first and second. I think Braga third, and Stade Gillois or Gillois, or however you call it, fourth.
You want to give that to me one more time? You said
Union Berlin first, Malmo second, Braga third, Saint Gillois fourth.
Wow, that's a hot take if I heard one.
I mean, I'm just all in on Union Berlin this season. I don't care if it makes sense or not.
No, I agree with you. I'm backing them if they can continue their early run this season and continue it through Europa League and Bundesliga, by the way.
Yeah. But...
they go hand in hand because Bundesliga, there's a ton of Bundesliga matches on Sunday, not so many like on Friday like you would see in some of the other top leagues. So but yeah, I think Union Berlin goes one. I think Braga fights for second place and barely gets it, and then I have Malmo and then Saint Gillois or Gillois or whatever. So
yeah. Not too far.
The one that everybody's been waiting for, obviously, Man United, Sociedad, the Cinderella story that is Sheriff, and then Ammonia.
Is that a Greek team?
Ammonoia.
That has to be the Greek team.
They are Cyprus.
Another Cypriot team. United wins the group. Obviously, I think anything less is not acceptable in my opinion. Whatever. Man United fourth, says Zan. Here's where I struggle, right? I realistically think Sociedad finds a way, even though they lost Isaac. I think they find a way to finish second, but I, for the record, would love nothing more than Sheriff to finish second. However, realistically, it's United, Sociedad, Sheriff, and Omanaya. That's the way it goes, the way you see it on the table there.
I agree. I think so. I think it's exactly how the table lines up. I think that's just how it's going to finish. I do want to mention, though, by the way, a rare Portuguese fan or somebody that watches the Portuguese league popped up in my chat saying that Braga's playing too well. They're currently playing the best football in Portugal. So our predictions are bold.
Okay.
Cool. Interesting. But I do agree with you on Group E. I think at Man United, Sociedad and Sheriff might be a little bit of a close matchup. I think that's probably going to be only separate by a point or two. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah.
Another interesting group here in terms of strength of schedule. Lazio, Feyenoord, who again are going to be putting their names in the ring for champions of Eredivisie, Midtjylland, and Sturm. Sturm coming from Austria, and Midtjylland, of course, coming from Denmark.
Ooh.
This is a really tough one because I rate Midtjylland.
Yeah, I Midtjylland in Europe is just they have these great runs. I go this one's tough, man. I'm gonna go Lazio, Feyenoord, Midtjylland, and Sturm. It's tough. It's really tough. I don't think Feyenoord squeaks out Midtjylland, but if I'm going with my gut, I think they do. But Midtjylland has every chance of second.
I look at this and my gut reaction is Feyenoord, Lazio, Mykal, and then Sturm. I think Sturm got an unfortunate group draw here. I think that they're a little outmatched in this heavyweight group, but I do think that Feyenoord finds a way to strings together, and I think Lazio is going to be consumed by the Serie A schedule. The Serie A schedule is not a good one for European football, so we'll have to see how that unfolds.
I just looked at Group G, by the way, and I got very excited.
Olympiacos, of course, our Greek friends. Karabag, the team from Azerbaijan. Is this the first Azerbaijan team represented in?
I swear
Europa,
I've seen
Europa
Karabag before, but I'm not sure if it was in Europa or Champions. I swear Karabag made it to the Champions League one year.
Interesting.
Thank you,
and then next we have Karabag, Freiburg, and then Nantes from France.
Karabag have played 47 matches in the Champions League, guys. Wow,
that's actually a couple years of Champions League football.
A lot of years. This one's tough. See, this one's I literally can't even. Are we going gut? Okay, I guess we're going gut. Olympiacos, Freiburg, Nantes, Karabag. I'm disrespecting Karabakh hugely here. I think they finished third or second. But Olympiacos, Greek football, we know Olympiacos is the team in Greece, one of the teams in Greece, but I would argue the team that has to do the best in Europe, right? I think this year at least.
Panathinaikos fans, close your ears.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at this, I think they have to show up here. I think between Freiburg and Nantes, I think it's tough because they're balancing a very tough domestic league as well. Karabakh kind of, you never know with the teams from, like, no disrespect to countries like Azerbaijan or anything, but when you have a team from there who are like perennial title winners joining in Europe, I think it's really hard for, like, it's easy for, not easy, but it's a little easier than having to play PSG on Friday and then go to, or whatever, and then go to play in Europe.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think for the record again, Olympiacos, I think I said Freiburg second, Nantes third, and Karabakh fourth is what I said, I think. But
it's an interesting one. I agree with you. I think it's kind of like a PSG kind of situation, right, where you just storm through the league and then all of a sudden you go to European football and your quality of opponent's way different. I think Karabakh is going to be unfortunately a victim of that, and they also, to be fair to them, drew an extremely tough group for a team of their quality. So I have this group going Olympiacos, or no, excuse me, I have this group going Freiburg, Olympiacos, Nantes, and then Karabakh. I think that Freiburg, they know their position in the Bundesliga is not going to be like top flight, so they're going to be able to rest up some players and kind of like what Frankfurt did in their Europa League campaign, where they were able to focus more on the Europa League and kind of soften up some of the games in the Bundesliga. So I think that they take advantage of that. And Olympiacos, they don't have a clean slate in Greece, so they have to fight all the time. So but I do think they have the quality to edge Nantes. So last group H,
decent group,
little bit more straightforward in my opinion, but
really, I was over here saying this one's hard.
Yeah, we have Crvena Zvezda from Serbia. Then we have Monaco, obviously from France. Then we have, I'm gonna probably butcher the shit out of this one, Ferencvaros from Hungary, and then Trabzonspor from Turkey.
So the Turkish champions. For me, I think it has to be Trabzonspor first. I was gonna say Monaco second, but I don't think so.
Don't do it.
I'm not convinced.
Don't do it.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced by Monaco. I think Crvena Zvezda, or however you say it, goes second, because that is another intense footballing ground to play in. Monaco just hasn't showed me enough this year, honestly. Monaco could be second, but I'm going to give it to someone else. So Trabzonspor, Crvena Zvezda, Monaco third, and then Ferencvaros fourth, I think.
I agree with you,
by the way. Sorry, just one sec. But Ferencvaros had a good Champions League. Well, I was hoping they'd have a decent run in the Champions League as a fairy tale story, but they played well but couldn't get results.
Yeah. Trabzonspor, I agree. I think they're at the top of the group. They had a phenomenal run in Turkey last year. They kind of edged out that trophy, and good for them. They deserve European football. Unfortunate that they weren't able to secure Champions League football, but they did get Europa League. So I think they're going to be a little bit disappointed they didn't get Champions League, and I think they show out and ball out for Europa League. I agree with you. I'm not fully trusting that Monaco have the quality this season. However, I do still think that they have just enough quality to out-edge some of these teams here. So I think it goes Trabzonspor first, Monaco second, and then fight for third and fourth.
Cool. Who's your pick to win it all?
Pick to win it all off of the teams that are in it.
Yeah, can I tell you
without knowing who is going to get bounced out of the Champions League, which is a big if in Europa League, unfortunately.
From these teams. Sorry, yeah.
Arsenal.
Yeah, I can see that.
Has to be Arsenal.
Roma.
I would love a
Conference
storybook
League last
to see.
Year, Europa this year, Champions League next year, Mourinho retires. I'm kidding, it won't happen, but yeah.
I would love to see, and I have a quick fire debate for you at the end of this conversation, but Arsenal Roma final, I think would be amazing.
Would love that.
Imagine Roma knocks out United in the semifinal, and then Arsenal knocks out Roma in the final.
I am Jose Mourinho.
Or an even bigger storybook, United v Mourinho in the final.
Interesting.
10. Yeah, that'd be interesting. So now that we've covered Europe and we've kind of touched base on this subject a little bit with what we just talked about, something that you and I did not prepare ahead. So again, I want your knee-jerk reaction here.
Mm-hmm.
2 managers that you rate really highly. I'm going to say their names in just a moment.
Okay.
Chelsea has sacked Thomas Tuchel.
Okay.
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 You're
like where this is
rebuilding.
going. Oh, yeah.
Thomas Tuchel's sacked.
Do I have my current squad?
No.
Okay.
Kai Havertz has been sold. Thomas
Okay.
Tuchel's gone. Kai Havertz
Okay.
has been sold.
Okay.
Thiago Silva's retired. Koulibaly's retired.
Okay.
Conte's retired.
Okay. Tony Pulis.
Those
is
are
my
the
answer.
4.
Yeah.
Those are your 4 players
Yeah.
that have gone.
Yeah.
Havertz is gone. He's
Yeah.
been sold.
Yeah.
Conte's
Koulibaly,
retired.
Conte.
Koulibaly and
Yeah.
Thiago Silva's retired.
Okay.
4 players.
Okay.
Tuchel's out.
Okay.
The 2 managers who are available that you're interviewing.
Steve Bruce and Tony Pulis. Yeah.
Nope.
Oh.
Ancelotti and Jose Mourinho.
Ancelotti.
Really?
No brainer. Mourinho's the only reason. If you had told me this before Mourinho had 2 stints at Chelsea and I saw how he brought in the youth and rebuild and all that, I would have probably had a different answer. But Ancelotti for me, man. Ancelotti, the first time he was at Chelsea, was not given enough time. I think that was a bit of a disaster. I think Ancelotti was one of the managers who, if Chelsea had backed properly during the Roman, like during that era that he was here initially, I was younger, to be fair. I was a lot younger and I wasn't really like fully in tune with what was happening, but I think it's a very common consensus that Ancelotti was not given enough time and supported enough at Chelsea for him to be able to make an impact as much as he's capable of. So for me, Ancelotti, if we're rebuilding. For sure. He knows the perfect balance between rebuilding, blooding in new players, and winning now, in my opinion. Mourinho will win, but you won't get much rebuilding. Lately, it's changed. Roma is the big caveat, by the way. Roma is the one caveat where he's giving a lot of rebuilding opportunities to players.
Okay.
But
I have one more scenario for you, and then we can end. But
Okay.
I want to give my point of view on this.
Mhm.
I would go with Jose Mourinho. And I threw Chelsea out there because it's your team, and
Yeah.
we can relate to this.
Mhm.
But if I'm in a team and I know I'm in a rebuilding situation, I lost one of my most expensive signings ever in a young player in Havertz. I lost my 2 starting center backs, and we're rebuilding at center back. And then I also lost my club legend defensive midfielder. We're
Mhm.
rebuilding. I'm going with Jose Mourinho because he's shown that he can come into teams that need to be rebuilt and get results with scraps, and also look for players that are scraps and turn them into legends.
I can see that.
So I'm going with him. I'm going with
Interesting.
Mourinho.
Interesting.
Will he win me a Champions League? Maybe not. Will he
Yeah.
win me the Premier League? Maybe
Yeah.
not. But is he
Yeah.
going to take me from a status where we're rebuilding into a team that's respectable again? I think so.
Like you said, man, his biggest achievement was getting second place with that United team and winning Europa League.
Your next question. I have 2 of these for you. We're going to rapid fire 2 of these.
Okay.
The last one's kind of a one-off. You're a 25-year-old striker.
Mm-hmm.
You're making your first venture into the Premier League.
Mm-hmm. Norwich.
You're
Sorry.
no, Pookie's there. You can't play for Pookie. Sorry. Your first venture into the Premier League. Your agent has secured 2 transfer offers for you on the table. You get to decide. Do you play for? And don't keep in mind the teams that they're on now. You're selecting managers.
Okay.
Graham Potter or Jesse Marsh?
Graham Potter. Graham Potter. Graham Potter. Jesse March is gonna make me run and die for the team, but no, like I will run and die for the team, and my mentality will be great. But skill wise, tactics wise, squad wise, as of consistency in the Premier League and what I've seen him do, Jesse March is great. He's had a phenomenal impact at Leeds, but it's been early days. It's still a honeymoon in my opinion. I think Graham Potter is the guy to learn. But then that's a tough one because Jesse March has like that crazy like pressing lead from the front. Like his strikers are animals, right? No, I gotta go.
That's why I said you're a striker. Yeah. You're not like a defender or anything. Yeah. You're a striker.
I still gotta go with my boy Graham Potter, but it's close, man. It is close.
And remember, I see so many people in your chat saying that Brighton.
You said ignore the team. You said ignore the team.
Ignore the teams they're on.
I'm going philosophy.
Graham Potter's coaching at United, and Jesse Marsh is at Bayern.
This is
whatever.
what Gus said that was in the back of my head. Ignore the word Brighton, but Graham Potter's team that he's managed, ignore Brighton, has been top 5 in XG. They were the XG champions. That was the meme. That was the joke. He creates chances. He just has Danny Welbeck and Neil Maupay up top. No offense to either of them. I think in his system, in his style of play, in his idea, that pure striker you would eat for days under Graham Potter. Jesse March, you'd die for the team and you'd run and you would be a gegenpressing maniac, 100%. But for a pure striker to learn the role, Graham Potter's teams, I think, create the most chances for that.
See, for me, from what I've seen so far, I do think Graham Potter is probably tactically more aware. But I do think Jesse Marsh will get more out of his team just because of passion. Like you said, he's going to make you run for the team. You're going to bleed for that team. I do think that Potter it has a bright future ahead of him, and he's definitely a tactical genius. But Jesse Marsh is like that player's coach. You know what I mean? Like players want to play for him, and they want to play for his team. So
I'd want to die for Jesse Marsh.
Will I score as many goals? Maybe not. But am I going to have fun, and am I going to enjoy the team that I'm on? Am I going to be in a happy situation? I think so. So I think I'm going to go with Jesse Marsh.
That's fair. That's fair. I think
all right,
that's fair.
Last one. I promise this is the last one.
You're good.
Who is the first English coach to win the Premier League?
English, right? Not Scottish.
Who is the first English coach you think to win the Premier League? Do you think that they are coaching?
Oh, you're asking me in the
League
future.
now?
I thought you were asking me in the past.
No, because if I'm not mistaken, there has not been
that's what I thought
a champion.
I was like Alex Ferguson. Yeah. Okay. While we're on the topic, it's got to be Graham Potter, man. It's either Graham Potter or Eddie Howe for me. Fair, like simple. Like I don't have to think twice about it. It's one of those two. And for me, Graham Potter, because I've seen him do it with, like, I would argue Newcastle's squad is better than Brighton's squad. And I would say Eddie Howe is phenomenal, but it's so close between those two. But Graham Potter for me. You?
Interesting.
Frank Lampard. I'm kidding.
So you're not gonna like my take, and I can guarantee you, chat's not gonna like my take. I can already see what they're gonna say. You ready for this? He's not coaching in the Premier League right now. I'll give you a hint.
Is Wayne Rooney?
Bro,
you're obsessed with this guy.
I think it's Wayne Rooney. You're gonna make fun of me, but
when have I ever?
And
made
I know
fun
I
of
can
you?
already hear chats.
It's chat,
feel it.
not me. I never make fun of you.
Yeah, but I think it's Wayne Rooney. I don't think so. I respect Eddie Howe. I do think that he's gonna probably challenge for the Premier League. I think Newcastle's gonna build him a team, and he's gonna be somebody that pushes. But I think Wayne Rooney has an ability to coach that eventually, and again, I'm not saying that this is in the next 5 years or the next 3 years or the next 2 years. I think that he comes to the Premier League. He takes over a struggling team like Everton, or maybe it won't be Everton because they don't have the money, but maybe he ends up coaching at United somewhere down the line or something like that. But I think that he's shown that he has the ability to be a player's coach enough, and if a board backs him enough, I think he has the ability to make it happen.
Do you think that happens before, say, an Eddie Howe or a not even Southgate, but like a Potter or someone does it before? I'm not saying Wayne Rooney won't be a phenomenal manager and win the Premier League one day, but I'm saying, do you think in timeline, because you said before the first Premier English
I said the first. Yeah, I think so.
Do you know what I mean? Okay.
It's a hot take and it's a controversial one, but I think so.
I respect that he hasn't
I rate Graham Potter, but I think that another big team is going to snipe him up before a Premier League team does.
I respect Wayne Rooney's career trajectory as a coach. I will say that. I respect that he's putting himself in really challenging positions to see what he can do.
He's grinding his teeth, man.
He is. And so I think he navigated Derby pretty well. I need to see what he does at DC. Given the circumstances that he was at and at Derby, I think he did a good job. I still got to go with one of the two because I don't think Wayne Rooney can. I'm not going to sit here and say Wayne Rooney will never get there, but when you look at who is more complete as a coach at this moment, I would have to go with one of Eddie Howe or Southgate, but I don't deny that Rooney could turn into a phenomenal coach one day. I just don't know if it happens first. That's all my opinion.
Do you think that an English manager wins the Premier League before England wins a major European or world tournament? Or do you think Southgate comes back to the Premier League and wins the Premier League?
Both in the same year. I think
he doubles up
the double and then just quits football forever. I think an English coach wins the Premier League before England wins on the national level. And I'm sorry, I have nothing against the Three Lions. But it's just I don't see it.
You're
right
gonna
now.
get some hate comments for that one.
I mean, if anyone realistically thinks otherwise, then I don't know what to tell you.
It coming home. It's coming home. Football's going to Italy again.
Southgate will never win the Prem.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think Southgate returns to the Prem. I think if he gets another job, it's probably like the Championship. I think once you blow the England job, your career is usually pretty in the dumpster. So, but I agree with you. I think an English manager. Will it be my take? I think I will agree. My Wayne Rooney take is a very hot take and probably not going to happen. But that's just I believe that in my bones somewhere deep down. But I do think an English manager wins the Premier League before England wins a major tournament again.
Interesting. Okay.
So
that was fun. I like that. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out, man.
4 hours later.
That was a long one. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be streaming after this, guys, because I do have an early appointment. No, you're good. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot. We expected this to be a longer episode because of all the stuff we had to cover. Double match weeks in most of the leagues, transfers at deadline day, which we didn't even get into, which we can talk about next time. And
see what your chat's doing
and the conference. Yeah, I see what the chat's doing.
Chat wants to have an early prediction of who wins the World Cup. We'll have a World Cup episode, by the way. Full disclosure.
Yeah. We will. But for those of you that aren't on Twitch right now, chat said, Uncle Gus and
give me your final and who wins.
Italy are my favorites for the World Cup. I said Brazil, and I think it is a. I did my spreadsheet, and I had this all planned out. I don't know the final. I can't comment on the final. It's 2:00 in the morning almost, and my brain isn't working.
Come on, I got give me
Brazil
two
winning.
teams and who wins.
Okay, I got Brazil winning the whole thing, and I think they probably face another South American team because I think I've underestimated the climate a lot. I've underestimated the climate a lot, and I think that a lot of teams will struggle.
Okay.
We talked about this, I think.
It's a hot take, yeah.
We talked about this, and I was someone who hadn't even thought twice about it. But I could very well see if the groups line up like Yakilma says Argentina for his side. I could see a Brazil-Argentina. I think this is Argentina's last hurrah with the old generation and potentially the blooding in of a new generation. So I could see
Do you think any of the African nation makes it deep because of the same reason?
I would love to, but I just don't see it happening. I would love for someone like Ghana to make it through, but I just don't see it happening. Cameroon would be a great show. Yeah. What is your final two?
I have Brazil, France in the final,
That's
and
close.
I think it goes to penalties, and I think I do think that Brazil wins it.
Yeah.
It's very specific, but I do think it's Brazil, France. I think it goes to pens, probably 1-1 if I'm being honest.
Of course,
probably Mbappe and probably Jesus scoring. But I do think Brazil wins in penalties if I'm being honest. I think that after their defeat at Copa America, I think that they're going to be really, really hungry to show that they are a top team. Now, the World Cup final that I want, that would be in every Disney movie ever, would be
Brazil,
Argentina, Portugal.
Oh,
bro. Being it's the two goats last World Cup. An Argentina, Portugal World Cup final, it would squash the GOAT debate as soon as the final whistle's blown. Whichever player wins it, they're immediately the GOAT for the rest of their lives. It doesn't matter.
Imagine it all comes down to what the way they would market that one game for one legacy, this and that.
So here's the thing. Like I've literally had this dream before. Like I could paint this picture of a dream that I've had for you. Portugal, Argentina in the final. Ronaldo scores a free kick in the first half. Messi scores a free kick in the second half. It goes to extra time. Nothing happens. Both threatening both ways. Goes to penalties. It's 4-4 on penalties. One of them steps up, misses. The other one steps up and makes it. Whichever one that is, whoever happens.
Eder comes out of retirement and scores.
GOAT debate over. GOAT debate over.
Uncle Gus wants to be our heel for the podcast.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, guys, thank you. That's interesting. We will have a dedicated World Cup show as promised, guys. But yes, that is it for us today, man. This was like I said, one of those mega volume podcasts. Still not on Fabrizio Romano's level. He did like a 12.5-hour shift today with his crew. But appreciate all of you, man. Thank you for hanging out on Twitch. Again, if you're watching this on YouTube, please leave a comment, like, and subscribe. That would help the channel immensely. If you're listening on Spotify, Apple Music, or anywhere that you get your podcast, please follow and download the podcast if you can, so that we can continue releasing content on those platforms. And if you haven't joined the party on Twitch, guys, OfficialH2 is my username. Mykal87, all one word. Mykal87 is Michael's. We stream this live Thursdays. But until next time, guys, that is it for me. Much love to all of you. Michael, until next time, brother, if you want to say bye-bye, it was a pleasure as always.
Salud.
Absolutely. That's a wrap on episode 7, guys. Bye.